Yo, 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 this is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on, man? We got 9 days to go.
9 days. 9 days
Got the
to
super
go.
9 days to go.
And the
Almost.
posters have made hundreds of millions of dollars to tell me that it's tied.
Yeah,
Just think
they
about that.
have.
We need to get into that business, bro. I need to get into the polling business because that's better than the weatherman.
Man, that is crazy, crazy work.
To tell me it's tied. What y'all doing polls for, bro? To tell me it's tied.
Getting all that bread.
Yeah, and you can't give me nothing. Nothing. Nada. I know we've been trying to do a show for probably what 19,000 days now, the last week.
Yeah, yeah,
So I
yeah.
apologize to the audience that we keep showing a lot. We're going to go live and then I have to
I know.
close it out because
Yeah,
of
I'm not
DC. It
going
ain't me.
to Yeah, most of the time it's me, but yeah, yeah, I'll take it. I take it, man. Well, let's make sure that we finish strong, and then like we do the whole marathon thing on
Ah, yeah, we're gonna be going.
November
That's
5th. Well,
that's by the way. That's why I haven't been really pressing because I'm like we're gonna be on for so damn long. I'm gonna be burnt out.
yeah. So we'll definitely uh get through and try to see what's going on with the numbers and how everything is going to work out in the illustrious eight. I am including eight now because I think,
Hey,
yeah, like shoot, man. I mean, Texas or Florida, bruh. That could be a surprise.
oh nah, they not. They not.
Yeah,
Nah.
you're probably right.
I mean, I think I don't know what Florida. I think Texas 6 points for Trump. I don't know what the Florida number is. I mean,
I
you got to
think,
do some. She would have to do some real campaigning to move them numbers, bro. And she ain't spending the money and the time in those places like that. She ain't spending no money like that at all. Really, nothing.
well, I'm including.
But it's a nice conversation to have. I'm not getting it. I'm not poo pooing it. It's a good conversation to have. But
Well, in the
I think it's still. I
three.
think it's still too soon. I don't even know if the senator going to win. He thinks he's going to win. I'm like, bro, people let you talk. They let you talk. But when they get into that ballot booth, bro,
Yeah.
it all plays out pretty much how it always plays out, unless something big really happens. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be rhetoric
Well,
normally.
how much is Ted Cruz unlike is not liked? Is
They
going
hate
to
him
be the determination.
as a person.
Like, is he unliked to the point where they don't vote for
Doesn't
him, or
doesn't
did he
doesn't matter.
flip to the other side,
No, I don't.
or
No,
is he
no,
just
I don't think
not
so.
liked enough to where they still vote for him and they still keep it Republican
The
in the
Republicans can
state of
send a message.
Texas?
The Republicans can send a message to Ted Cruz and say, "We don't want you there, so we're just gonna stay home. We're not voting for no Democrat though, but we'll just stay home and let him have it for the next 6 years." That could happen. I won't argue with you on that.
Well, that's that's
Is
that's
is
that's the
is
way that he wins, though. That's the
Yeah,
path to
that's
victory.
how he would win. Yeah, that's facts.
That's
Same
the
in
path
Florida.
to victory for him. Yeah.
Same for the lady in Florida who's running for Democrat in Florida. Same thing. If they say we're sick of Trump, or we're sick of Rubio or whoever, who's the governor, Sanchez, not Sanchez, DeSantos or DeSantis,
Yeah.
then yeah, they'll just stay home. They won't vote. They just vote in lower numbers. They won't switch parties, of course.
I wonder why they don't talk about the brother there that was so close to winning Florida if he didn't have that scandal.
Oh yeah, he
They
had it.
never talk
Maybe.
about him like that. I think, yeah, like that was like a week or two before the actual election took place.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
in, in,
ruined a
in the real
crazy.
world, I don't know who he made mad because he's been buried.
Yeah, he has a podcast with
Angela Rye.
Angela Rye and them
Yeah, yeah,
and Tiffany Cross. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. But he's not being invited on those shows or nothing.
but Tiffany Cross thicker than molasses, boy.
Facts,
Jeez.
facts. Ready too, boy. as I always say, what's that phrase we say? Blowing, hoeing, and going, and real pimps be knowing.
She's pressed. Oh
Yeah, that's easy money.
man,
Easy money.
that's funny.
Love it too, though. I love it. I loved it. I loved it. That's what that is. Obviously, I love it. Love it. How you say they just say what is it? Just put me in a room. Just put me in a location. It's all I do the rest.
Yeah, man.
Just put me over wherever they at. Just put me over there. I take it. Don't worry about it. I got everything. Everything else is money.
It's Andrew, right? Andrew. I'm thinking of his
Hmm.
name. I'm trying to think of it. Andrew Gilliam. Is it Andrew Gilliam? Is that his
Yep,
name?
that's him. Andrew
Is it
Gilliam.
Gilliam his last name, though?
Yep.
I'm tripping. But yeah, he was close to having Florida. The difference between Florida being really legislatively blue and red is razor thin. But what
Yeah.
I would give Ron DeSantis is
But they
that he
give up. They give
basically,
up the cookies. Democrats and Republicans. They give up things to do other things. It's a balancing act on some level. You know what I'm saying? They wait for things to shift before they actually want to really invest in something instead of just going ahead and just jumping in there early and starting to make moves. You know what I'm saying? And spending the money. They don't want to spend the money. You can move Florida, I think, but they're not going to do it. He up by 8 points. It's not worth it. We'll wait.
man,
We'll wait for the climate to change to then go and try to take it. And again, the senator race in both states could be an indication of
yeah,
the future, though, as you said, right? So 4 years from now, based off of migration patterns, death rates, etc., immigration rates, etc., and political activation could all change those. It's there for the taking. Like I said, they just don't want to spend the money yet, in my opinion. They want more things to change organically, if you want to use that word. you know, if you want to say it that way,
yeah,
to be nice about it, and not talk about gerrymandering and immigration. We just say organically change. Then, because I think that the movements are happening quietly, obviously, right? Which is why you have the Senate races that are happening the way they're happening now, and they know it's close. But I think when it gets a little bit closer, I think that's when they're gonna. I think they're gonna go full force at some point in the next 4 to 8 years, maybe 4 to 6 years, for that matter. Depending on the national climate, I think too. Because see, the pendulum is going to have to swing back, right, at some point.
yes,
And if Trump
yeah,
wins, that may be what you need. Actually, a Trump victory could move states that are borderline. You know what I'm saying? Easily,
true,
actually. Which is why
true.
he lost Which is why he lost to Biden, and why he lost a lot of seats in 2022 and in 2020 as well.
My advice to anybody that's that's going to run for public office and do the things that Andrew ended up doing, because he was a superstar. I remember him very very succinctly. Like he was supposed to be one of those ones, possibly at least for vice president, and possibly trying to run for at least presidency, being governor of one of the largest states, a
He
black
was gonna
governor at
he was
that,
gonna he was gonna
Florida.
be in line to put his hat in.
Yeah,
He's gonna be in
yeah,
line. He's gonna be one of the ones.
yeah,
One of them. He's gonna be one of the ones. Same with
yeah,
Gavin Newsom and and,
yeah. He
and
went
others.
to FAMU, had the fast track. He was out of not Fort Lauderdale, but Tallahassee,
Yeah,
and he worked in government for a while. He did a lot of good stuff. City
know all the right
commission,
people. Yeah,
yeah, knew everybody in Florida. Had a lot of work. Yeah,
but look how vicious that industry is to where one mistake.
they
Because I'm
caught
gonna
him.
tell you,
They
because
literally caught him with his pants down, with it
one
bent over
mistake
out there on a boat. That's
on the
crazy
boat.
work.
Same with
with
um,
with
same with
two
Chris Christie.
with two Latinas, the two
Yeah,
Latina brothers tossing them, had them tooted up, man. That's crazy.
yeah.
Coked out, and not
Coked
only
out,
was
sweating,
he
naked.
participating, he was coked out. I mean, god damn,
But
Andrew.
that's normal though. I mean, I
Yeah,
mean, who
but
ain't
man,
who ain't
come
who ain't
on,
doing
dog.
that
That
shit?
close
You
to the
can't get
electron
jammed up.
paradox. Not that close to the
Too
paradox.
close,
Not,
though. Too close.
I mean, you out there. You out there on
You
a
know what?
boat.
You know what though? I think
Oh
regular.
man,
I think
god
regular.
damn.
DC. I'm gonna give you a very good analogy. I
That's
think
crazy work.
I'm gonna give you a good analogy. I think me and you have worked in spaces where it's a regular person, everyday regular Joe,
Yeah.
and they get a supervisor title.
Oh boy.
And I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm just gonna leave it at there. Like, so you're telling me that a person becomes a governor, a congressman, a CEO of
Man,
a company, and you're expecting those people with that amount of power to behave. Man,
paradox.
you're gonna have a lot of people who are not gonna behave.
Paradox.
A lot,
For
if
people
not
to think I'm
most.
lying, for people to think that I'm lying, that he was this close to being governor without that scandal.
Right? Yeah.
Let me give you the difference between their votes, bro. Let me give you the difference. They both polled out at 49%. So they mean they were at the under percentage points, bro.
Jeez. Recount
Ron DeSantis got
numbers.
4,076,186 votes. Andrew Gillum got 4,043,723. Now, remember, think about how dominant Ron
Jeez.
DeSantis has been since he's been in office. I
Yeah.
mean, it's beat red in Florida now. Beat
Yeah.
red.
Be red.
They don't govern that way, really, but it's beat red as far as administration is concerned.
Yeah, you gotta be careful how it governs, of course.
Right. But I'm saying, but they're beat red as far as the administration, legislature,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
all of
They
that.
red. Yeah, super majority. They run
Yeah.
everything.
Super
Department of
majority.
Education, all the way up and down.
This
Yeah.
this Bama barely won. That's how they love this. They love them. They love. I remember. That's what I'm saying. I remember he was speaking at the convention
He was golden boy.
under Obama, because I think he was the mayor of Tallahassee at that time.
Well,
And I'm like,
but they saw something
know,
in him.
yeah. He's like our
Golden
age.
boy. Yeah.
So I'm like, this dude. And then just when they had those, I'm like, oh no! Like I just can't remember. Like they gonna ban him to the Shadowlands, dog.
Yeah.
Like,
And Trump
to the
has what
Shadowlands.
25 yada yadas and convicted yada yadas with women and accused of yada yada yadas. And I think a new one just came out yesterday. I think some chick.
He should have known these Cuban brothers, man, were way too friendly at the bar. He should have known better, bruh.
But see, but remember something. But this is the thing though. We don't know if a Democrat hit him or a Republican hit him. That's how nasty the game is.
That's facts. Man.
You don't know who's coming to get you for whatever purpose.
A non-ambiguous black man, black wife, and you gotta remember he's still married, by the way. People don't. He's still married. I'm pretty sure his wife already knows. She know who she's married to. I mean, come on.
The marriage survived.
She know who she's married to, dog. It is what it is. And for him to have 3 kids, I think he has like 2 girls and 1 boy. Beautiful family, by the way. And for him to barely lose still like that, that's crazy, bro.
And what year was that?
That was 2019. No, sorry. Yeah, 2018 governor race. Yeah. Numbers are crazy. That's crazy, bro. I knew it was close. I didn't know it was that close, man.
It was close.
Crazy.
I remember that.
They both polled out at 49%. And I remember they were still trying to look for votes, right? They were still talking about districts that was closed down early, remember? In certain areas where they closed down in certain rural black areas. Where they're like, nah, because think about it. Any of those votes could have made the difference. Literally. A rural district, say like a small town, right? Say like how it is in Georgia, like you got Savannah, like a black population like Savannah, small but significant. You know, you got 70,000 black people in those areas, right? You close those polls down, sorry, can't vote now. We closed.
The same with the dude in North Carolina, the governor. We have that scenario in real time now, right? So fast forward to 2024, and you have a governor's race, which is a lieutenant governor who gets exposed with a month left in the race.
Yeah.
And the party has turned on him. He's on his own.
Oh, man. All that time, man.
A Democrat's going to win.
You know what, though? I think if Kamala gets in, I think she may tap him because he's just got too much talent for him not to be
no, he can't come. He can't come back.
Yeah, not in a
It
major
was a
capacity.
it
I'm
was a
saying
it
like
was a
some
it was a
kind
it
of
was a Democrat. It was most likely a Democratic hit job
some
for
kind of
some apparent
yeah.
reason.
I think it was democratic.
Because
I think
because for
it was
them not to come and get him, I'm thinking to
sabotage.
myself, well, y'all must have did it then because
I
who
agree.
cares? No one cares about that. Shit, he wasn't raping nobody.
No, it wasn't raping. Yeah,
He wasn't raping nobody. It wasn't child pornography. It wasn't no. He wasn't. It's nothing. He just has an appetite that they support. So it makes no sense on
that they
no level.
support. By the way, that's what's so crazy about
So
it.
I'm like,
Dog.
so did the
That's
Democrats do this or did the Republicans do
crazy.
this? Because he should have been forgiven by now. He's very talented. I watched the show, the podcast. I
He's
hate that they only
very
do a few
talented,
episodes.
dude. He's very
Smart,
talented,
smart,
smart,
and loyal
balanced,
to the Democratic Party.
even
By the way,
killed.
they
That's what I'm saying.
dogged him out.
Even
He was
killed, not
loyal.
crazy, not extra left. You
No,
know,
he could
being
go
able to make
Republican
things
right
work
now and have a resurgence, and he still
is
is dedicated to the
crazy.
philosophies of the Democratic Party. Think about that. Think about that. Dedicated.
And they buried
Dedicated.
this brother. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
And they destroyed Chris Christie, and he said, "You know what? I'm not going away. I'm gonna stay around." And you know,
Exactly.
he's already, but he went left to do it. He went left.
Yeah. Chris Christie is a funny guy.
But Gilliam is a
Yeah.
little bit probably too conscious. That's the problem, I guess. He's a little bit too conscious.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah.
a little bit
He knows
self-aware.
he's like Pete Buttigieg in that way, like just black, you know. But they was trying. That wasn't the first scandal that they tried to get him on. They've been trying to get him for a while. Before they had a whole tax thing, looked into his buying homes and shit. I'm like, God damn, man.
Yeah.
Like y'all
Well,
was
they came out to Alsabrook. Remember?
They was
They
trying to get
her
after that
recently.
brother, boy.
They tried to get Alsabrook. They tried to get the lady down in Baltimore,
That's
the
what
DA.
I'm
Well, they did get her.
saying.
Actually, they didn't try to. They got her. Actually.
Hey, you know what's so nasty about the party? This is what I'm saying, because there's like 2-3 subdivisions of the Democratic Party that people don't understand. Like, you got sabotages in there. Like, nope, you're not supposed to be running. You're not supposed to be next. Even though the people may choose you, be like, no, you need to wait your turn. So we're going to choose this person instead. That goes on
so much
all the time. They eat each other all the time in the Democratic Party, man.
You think
all
Barack's supposed to run? You think Barack has supposed to deal with that's supposed to be Hillary Clinton? Period. No doubt about it. No doubt. And somebody must have said, we looked at some things and we don't really like you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what they
no,
said, but
you got no guarantees that you're gonna win. And
we don't want no more.
Back.
We don't want no more.
Right.
We don't want no more Clintons. Somebody must have said we don't want no more Clintons. So if we can get her up out of here, let's get her up out of here. I guess. I don't know, right? I don't know. But like,
yeah.
are you ready for the video? You want to hit on some other things you want to try to get out your system?
No, that could wait. I don't have time. We don't have time for that right now. I'll do that a little bit later. So let's delve into the video, the CNN joint. And then we could do Joe Rogan too. Joe Rogan and President Trump.
No, that thing was phenomenal. There ain't nothing really, man. Same old.
What I'm saying is that
now people on the left who do propaganda, they're trying to pick apart every little thing and fact check it. I'm like, there's two dudes talking that don't know about this. I mean, you got like they fucking historians and they're bending the reality. They don't read. Like I say, I don't read, I don't study, I don't know anything. It's like, well then, how do you have expectations for something that's not there? They having a good time out there, loving it. Oh, he said this, he said that, and same old though.
That is funny, bro.
Same old.
Oh man, that's hilarious, bro.
I tell you one thing, the left is
making already
sure
been like 15 million people that have listened to the interview, by the way.
Well, he gets 40-50 million hits anyway, just naturally.
Yeah, Joe Rogan. Yeah.
But everybody in his world is already in a world. They're not really. It's just attention. At the end of the day, it's not really. A lot of this, most of this stuff is just money, clicks, and attention. It's not really going to do anything, to be honest with you. It makes moments for people, for them. It makes moments for themselves and all that type of shit. But Rogan's audience, for the most part, are deep right-wing people, or conspiracy-based people who don't even vote, and on and on and on, right? So it's not really like it's not like a place, it's not a political place per se, in my opinion. So it's lots of views, lots of clicks. You chop, people on the left who push propaganda for the left will chop it up and pick it apart or whatever, right? And that'll be kind
Too
of the end
big. You
of it.
can't do that no more.
But it's not really. I don't think we got 9 days left. It don't matter what they do. To be totally honest, I think people have already made their minds up. And everything that's been happening for the last month, in my opinion, from the political class, is just to get clicks and views.
The only people, I think people have made up their mind. I'm completely on board with that. I think the only difference now that you're going to be trying to focus on, or that it seemed like they would be focused on, are who's going to have motivation to vote or who's not.
Bruh,
Like
I heard political people say, I have talked to folks one-on-one. After talking to them for 2 minutes, I already know who they're going to vote. They said they don't. They said they don't know. But when you listen to them talk for, you said, "What you're voting for this person." It's like you're not in the. You keep saying you're something, but when you start talking, you made your mind up and don't know it maybe, or you don't want to actually say it because you want attention. In my opinion, because I hear people talk, even when they bring on little panels they have on like CNN, like these are independent voters, like a 2 weeks. I'm like, based on what everybody just said, there is no. Well, I don't know. What are you talking about? Shit, it's like, what? You ask 2 questions, like, oh, you vote for Trump. Like I told you, the live streams that I be on in the mornings and shit, I be on these streams, I be laughing like, bro, do you not know that you're a Republican? You don't know that you won? I'm gonna ask you 2 questions, like, oh yeah. Okay. And like you said, me and you both know that America as a whole, when it comes to voting, I'm talking about the ones outside, people who are just Republicans, Democrats, they're going to vote. It doesn't really matter. They're going to vote who they vote for the most part. Is likability, I think. Likability or respectability, or some sort of like what do you call it? Admiration, right? I think those things will get a lot of folks who are basically low information voters who just vote. They just vote. They don't really know, they don't have the time or energy or anything to really care about, tariffs and shit, right? I mean, come on, bro. Come on.
Right.
Come on. You think, do people really think that most voters care about tariffs, trade, deficits, debt? What's some big ones, DC? Department of Education, CDC, the stock market. I mean, whatever, right? I mean, global affairs, what North Korea is doing. Come on. It comes down to likability and personality. Obama had no experience. He got elected twice. It didn't matter. George Bush was a cokehead, spoiled little bitch kid. He got elected twice, right? We can just keep going and go. I mean, now of course, you understand what I'm saying, though, right? And then you might get someone that's educated, like a Clinton or whatever, right? You may get people who are Rhodes scholars, and you get that here and there. And I don't think we've had any generals, which is stupid, crazy. I don't understand that. Nothing.
No, we have.
I think
we had generals.
Yeah, but you got to go. We got to go back, though. We got to go back.
Eisenhower.
Yeah.
Dwight.
Eisenhower. Grant.
Good old Dwight. A couple of more.
Not many, though.
Not many. No.
Not many. You know what I'm saying? And so people have to. I wish that CNN and MSNBC and the podcasters just got honest and says, do we really understand this? Most people, remember, we're talking about an American public school education for most people, by the way, just to keep it simple. 78% of Americans have a high school education, or 74, whatever it is, right? So, I mean, and we have good schools, of course, obviously. So I'm not saying all 75, but I would argue that maybe 50%, it's subpar education in the public schools around the country. I'd just say half to be try to be fair. And so who's in for, unless you're an economics expert or you're an economist, I mean, you have to be tied to some sort of expertise to really grasp most of this stuff, right? People throwing words around like fascism and socialism. They're just throwing words. Does anybody know what that really is and what it means and how does it even apply, or how is it implemented, or how, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's very interesting that to hear people say it. And I'm like, I don't think you understand how to apply it, but you're just parroting, right? What the news people are saying, basically, right?
All right.
And I always I said I give you a simple test when it comes to some of this language. You tell me if I'm wrong here, DC. If Donald Trump was Hitler, right, and Donald Trump is going to put an end to democracy, and he's going to be a king for life, right? If that's true. That's true. Like we can predict the future, and that's true, right? Wouldn't you believe that the people on the left and the right would spend all of their money and time and energy and life force and everything they own and give it all up and manipulate whatever they got to manipulate and make Kamala look like she's an amazing person in every way, in every level, will spend everything they have collectively. You talking about people collectively, we have trillions of dollars, right? You would spend if truly he was going to put it into the country, right? That was a real thing. The behaviors I would argue would be very different. You wouldn't necessarily be pushing fear. You would be doing things like, yo, give it all up, right? Every nickel I got, every penny I got, I'm everything we can do because we know November 5th is the last day of America. But then you still going to parties, you hanging out with Trump at the, remember I talking about the Catholic thing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, damn, isn't that Chuck Schumer? Like, what? Like, this man is going to be the next Hitler, and you having dinner with him at a Catholic event? Those things aren't meshing. Oh, you're running fear propaganda. That's what you're really doing. Because I would think if I knew my country was coming to an end in a couple of weeks, that was a real thing. If I was a billionaire, I would give all my money up just to say, hey, we want to save America. Give all my time up. But that's not what's happening. Even the pundits, right? I'm like, well, wouldn't you be afraid that you won't have a career? He's going to close down all the news companies, right? Like you would be probably more but instead you were attacking Kamala. That doesn't even make any sense. Mm-hmm. Like, you would rig everything to make her look like she's a phenomenal, unbelievable person, right? You would rig everything. Everything you would do. It would be no balance. It would be no got you questions. It'd be none of it. It'd be like, yo, this is the end of our country. We have to make sure no matter what that X, Y, and Z happens. Congress, everything, right? Down to the sheriff's department. We have to make sure that we give our entire life force to making sure that the Democrats win and the Republicans who are anti-Trump put all of their energy into. And I'm just looking around like, I just don't see the real sense of urgency on that level, right? I hear the rhetoric talking, and then you go back to your mansion and your Benz and your steak dinners in DC. You see what I'm saying? Like in New York, like you like I'm looking at Nancy Pelosi, and Nancy don't look like she's that concerned about Trump.
No,
she's out here hustling a book. And the same thing I'm like, well, Hillary don't look that concerned because she's out here hustling a book right now before the election comes in while it's still hot. I'm like, well, I'm confused.
What they're concerned about is how difficult he will make it to kind of govern the way that they want to govern. Let's just say that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, let's say that.
So they cover it with fascism because fascism is different for different people. Hitler was not the only fascist that ever lived on the planet. I mean, you had Mussolini, you had a whole host of fascist leaders during that time period of World War II. Hitler was not the only one. Let me just end it with that. But there is the ideology part of what they're talking about that has legs is the fact that they use his naivete, I would say, because I think that Donald Trump is used and he doesn't know it. He's being used in a way to push an ideology, I think, out there that's kind of like that's prevalent to kind of give it room to kind of breathe. That's a whole different thought pattern. I'll probably save that till after the election to see how the country wants to be governed. But speaking to your point, I don't think the people believe that he's going to try to shut down democracy. No. Would he make it very difficult? Would he do things that are not following protocol? Would he try to act like he's in charge of things that he doesn't have any control over? Yes. And that makes it hard for them to kind of get things done when you're dealing with a bureaucracy and a time frame, especially those that are coming to the end of their life cycle. Nancy
Yeah.
Pelosi,
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell. We're talking about the old heads because they don't got that much long to be here.
No.
Ingram and all these people that's been stalwarts for 50 plus years in Washington.
It's
They have
crazy.
ideas about what they want to leave behind, their legacy, by the way. And they don't want to have it being in this kind of tug of war for power, dealing with a president that doesn't follow, the simplest of protocols. He just makes it difficult to
Breaks
govern. That's
all
all.
traditions.
Yeah, he makes it difficult to govern. That's really what it comes down to. That's why you see somebody like
Well, guess what, DC?
Cheney and all
Let
them
me let me let me challenge let me challenge that because
to come
I
and
think they're trying to save themselves. I think it's all
come
bullshit. I think it's all bullshit. I think they're trying to save their personal lives and how they want to do it in the control they think that they believe that they have. Honestly, they don't give a fuck about regular people. But anyway, he ran for 4 years, right?
Did I say that they cared about regular people? I didn't say that, did I?
Oh, that wasn't towards you. That was just to the ether. But do you think that he ran? He was the president for 4 years now.
Yeah, he was.
Do you think now
What's up with Kelly
outside?
Rowland? What was up with Kelly Rowland wearing this zoot suit? What the hell? Looking like Dick Tracy. What the hell was that all about? What statement was she trying to do? That was
But
weird.
Beyonce looked amazing. I know that. I don't care about that.
Yeah,
Beyonce was. Oof,
the older she get, the more she look like her mother. That's a weird thing. I almost got them mixed up because I think her mom came out earlier, and it was just a weird thing. Then she came out. I'm just like, golly, that's weird. Literally, the older she get, the more she just transfers into her mama. Like it's.
I'm gonna tell you about Kamala. I don't want to take my plan is trying to take too many shots at her.
By the way,
but I won't lie to you though. When Obama spoke in Atlanta, and then she came behind Obama, I'm like, yeah. And then after I'm talking about star power, by the way, not technical, just star power. Yeah. And when I seen Beyonce, who just said a few words, even her, man, some people just got it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? On the star power level, you could just tell, like, she's just a politician, just a standard politician. Yeah, no, you don't like me saying that, but she's just a politician. But boy, when you got it though, like a Michelle or Beyonce or Brock, when you got it, it just hit different. It motivates people too, bro. It really, truly, it's just different, man.
Well, see, I think she got a different goddess. See, you don't look at it like that. Every time she gets hit down, it's almost like I was telling you, I give it the analogy of
most people aren't great orators anyway.
Well, I'm saying every time she gets hit hard or she falls, she comes back and she does something that is making up for the failure. She don't let her failure lag into the next day or lag into the next cycle to a degree. She keeps it moving, and she keeps trying to improve on whatever she got hit on.
That's true.
The CNN interview wasn't a good interview. It wasn't a good look. Now, I'm not gonna lie. Anderson Cooper was on. He was on one. He came with the
that Vanderbilt blood in him.
Man, his whole family was slave owners. If people think I'm lying, his whole family, both sides. Louis Gates told both sides of your family. Both sides of your family.
The way he talked to Charlemagne,
you are a blue blood. He said you.
The way he talked,
he's like, you're what we call a blue blood. Did you know that? He's like, yeah, I knew that, but never, I'm not that close to that side of the family. I'm like, he's just like your great grandpappy, your other on the maternal side, and on your other side, yeah, y'all own folks. Both sides of y'all.
Yeah, we got a lot of black. We got a lot of black Coopers in America. But anyway, the way he talked to Charlemagne, I always tell folks from the left, I just want you to watch how white people on the left talk to you. Just watch it. Don't even pay close attention, and then watch how they talk to their white counterparts. And I just leave that
respect,
there.
reverence. But Paradox, I would keep going to the same thing.
Unless you a super genius black.
No,
you're a super genius, you get a pass. They give you a little bit of a pass when you're a super genius.
This is what I would continue to say.
When they think you're outsmarting them or smarter than them.
This is what I would continue to say. As long as the obvious right exists in the way that it exists right now, it obfuscates the stuff that you're talking about on the left. People are going to think because they're able to be included in certain kind of conversations or in certain kind of spaces that is moving the needle, when it's really just maintaining you and managing you from afar. But they really don't deal with black people like that. They don't,
Not close
especially
and personal.
the white liberal left. They don't do it. They don't deal with us. It's the truth. It's the fact.
No.
So that's the reason why the country is backwards in its voting as far as the people that should vote a certain way. Technically, the South should be, if you listen to what the policies are, should be very, very blue. And then the capitalists and the people that want to hold on to their money and the richest people here in this country are clearly the ones that stay in the liberal areas, right? Massachusetts, New York, California. I mean,
It's a
the only two
masterpiece.
states, the only two states that can compete with that's below the Mason-Dixon line is what,
Texas.
Florida and Texas.
Yeah.
Those are the only two.
And probably Louisiana, they weren't so dysfunctional at the state level.
They're so dysfunctional.
They would be on
so
that list too.
They're so dysfunctional on the cover.
It's a mighty state, but they're
From local
ass backwards.
to the highest states legislation, they are just a mess because there's so much corruption in bureaucracy in Louisiana,
Yeah.
man. I know I got relatives out. It's just from Shreveport to Bossier to the gambling to the undercuts of the contracts, all of that shit that goes way back there, bro. That shit is deep.
Really, oil refinery, all that stuff. It's just a mess. A lot of money though. A lot of money, man.
Right.
Even our poorest state, which I think is Mississippi, even our poorest state is still richer than most
people
countries.
gotta remember, man.
Think about that shit.
That part of
That's
that
crazy.
southern peninsula, the boot and all that, is very deep into the mafia and connected to Cuba and Haiti and all that type of. It's a lot of history there with those groups. With that side of South Texas and Louisiana, by the way. So of course they have a lot of corruption, bro. A lot of
money though. A lot of money.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of underground money. Money that ain't.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of money, man.
Yeah, for sure.
We're a very, very rich nation. Even our poorest states are richer than most people, bro. It's crazy. But what I want to say was this too. I'm definitely not voting for Kamala, just to put it on the record. So that ain't happening.
Say what again?
I'll just put that on the record so people are not confused by that. I said I'm definitely not voting for Democrats at all. Even also Brooke in Maryland, not doing it, bro. Can't do it. I thought about it. I just did a thought experiment, you know. Tried to steel man it, you know. Oh, makes sense. Okay, look it up. No, it ain't gonna happen.
We're gonna have to have a real discussion about that, man.
Ain't gonna happen.
I'm trying to understand, because to me.
Okay, let me give you this. I'm gonna give you one you can understand. I'm gonna make it easy for you.
All right.
I am not voting for another person, just specifically with her, that is not an actual black person that's from America. I'm just gonna give you that one. I can give you like the real policy stuff, but just on the entertainment side of it, just that alone, I'm not doing it, bro.
We talking about Kamala?
Same with Obama, can't do it, and the same with her, can't do it, bro.
We're talking about Kamala, right? Harris?
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
But what
else? I'm not voting for it.
Brooks got to do with that, then?
I'm just not voting for Democrats in general. I'm just making a point.
I was just say that, Dan. I mean, don't try to use that as some kind of barrier to entry. I mean, Angela, come on, man, don't do that, bro.
No. I think Kamala's great and smart and talented and all those great things. I'm all in on her. I love it.
I'm talking about Angela, though.
I love the things that she talks about with like healthcare and stuff like that. All great, and maybe you win and we'll get those things, and that's great. You brought that in. It's all good. With that said, though, I can't do I'm not voting. I put it this way. If anybody comes up in this country, I don't care what they're offering, left or right. If you are not from my lineage, but you're pretending to be, I'm not voting for you. Just off of GP. Fuck your policies. That's not a Tariq thing, but whatever. You want to put me in that category, but hey, look, I don't listen to this shit. I'm just making a point. I'm just putting it out there. I just can't do it, bro. Just be who you are. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. You don't think so? I mean, Donald Trump saying that he was from Switzerland. Does that count? Even though he's German.
I'm trying to understand where the heat is. I was going to try to let that slide, but I go into a big old rant, man. I start talking about that. That would be an hour. That would be an hour alone, because you can't. You do know. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why it's so hard not to talk about, because to me, it's two immigrants running for president. They're both first generation. They both came out of two people that wasn't born in this country. Is that a fact, Paradox?
That's fact.
No, I mean, is that really a fact?
Big facts.
Not
big facts. Hard facts. Super facts.
Okay. Come on, man. Like, I don't want to hear these.
I just can't do it, though, she's not a black person, bro.
Forget about the black person thing. Because what, you're gonna vote for the white Indian. Eastern European?
Yeah. Gotta do it. Gotta do it, bro. Sorry. Can't do it. Oh, that's not the only reason. I'll just give you the entertainment reason, which is just be yourself and run your politics. I'm gonna give you an easy example about why. When Barack Obama tried to be a black person, it didn't work. So he talked the way he talked, and very, very clever, very smooth. But when Michelle Obama talks, it's very different. So if you go, if you want, you don't have time right now, but I can play her speeches, and when she's talking about her life and her past. Barack can't talk about it, and he did not. Kamala can't talk about it, and she did not. Okay, does that make sense to you? Does that make sense? Of course, we talked so when Michelle is talking, it's real. Period. It's real.
Okay.
It's real.
So
meaning what? Meaning that her lineage felt the whips of this country. Her lineage fought in the wars in this. Her lineage fought in the wars in this country.
That's an emotional argument, Paradox. You know that. So we can keep it there.
There is no way that my people have bled in this country, has developed this country, and then you can come into my country, cosplay me.
Paradox.
Don't be yourself, and then run the gambit, and then I should be fucking proud and happy and shit. Oh, we got a black person. That's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Is Trump?
Period. Point blank.
Is Trump? Hold on. Is Donald Trump a white person?
He's a white man.
So
all day, every day.
If he has access to whiteness, how is it when you forced into the so-called classification of black?
She has access to blackness. She has access to blackness.
But
we're watching it happen right now. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying, talking to you, there's some kind of barrier that this imaginary barrier that's put up.
I ain't white.
Hold on. I'm just trying. See, because this is what I don't like about this argument in particular. I hate it, man. And this is why I do, because in a vacuum, you're right.
Nah, I ain't in no vacuum.
No, I'm saying
my people
in a vacuum. In a vacuum, you're right. As you do your nobody look at it like this. DC. Nobody looks at it like this.
My family has been in this country since the 1700s.
Ah, come on, man.
I don't give a flying fuck about somebody coming to my country and trying to be me. Take on all of my stuff, and it just gets a pass. It adds to more deception. Trump ain't deceiving nobody. They have a system in place and they're running it. There's no deception there, but there's deception here. You be who you are. I'm an immigrant. I came over here. My family came over here. I'm second generation. I'm third generation. My family came through this. I went through this. White folks talk about it all the time. My grandparents came over here. White people talk about it all the time.
They don't talk about him being immigrants as primarily.
No. I said white people talk about it all the time. White people talk about their. That's a lie. White people talk about their immigrations all the time.
No.
They even claim they built America.
They don't weaponize immigration against this man. Hold on. They don't weaponize that he came out of an immigration mama.
But why would they? Why would they? It all lines up. It all lines up.
You're making a point.
No,
but it doesn't.
If Elon Musk said that he was black, if he said he was black and African, that would not make sense. Man.
Nah,
That would not
bro.
make sense.
No,
That would be perverted.
nah,
I'm running on being an African.
nah, man.
That would not make sense.
Nah,
But Trump being
it doesn't,
integrated into
it
whiteness makes
doesn't
perfect
hold.
sense.
It doesn't hold up,
Not in
man.
your
It
brain.
doesn't.
Not in your brain.
It doesn't hold up.
But
bro.
you want to wash her. You want to wash her in the blackness, and
I'm not trying to wash her in no blackness. When did I say that?
I'm not gonna let you do it.
I'm
And
not
I'm not gonna
trying
let the
to.
audience do it. And I'm gonna put that
not
out there in the
trying
ether.
to.
Is that
But you're not gonna act like the person on the other
I've
side
been
that
here
come
for
out of
hundreds
immigrant
and hundreds
mother.
of years.
No,
We have sacrificed.
You're
We
not
have
gonna act like the person
We
on
have
the other
bled.
side
Think
that come
about
out of
that
the
whip,
immigrant
DC.
mother, dude.
Just think
That's all
about
I'm
the
saying
whip.
to you, bro.
Just think about the whip.
And
That's
he's
all I
white,
think about is thinking
but
about
she's
that
not
whip.
black. Come on, man.
Crackers
God,
doing
that
the
doesn't
crack.
make any sense.
Crackers
man.
doing the cracking, DC. You don't get no pass on me bleeding in this nation, and you can just come over here and just think you just can be whatever. I don't care what your mama did to try to make you more palatable into the American culture. All good money. You cool. But you're not gonna sell me on you being something that you not, and I just let that shit slide because it causes more confusion. That's all I'm saying. You're trying to act like it don't cause confusion. That's insanity. That's insanity.
Race is
what are you doing? What are you trying to sell me right now?
Race, I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm saying what the reality, I said in a vacuum. The reason why I said that is because in reality, let me use those words. In reality, what you says sticks, but people don't collectively have a mindset about blackness the same way as you do, or me, by the way. It's just, it doesn't connect that way. People are too connected to race. What you're talking about is more of an experience. See, when people talk about blackness and what they have experienced through their family echoes, because it's basically, I come from this and my experience is very different than you. So my mindset, as far as how I view this, is different than yours. It doesn't mean it has to be adversarial. See, because instead of understanding the term and the class, instead of understanding the term and the classification, we have been able and given a space to use it to attack different groups. You just did it. And then
who am I attacking?
To go and then to just look over, and then to just cover the white immigrant that came out of a white mother from Eastern European lineage.
German.
Come on, man. Right. I'm just saying, like, it's at the end of the day.
So I should give her a pass because in the white society they give white immigrants a pass.
See, that's you included. I'm not talking about who should get passes, this and that other. I'm just saying that if you look at things from a balanced point of view, and if you really want to strip away all the narratives that surround race,
I'm gonna tell you what I mean. I'm gonna give you a better example. Let's forget about her for a second. You know, Godfrey is a comedian.
Yes.
All right. So Godfrey has mostly pretended that he's a Black American from Chicago, right? For the most part, for years, right? As Black people in America has become more conscious of their heritage, he gets hit in the comments. You know, people talk to him and hit him and hit him and hit him. And what I watched him transform back into a Nigerian immigrant from immigrant parents. I watched it happen. I follow him, right? And I watched him have to start watching because if you go back 10 years, he would always say us, because he's taking on our everything, our history, all of what we are, right? Which is fine. It is what it is, right? But he knows that he's playing a game with that because he goes home to Nigerian parents when they were alive, right? And then, you know, he's struggling between when he went to Nigeria and trying to be understanding that culture because he hasn't really been around it. And is he accepted? Do they accept him? He makes arguments even to this day. Why don't Nigerians come to his show? And I mean, I can answer that for him, of course, but why don't they come to his show, etc.? And he's struggling, I think, on something. He's an old man, understanding identity, because Black people have been giving people passes for a very long time. We just keep our mouth shut and just roll with it and just don't worry about it, right? Because it is what it is. But the moment we want to recognize ourselves, people like you want to take that from me, from us. Because you can be Black at the same time. You can do it all at the same time, right?
Crazy, man. That's crazy, Paradise.
I see it. I see a lot as we start saying that, hey guys, You can be black. We don't control that. That's nothing to do with us. It's a label that's get put on by a colonial-based system or historically a colonial-based system that we've been, it's tradition at this point. So nobody's taking anything from it because we don't have the control to do it anyway. But you don't get to just be us. How does that work? How does that? I just want to know how that works. Because remember something, we didn't see the problem that you're having is you think that there is a comparison between whites and blacks. There isn't. There isn't a comparison. Africans who were brought here 500 years ago had a certain pathway of history in this country that has nothing to do with white people from a cultural perspective. Based off how we were treated, based off how we were developed, based on how our history ran, it made us a certain type of way, right? Am I wrong about that? And so the suffering, the plights, the mistreatment, the whip, you just don't get to be us. That's fucking ridiculous. I don't give a fuck what white people do. I don't care who came from what, when, where, and how. Means nothing. Means absolutely nothing to me. I'm talking specifically about people who had to feel that whip generation after generation after generation after generation for 500 fucking years. And you're gonna fucking show up, integrate into our group, which is fine. Like I said, it's fine because we don't control it. But you don't get to be us at the same fucking time. How does that even work?
What do you mean?
How does that work?
Hold on. What do you mean?
You're telling me that we have family members who have been lynched and hung.
I need to understand
been
what
terrorized.
you mean by you're not allowed to be us. You gotta tell me what you mean by
I'm
that.
asking you that. You allowed to be us? You allowed to take on what I am, but don't share the history with me. How does that work? How can you sit on the live stream with me right now and tell me directly that somehow me and this person and her mama got something in common? Me and Barack and his mama got something in common.
I did not say that.
How does that work?
That's not what I said.
That's why when Michelle
that's not what I said,
and she talks about her lifestyle, he don't relate to that.
No,
in her
that's not what I said, bro. That is not what I said. And
what?
For Godfrey,
what are we talking about right now?
I'm saying for Godfrey to go ahead and do whatever he does as far as his mindset, as far as how he view blackness from his lens, is not going to be the same because he comes from different lineage. He has a different pathway to the classification. Let me but that doesn't. You just said we don't control the classification. Either we do or we don't.
We don't. I didn't say we did. I conceded that initially.
You're mad.
We don't control blackness. I'm not mad. Not mad. Nope. Not mad. Not mad. Nope.
So you're concerned.
Not mad. I'm giving you facts, and I'm telling you why I'm not fucking with her.
You are concerned with the mindset of those that go in and out of this. Is that what you're saying?
Am I concerned about? No, I'm just not supporting this person for the reason I told you. I'm just giving you a little bit more insight of my thinking.
Yeah,
but I'm also going to line up and say I don't control it. I don't control black.
I don't.
But guess what?
Understand.
I don't have to support you.
I don't understand that.
Okay,
I don't understand that in the sense of if that's your reasoning.
Forget race.
Then it should be the exact same thing.
I said that's my entertaining. That's my entertaining reason.
Oh, okay.
Policy. I'm a Republican. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't give a shit anyway. Actually, I mean, I'm voting for Republicans. It doesn't matter. I'm just making a point that if I did it based off of race first, let me just say, you know what? I'm gonna bite the bullet down. Trump is this, and I'm just gonna deal with it because she's a black woman, and we share things in common. Sure, Michelle Obama, Democrat. I'm voting for her. I told you that. Boom. Ain't nothing. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about no. I'm not even gonna listen to it.
You just said you was Republican.
Hit the checkbox. Now, I'm just giving you an example. If I do race first, then I could easily check the Democratic box for Michelle Obama because of our history that we share. And I may take the L on that. Maybe. I ain't voting for Alsabrook, and she black, so I'm just making a point. But maybe.
I wanted to ask you about that.
But my point is that if I chose to do race first, say, you know what, this would be great for our history, our culture. This will help, quote unquote, evolve America and yada yada yada, blah blah blah, all that other bullshit that they spit on the left. Then I would say, you know what, Michelle, you know what, I take the L. I take it at least one time, maybe not the second time, but at least one time. But you got a person that is really not properly showing who she is. I feel terrible for the Indians in America who was like, damn, we just gonna act like we don't even exist as they run her through the system. That causes who knows what kind of confusion that causes, by the way. I mean, like you said, Barack being from Kenya, they just sucked it up and just loved him. And I believe the Indians will, on some level, they are very racist crazy ass rapist society, they will just suck it up and say, you know what, she did what she had to do to become what she became. And we'll just maybe hopefully in the future a pure blood will be able to get in there. You know, who knows, right? It's a game that we're all playing here. And so my thing is that if she would just be herself and not try to wrap herself in a way or orient herself in a way, I just think it's weird, to be totally honest with you. I just think it's weird.
What have she?
I just think it's weird.
Done? Paradox. We talked about this already. What has she done when she's not trying to be herself?
I know. I'm talking about it again. It's time. It's time to vote. So these things need to be brought back up.
I know, but it's good that you're stress testing it. But let's stress test it to the max. What is she doing that's really leaning into the so-called blackness quotient? Is she using that as a backdrop for her candidacy? Like, really? I just want to know what she has done in particular that make you feel that way. Forget the racial component, by the way. What is she doing? What is she doing that's leaning into that, that's making it an issue for you in particular?
Star, bro.
Not the pundits, because I know who you're angry with. The people that you're angry with is the people that I'm angry with, by the way. which is like I said, that's not her fault, and you know that these people don't like her for a particular reason. That's what's so madness about what you're doing. These people don't fuck with her either.
I know. Hey man, it's just one man's opinion, bro. You know,
no, you just know, but hey. you say stuff and you do this on purpose, bro. Like me and you know, you don't. I'm not going to get into it, but you understand. No, you understand what she is and what's going on here, bro. And she has walked a delicate line. I think she You don't think that she understands exactly what you just said? That's why she absorbs this. She absorbs this.
She really truly understands it for sure. She's not confused.
But I'm saying, but she absorbs this. She understands.
No, I don't like. Let me redo it. Let me say it this way then. Okay, I don't like white. I don't like white folks.
Hold on. Let me ask you a very particular question. Do you think that she understands it in a more visceral way than Obama does?
Yeah.
Okay. You need to say that. You need to say that. I'm gonna repeat the question.
Fuck Obama.
See,
what are you talking about?
Come on, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like I said, like this.
I'm joking, man. That's my guy. No worries. Joking.
We on air, bro.
We can take it.
We on air, bro.
Well, snip it, clip it, and let it trend. I'm all good. God, I'm comfortable. He ain't did me no favors. I mean, you don't want to talk about Barack. I know you don't. I know we don't want to go down that road. Because again, we're talking about imagery here, or we talking about getting to the business.
All right, so we
can open it up because
Kamala
won't be any different here. You're gonna get the.
Can I get 5
I didn't
minutes?
Hit play on this video. Well, go ahead.
No, you have forced my hand to
turn it up. Turn it up.
Just give me 5 minutes.
Turn it up.
Black people have to decide. For those that are forced in, this and that other, we really have to decide on how we want to be adversarial in this country. Politics has been chosen as the vehicle to do certain things. There are certain positives and there are certain negatives. But people have to come to the conclusion and look at America for what it truly is. This polarizes it because this runs into the argument where people say it's the two sides of the same bird. This is, I don't want to vote because this is not going to make a difference. This is not going to change anything. And I think that the hesitation or the bent to try to obfuscate from participating into the process, but still complaining about it, is used to still weaponize against you off the same kind of policies that are going to be used against you indirectly, by the way. That's the reason why I think if you participate and then you basically become more active into the process. It's better that way, even though you're not going to get everything that you want. People that vote, or people that I would call a practical voter, whatever side they are on, you have to have an understanding that you're not going to get everything that you want. Not in this country. That's not the way it works. We're too polarized when it comes down to certain things. But the things that you stand on, or the things that you want to be important to you, that should be where you gravitate towards. And if you can feel good about whatever decision that you make, then just like how you said, you should just be able to stand on it. Hard stop. It's not, to me, it's not an either or thing. You can still have the same reservations, but to be realistic about what your reservations is in a particular country. If you're going to be a revolutionary and have revolutionary talk, this is not to anybody in particular, then have that. But you can't be a revolutionary and be in an Ivy League and then talk about the process when you're talking about other people that are participating on the same kind of level that you're participating in. That doesn't make sense. When y'all going to be at the same dinners, you're going to be at the same galas, you're going to be at the same fundraisers, you're going to deal with the same white people, you're going to shake hands with these people. You know who you're dealing with. So to come off like you're doing some kind of adversarial type of deal for the people that are really pushed to the margins, the people that are really suffering, the poorest of Black folk, and that include immigrants, by the way, they're so-called classified as Black, the ones that are like in Ohio. These are people that don't make that much money, by the way. When they gone at the shared experience and they have kids that basically that are like Godfrey, by the way, or even better yet, the one that's from here, that's from Moco County, Wale, acting like he a city dude. I mean, it's all kinds of covering when it comes down to this. You know this. You know that African dudes, you be like, man, when your parents speak like this, like you figure it out, and you're like, come on, man, like what is all this? And you notice that they are pretty much the most people that exaggerate the most, right? And I think what ends up happening is that Blackness, cultural in and out, has been used as a scapegoat for negative behavior, bro. So anything that we do comedy wise, entertainment wise, political wise, we are used as the backdrop of whatever the negative side of the result is. That's why I don't feed into the narrative of trying to blame Black men for whatever the results are going to be in the election. That's bullshit. If you're talking to upwards of 75%, right? 75% and up voting for someone, that's a win. Nobody in any other electorate, nobody is even close to that. Not Hispanics, not Asians, anybody that's voting at that kind of clip, especially men, for a woman, by the way. So even if you try to paint us as misogynistic, whatever the case, and yes, some of it is that, some of it is low information, some of it is misinformation, some of it is all of these different things, but Black men should be allowed to have their full experience and have that as a full person in this particular country. But that is something that's different. When I talk about race, let me explain what I mean by race in particular. I'm talking about treatment and lived experience. Sometimes your racial story begins with the person that's born into it, like a Barack Obama. And then sometimes it's an in and out experience when you're dealing with somebody that has a complicated history, like a Kamala Harris that is from the island of Jamaica, which she's not really, I don't think, that close to that side of the family. But what I would implore Black people to do is to just open their eyes to being more educated to what the Black diaspora is and how it affected, especially the Caribbean islands. You know what I mean? You know my background. You know, when you look at my daughter, what do you see? Paradox. When you look at your niece, what do you see?
A little Black girl.
But three of her grandparents were not born in this country, though, right?
Yep.
So so that's what I'm trying to say to you, bro. Like it's not hijacking the experience. That falls on us to be like, nah, Godfrey, you doing a little bit too much, bro. It's checking it from that side of it. But when these people get popular, right, and they get around these people, other white people, by the way, these other white people isolate them out. They feed them, they give them money, the stuff like that, and they put him in a different world. So now he becomes the representation of so-called blackness, where that's not really what he's. I don't even know how to even, because I hear him speak and I hear him talk about it, and he kind of goes in and out. He doesn't hide that he has African parents. It's not like he's sitting up there saying, I don't have African parents, or I'm, my people from the South or whatever. He's not lying about it. But the fact that he's put in this kind of position of representing blackness as a whole, sometimes, well, this is what black people do. We naturally fall into that, and it's like something that maybe someone that has lineage on both sides could be able to represent a little bit more. But most of those people are not in those positions. There's always this in and out thing when it comes down to blackness. You know that, bro.
Now your time is up.
To say.
Time up, bro.
That's all I'm trying to say, man.
You've been blowing for 5 good minutes.
I think you got me cut off. I don't know for time. I don't know if I got cut off, man. You cut me off, bro. But it's all good. Let's get into the video, man.
Now, I will say this now. I want this on the record for Queen. She's still a baby. Now, look, Queen, let's put this out. Now, you run for office. I'm going to have to ask them questions. I love you. But, you thought I for president. I'm like, look here now.
Girl, bro. Don't even like, don't act like that, dog.
I'm still going to tease her, though.
You be the main one campaigning, bro. You be the main one. Don't even try, bro.
All day.
You be...
But I'm
be the first one to fight somebody if somebody talk crazy about it.
Hell yeah. All day. I would say this though. For Godfrey is a good muse for me because I've been watching it. It's very fascinating. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it's tricky. And this happens in other worlds as well, not just in the black space. It makes sense for him to adopt black culture. Should he adopt black culture? I don't know. So you get white boys that try to pretend to be black until it's not worth it to them anymore, as an example, right? Or they will put their energy around blacks to adopt some of our energy, and then they will move on, right, and build a company or do whatever they would do, right? But they would take something from us, right? Just as an example, we don't have control over it. I'm not saying that, but just observation, right? I watched Godfrey move in and out as it makes financial sense to him. Now, is there a stress test or a loyalty test? There isn't. So obviously, I'm not going down that lane, right? It's just an observation. It's fascinating to watch it operate because he will quickly say he's from Nigerian parents to make him to really assume that it means that he's smart. I'm not ghetto. I'm not hood. Now I've heard him say that before. Now I know black people in the black world make comments about the hood and ghetto. I get that, obviously, culturally, economically speaking, education speaking, people might joke around, but it's family. I think it's fascinating that he's able to play that, knowing he knows how immigrants really think about things because of their background, how they got here, how they got selected, et cetera, and how they think about things. Because we didn't bring them over here, obviously, right? So I watched him move around. I always find it funny when he talks about speaking proper and yada 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 and this and that. And it's just interesting. That's all I'm saying. It's just interesting. Not saying it's good or bad because he doesn't have kids, so his lineage is gonna be over with when he passes on. But if he had children, obviously a few generations down the road, it won't matter at that point, of course, right? Hopefully. But it's just interesting that the plight in this country that we have to carry. I'm not 100% sure that immigrants and foreigners and mixed people and colored people, et cetera, really can carry it. But because we give people a lot of passes, they adopt it. Like, but don't really understand the pain of it. So I take it extremely serious. I don't have anything to do with white people and what they do and how they see things and how they think. I'm talking about black people in this country who come from sharecroppers, come from slaves, come from freed black people, come from people who fought for things, come from people who have done all type of great things, like Dr. Welsing, right? Doctors and all type of black people coming through this country. I just think I'm uncomfortable with it. And it's just me saying, I'm just one person. I just don't sleep well. I don't sleep well at night on it. Is that you can just be here and it's just cool. And a lot of us roll with it, not saying anything heavy. A lot of us roll with it. I just think we should be more uncomfortable about it. If we understand some of our history, not much of our history, just if we really feel what we have to deal with, and just to sort of say, whatever, white folks, look at the white people. They immigrate. I say, look at their history. That's a totally different. It's a whole different play when it comes to us. And it's almost like, do you know what we went through? Do you really understand what we went through to be where we are now? And for someone just can be here and just say they're us, you don't think that doesn't make you uncomfortable? Okay, I mean, it's cool, DC. I get where you're coming from.
No.
If you're comfortable with it, I get it.
No.
Strange. I think it's strange.
No. See, we was in the pocket, and then you always go right over the. No, that I told you the problem with it. But
I've conceded those things, but that doesn't change how I feel and what
I'm not
I
going
think.
to have angst. I'm not going to have angst against the person that is basically already adopting something that's already there for them to adopt, and I don't have any control over it.
If Kamala tomorrow came out and said this is who I am and this is what I am, I will feel good about it. That's all I'm saying. Just do that, right? You don't think she's practicing deception? You don't think she's practicing deception? You don't. You're telling me right now that Barack Obama and Kamala Harris, those white fucking liberals on the left, didn't wrap blackness on them and use them for their own egos and for their own successes, for their own personal, individual, what do you call it when you striving or whatever you want to call it? You don't think that's what they're doing?
I think
Barack you think that you're voting for a black person when you voted for Barack? Is that what you think you're doing?
Barack practiced
you're not voting
way
for
more than Kamala did, bro.
You say what now?
I think Barack practiced deception way more than Kamala did. I don't think Kamala wants to talk about it. I don't think she wants to talk about it at all.
Yeah, but what Barack did not do is when Michelle spoke for him. But we can go look at his speeches right now. She talked about her history. He made sure he did not do that. He did not relate to that. He stayed where he was at.
Of course.
That's all I'm saying.
But he still talks in this brother type of tone.
And I'm uncomfortable with it to this day. It still ain't funny to me to this day. I don't like it to this day. That's just me though. I don't have no power. That's just how I feel.
No.
I get to feel the way I want to feel.
I'm saying
I get to believe what I want to believe. I'm a free person.
There's a significant difference on the pathway.
I'm not gonna let black people tell me how to think and how to feel.
Has,
period.
And that Barack has. Barack has even went so far as to basically make comments about black men.
It's gross.
And how we orient ourselves here, especially with ADOS people.
DC, it's what I'm talking about.
But that's
what
like
I'm Godfrey saying. Getting
Kamala
up,
hasn't done that
folks,
though.
Look, I watched
Kamala
hasn't
hasn't done
podcast,
that, but she eats all the sins for Barack because that's what she's doing. She's eating his sins.
What I'm saying is this.
I'm right on that, bro. You know I'm right on that.
I'll let you have it. I've watched Godfrey say things in a way that it's like, wow, you really don't know us like that. Does that make sense? Like yes. he's making comments, and I'm like, well, if you was around us, but you wasn't around us in Chicago, you was around immigrants, and you keep moving back and forth, but you grew up around immigrants in Chicago when he moved to Chicago from Nebraska. So he keeps telling. I said, does anyone hear that he wasn't around us like that growing up? Right. Now, and so the way it's just, I'll put it this way, DC. It's fascinating to say the least. And he's one individual person. He likes to be around lots of different types of people. That's how he grew up, right? So he's not even around his own people like that. So that's his own personal thing. But I just think it's fascinating that watching people move in and out of our environment like Barack Obama does, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you something. As great as oratory as he is, and as smart as he is, there is no way that if he was one of us, he would be rolling the way he's rolling right now.
You can't.
Not possible.
You can't
live with yourself.
fake,
Your ancestors
you
won't
can't
let you.
fake, no,
He
listen
don't
what I'm
feel
saying.
the
You
ancestors
can't fake.
in him.
I
DC.
know,
There
but
is
you
not
can't. You
there.
can't fake. But you can't fake the childhood appreciation for those that came before you, that you are connected to by blood, that was mistreated before you were, and how it
I
scarred
can
them.
DC. We cannot pull on
This
him.
is.
Do you understand what I'm saying,
This
DC?
is.
And no
I
white
got
folks
you.
know that shit.
But
I can't.
but
Obama,
I want.
you need
I
to
want to
feel
say
me.
this
He
to you.
can't. He's not
I want.
us.
I want to say this to you. The reason why I think Kamala understands the part that you're talking about is because with her Indian mother, knowing that her Indian mother didn't have full access to really raise her like the way that she was going to be
Right.
raised,
Right.
knowing that how they was going to be viewed in this country,
Well, the
putting
mother
her
made a
around,
smart decision,
putting her
of course.
around a black community, and not just around, where she was pretty much at that other lady's house
Yeah.
all the time. She was
For sure.
always there with an
For sure.
Adolf's family from
For sure.
childhood. Her best friend, basically like almost like a default sister.
Yeah,
So
for
she
sure.
was raised with them. They were always
Yes.
together. So they came up together. So she had an organic kind of experience, even though she wasn't related by blood with these people. She has a familiar from childhood
It's like a white person being
experience
raised
with
around
black people
They-
that she
we
was
connect.
close to.
I
That's
got
what I'm
you.
saying, bro.
I got you.
So that is a significant difference than say like a Godfrey that was insulated with his parents and
Very
not being
interesting.
around. You know what I'm
Very
saying? Or
interesting.
Barack Obama being around white grandparents, even though he's basically
Very
being forced into blackness by classification means. She has a different experience. Her experience
she was
is
raised around black
navigating.
people.
Her experience is
That's the
navigating.
difference.
Hence the reason why she went to Howard, by the way. That's a whole
Yes.
nother thing. But think about the school she chose. She didn't have to choose Howard to go to. She didn't.
Yeah, but white folks go to Howard too, though. So I mean, hey, whatever.
You know what I mean. See, you know what I mean, bro.
I can't help
Don't.
myself.
You gotta.
Turn
I get.
I want you to turn up.
No,
Let's go.
I'm not gonna do it because, like I said, it's. I can't take away the experience for those that have experienced it here. Blackness here is where it began, so I can't.
I'm not
I
arguing
cannot take
her
away.
being black.
I
What I'm
cannot
arguing
take
is
away
this.
that experience. No.
How
I'm
much
saying
should a black? How much
the
should a
black
black?
culture
Let me ask you this.
paradox.
How
The
much
black
should
culture.
I? How much should I
Would you
absorb?
admit?
How
Would
much
you
should I?
admit
How
that
much
the
should I
black?
be able to take?
But wouldn't you
Should I
admit
have
the
to
black
accept it? What
culture
you're telling me?
paradox? Would you admit that the black culture as a whole began here in the United States on
Yes.
this soil and extrapolated out?
Yes.
So
Yes.
that being the fact, what I'm saying is that you cannot default from what the original is, right?
I'm
Which is
not
a
taking
mixed
nothing from her,
mixed
man.
people of lineage that are primarily majority either by phenotype or by cultural experience, black people in this country, which has a very unique experience. So if you get somebody that is born of that, even if it's like a biracial,
Why can't I be
biracial
unique?
that is raised primarily on their black side is going to have a whole different type of perspective than a Barack Obama, where it has
me
an
ask you this
African
then.
father and not
ask you this
connected
question.
to the Adolf's lineage here. They're going to be two totally different people. You know
Let me
that.
ask you this question: Do you think Americans that are Indians from India? Do you think they believe? Do you believe that they believe in race from their position?
Now or then?
Right now, like Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, pick a list of Indian successful people, rich people, regular people. Do
They don't
you think
understand.
that
They don't
Indians
understand race. I think they have they're from a caste system, so they're understanding. He has more of a class view of people. Victor Ramaswamy. That's why he think he's equivalent to white people, but you're not. He thinks he is though, by his achievements and by what he has done. That's
Right.
why
So
he's a curious case.
Indians and Asians.
I just don't think they understand race.
Indians and Asians, or I guess India is Southeast Asia, but Indians and Asians come to our country, right? And are they racialized?
Yes.
How? Tell me how Vivek is racialized. Break it down.
Vivek is racialized because
Give me his color. Give me his force classification, his color code that he accepts.
That he accepts?
Oh, you funny.
Hold on. That he accepts?
That's
or
funny.
that is on him.
No. Give me the forced, and then give me what he accepts.
Yeah, he's forced into the non-white category, non-white,
Okay.
non-black category.
Okay.
He's clearly not white.
I don't know what that means, but that's a little bit of deception. Okay, go ahead.
No.
He's non-white. He's
Well,
forced
we
in.
just talked.
And what does he? What does he think
we
he
just
is?
talked about it. We just talked about it. He doesn't have the same experience as the people that he's talking to in Nebraska, or Colorado, or
That's
any
not
other
what he.
places.
That's not what he thinks. That's what you're saying.
No, I know. Hold on. If we're talking about
So
what
what
he
is? So
thinks,
what
he
does he
don't
think?
understand race. If
Okay,
we're talking
that's all
about
I
what he
need.
thinks,
That's
he doesn't
all I
understand
want.
race.
That's all I need to hear.
I just said that.
Okay.
He don't
I just wanted to make
understand
sure.
that.
Want to make
That's
sure
why
the
he's a
record got
curious
it.
case.
Want to make sure it's recorded. That's all. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what he is and what he's used for.
Let me ask you this question: if Kamala, being Indian, would win her this election, would she be?
No,
Get the
she
fuck
just
out
wasn't
of here.
raised that way. No, I don't think so. I don't think she has the pathway. I
Don't
think
let me
she's
go to the.
comfortable.
Don't let
I
me
don't
go
think
to the
they're comfortable.
evidence. You
No.
want to speak?
You can.
You know what?
You can
Let
show.
me play this
You can
video.
show.
You know
You
what?
can
Let me
show
play-
as many
Hold on.
pictures
Hold
of
on. I ain't
her
showing no picture. No,
as
no,
you
I ain't showing
want
no picture.
to in her dress and her
I'm
garb,
gonna show you something live.
even
No,
show
I'm gonna
her,
give you. I'm
or
gonna
even
give you a
show
live
her,
feed.
or even show her with the lady that does the that does the TV show and they're cooking and all that type of stuff. It still doesn't feel like an Indian woman. You know that. But get out of here, dog. Get out of here.
Let me pride
Get
up,
out of here,
baby.
bro.
I mean,
Get out of here, bro.
let's.
Get out of here, dog. You already I'm not gonna lie. You can't get that one off. Nah, bro.
It's just a question. I'm not trying to be
In fact, let's see how uncomfortable she is. Go ahead and play it, and then play her when she's with Charlamagne, and then with all the rest of the black people and then we just do the contrast. If you want to do it, if you really want to go there, show her how she is, and knowing that black people don't trust her, knowing that black people don't like her, knowing this though,
Black
Paradox.
people love her, bro.
No.
80 million votes.
No.
What are you talking about? Stop saying that.
Maybe
They
dislike
love
is
her.
the wrong word. They have concerns
Did
about
you see her crowd last night?
Concerns. Do we have concerns about her? Yes or no? Yes or no, Paradox?
I don't know what you're asking. Let me help. Let me see. Can I help myself out?
What is a
Are
concern?
you talking about culturally concerned?
Yes,
Politically
culturally
concerned? Like
concerned.
what particularly are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking. Hold on. You want to show me when she's there cooking with some Indian woman, this not the woman that's basically integrated in our culture, have been around black people, don't know about black people all that much, don't understand race the way that Kamala understands race. You're gonna try to equate that to the same as her having an experience with.
I'm just trying to win my argument. That's all. I'm doing.
Well, no, you ain't gonna win it on that one, bro. You gotta try something else, bro.
I'm just trying to win my argument.
The best pathway to the argument win, and that's what I'm saying. I already concede that is the lineage piece, which is based off the treatment that we have experienced here in this country for over 500 years.
And you're okay with people. You're okay with people adopting our culture.
Some of it goes before that. Well, the adoption of the culture is to get.
You can be black, but you don't got to be us.
We just don't have. We just haven't taken.
You can be black and you don't got to be us.
We haven't taken enough ownership on actually trying to inform them. We haven't taken enough ownership on trying to inform them, and then you get mad when white people basically adopt them and they use them as cover for us.
Yeah, Kamala and Obama.
But it's not just him. We talked about Godfrey. We talked about Godfrey. Michael Black. Somebody named Michael Blackston. When we know that ain't his fucking name. Michael Blackston. That is fucking making fun of black people.
Yeah, I know exactly.
That is making fun of black people.
I know.
You know, you're not Superman. You don't have to go here and be like motherfucker and all this type of stuff when you basically raised in Philly primarily. Do you know that?
And I know
he grew up with Kevin Hart and all these niggas.
Right.
I'm talking about Michael Blackston, by the way.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
People think
it's like, very deceptive.
He is
very deceptive.
Where he should be more like, what's all this? What are you doing, dog? Like, what's up, man? Like, like, dog, you. See, it could go the other way. So you rather somebody play in your face like that, or rather you be like Godfrey, where I can have a conversation with you and we can talk about
Godfrey's conscious.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's what I'm saying.
I'd rather you be like Godfrey. I could talk to you. We can go in and out, and he will have an understanding about it. He'd be like, "Yeah, you're right about this." Instead of playing in my face, playing this black African game like you don't understand black people when you've been around black people your whole life, and you want to do this in and out type of stuff. He's like, "Motherfucker," like it's making fun of black people in reverse. It's a shame actually that he does that.
Right
now, that makes me feel uncomfortable when I see him do that.
Again, I'm going to concede something. I will concede that as you integrate into a racially based society, the way America is structured,
right?
That's what it looks like
That's the
Period.
power dynamic.
I accept
Exactly.
it. Accept it. I accept
Exactly.
it. I'm not fighting you on that. I'm not
Think
fighting you on
about it.
that.
Joy Reid sits there and talk about what? Black people. And she from 2 immigrant people. Same
Crazy.
shit.
Crazy.
Now, I could be mad at Joy Reid, but clearly when you look at her on the screen, what do I see?
A black person. The question is this though: remember something? We're not this, but I think this is where it gets complicated. Let me say this: we're not. Hold on. I know you cooking. I know you cooking. Let me cool you off a little bit. I know you cooking. I got you. I like what you like. This is what I like. This is DC I like. Look, so let's do it this way. Coming out of slavery, right, and staying in the same place that enslaved you is a very complicated and tough thing, and it's nothing to play with. That's just my opinion about it. Nothing to play with.
I'm gonna give you.
So hold on. Let me put that to the side. Now, coming to this country or any country as an immigrant and have an immigrant lineage, I think is very different than a very specific thing that we've had to deal with in this particular country very recently. Maybe 1,000 years from now, whatever, right? But right now, we should take it a little bit more seriously than unfortunately because we're not being taught correctly. Of course, that's why most likely, obviously, for the most reason. But anyway,
I'm gonna get you.
You come in here.
Is Joy Reid, Abby Phillip, because Abby Phillip is part of that too, and she a smoke show, by the way. She's a fucking smoke show. Yeah.
For sure. Love her.
I shouldn't be saying that, but yo, she really is. She really is.
Crazy.
It may get me in trouble, but she is.
Crazy.
She is.
Crazy. Yeah. Love
Trinidadian.
Her. Crazy.
Trinidadian.
Yeah.
Now,
Taxi.
That's facts. Yeah. From the DMV. We know her from the DMV.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Am I lying about anything?
No.
I'm not gonna even talk about a high school, but we there's no need to get into that.
Right. Well, I think you're still. I don't want you to get off where I'm trying to hold you. I'm trying to hold you somewhere.
I want to close this off because this is what irritates me. By the way, we didn't like Melissa Harris Perry, right? Which is closer to us in blackness to what you're talking about lineage wise, because she comes from a history of Perrys that are well known in North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee. Her family go way black in the African American struggle, by the way, civil rights struggle, right or wrong.
Right.
Am I right or am I wrong on that?
You're right.
This is a person that is what? Fairly light skinned. So when we see her on the screen, it's going to give us a different. Now I'm just hold on, Paradise. Let me really saute this out.
I know you're a real black American when you got some lightness in you. That makes you real black.
I'm saying the confusion here. You get too dark.
You too dark. I got a question.
Hold on.
You may not be from here.
Hold on. You get two darkly melanated sisters talking about blackness all the time on the screen.
Yeah, but I don't want you causing no confusion. That sounds like you about to do some deception.
I'm not. No. You did this. I didn't do that. You don't want to. You did that.
I'm trying to play a video. You still talking?
You wanted to go in and out of this and this and that. I'm not going to vote for now. But I'm saying
I just wanted to get it on the record so nobody's confused as we get closer to the day. I need people to be. I need to be crystal clear.
All right, man.
No, go ahead and finish cooking. though. You in the right.
I'm just gonna say Melissa Harris Perry is more connected to us than she is to them. Than we are to them.
Right.
I'll just leave it at that. Even with the white parent, there's no confusion. Right. When we look at her, there's no confusion what we see.
No confusion.
Okay. All right.
But you know how this thing operates. And I'm just trying to make a point that I know it's complicated. I know it's difficult because we have a lot of things happening, a lot of moving parts. I'm just saying that I'm just not comfortable with it. That's just me. This is my personal, paradoxical opinion. I'm just not comfortable with it because of how it's played on us. That's all I'm trying to say. And I know that white folks are masters at deception. And I wonder to myself sometime, if we elected or ran a politician in today's time, right now, in the social media era, that had a sharecropping lineage, had a slave lineage in this country, right now, today, I just wonder how that would move people, because it'll be less inclusive, right? See, Barack and Kamala makes things more inclusive. So you can have a shade of skin color We will label you as black or brown or whatever, and it's failed because it's a broad stroke, right? Michelle Obama runs for office. It's not a broad stroke. It's a very narrow stroke. It's going to
Yes.
put white folks. It's going to put white folks to attention, left and right, and you
Yes.
can't play with her. Period.
Right.
Point fucking blank.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying. Chicago, Mississippi, or whatever. I mean, you can't play with that. So when a white boy want to get on TV talking about, we struggling and we don't get nothing and we don't have it, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. But you can play that on Kamala because why? She comes from immigrants. You can play that on Obama because he comes from immigrants. And you see what I'm saying? Like, you can play on certain things, and you really can't truly pressure that society the way a Michelle Obama, who's well informed, not just any black person, of course, but someone who's well informed, who's steeped in their history, who understands where they come from, and can articulate it. You can get a buffoon that's black, obviously, it doesn't matter at that point, right? Plug and play at that point. But you get someone like her that can hold white America, regardless of who your family is and how you a white person that you want to be liberal and you want to come save black folks and come save them in Africa and save them in Haiti. Like, all the motherfuckers stand to attention at that point, because nobody want to. I don't want to hear it because she don't want to hear that shit. It don't mean nothing to her, right?
Paradox, can you share my screen, please? I just want you to share my screen because I keep seeing it in the chat, and
But
I
digress.
just
We can move on now. We can get on to the.
no. I want people to just, because I keep seeing this, and
Let the
this
chat
keeps.
do the chat thing. Well, that's cool. Go ahead.
No. I just, I haven't looked at it really, but I keep seeing this, and I think that you have to make a decision on what you think blackness is, and especially when you think about Jamaican lineage. We already know that Jamaican lineage is very, very mixed, just like it is here. Very, very mixed.
Do you have to do you? I mean, Jamaicans consider themselves their own group, their own ethnic group, their own nationality, their own everything.
Yeah,
I was laughing at these guys in England, right? Because it was a bunch of brothers who have African and Caribbean lineage. They was all joking around about it, and the guy was like, "Well, didn't Jamaica get colonized? It's only been Jamaica for like 200 years, but they talk about it as if it's been a country that's been there forever."
right.
They just kind of, and even Latinos, when they get their DNA test done, they're like, "Oh, how am I 85% European?" That's so. It's a lot. It's a lot going on with colonization, man. It's a lot. It's a lot with this. When you really get
you're a whole white person. You thought you were non-white.
A whole white person. Think about that. 85% Italian.
Yeah, and you got about
Spain.
as much Native. You got as much Native American blood in you as some black folks around here. Like Snoop got running around here with 20% of Native American blood up in him.
My point is that I'm not just joking around. Obviously, I'm just saying, like, I know it's complicated. It's layers. It's centuries and centuries of things that has happened, on a global level. So it's not easy. But just to roll with stuff, I just think that's just odd. Roll with it and you have information. That doesn't make any sense.
So let me say this, and I want to end this with this. This is Kamala's father. Okay. Now I know a lot of people have said that this man is Irish. He ain't black. this a lot of stuff.
That's hilarious.
I really need black people to they need to be able to accept facts as they are. Not unless this man is not her father, not her, even though he looks more like her than they look alike, especially as she gets older. The older she looks, the more she looks like this man.
looks like Pops.
Exactly. And if you look at her sister, there should not be no confusion here. Nobody ever talks about her sister, by the way. They talk about, nobody wants to pull her up, and those beautiful babies those beautiful grandbabies that she has. Nobody wants to do that. You just want to talk about Kamala in a vacuum. When she has a full dark-skinned ass sister that you can look at for yourself. But you don't want to do that though. You want to kind of connect them to so-called whiteness because you're looking at a sister by off skin tone alone. You're not going to sit there and look at and say, "Oh well, I see."
Let me before you play this. Let me ask you a question. If a black guy runs for office and he was raised by white people in a white area, do you think that black folks would take him? Or will we be having the same exact conversation in a different way?
I would give you Exhibit A, Bill Clinton.
So I mean, it's complicated.
It is
So
complicated.
I can't argue. I'm not gonna argue that point. That's why I keep saying it's complicated.
It is complicated.
First black president is.
It is
Lord have
it
mercy.
is complicated. You remember when he was on Arsenio Hall show? We can show the clip.
Not even that. Just that black folks were saying that he's the first black president.
I know.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
What was the what was the name? Donna Brazil. That's that's a whole nother. I'm not gonna do her like that. I'm not gonna talk. That's one thing. For me going into that, I'm gonna stop.
She done been. She done been around.
She don't hide it either, by the way.
Nope. I don't hide it.
There's Indians who look black. So I'm gonna ask again: does this man with the kind of hairstyle that he has, does this man looks like a so-called black Indian person to you? Does he have straight hair? Does this man give you the same kind of energy as a Rami Vamasami? Is his hair straight, Paradox? This man hair straight?
He a black dude.
Got an afro, don't he?
Yeah.
I don't see no Indian dudes that look like this. What are you talking about?
Not even the blackest ones.
Yeah,
not even the darkest ones.
Yeah, not no Indian with the West Indian, not without no West African lineage to them. And I mean significant. Look how coarse this hair is. This man needs a full S curl. This man's hair is more coarse than mine. And I'm upwards of 90% black. That's facts.
Yeah, you full black, son. You almost so black that you may not be a black person in America. Actually.
And I'm saying this man looks like
you should have at least 30% European in you to be a black.
No, but American. I'm just saying this man looks like my uncle. Straight up.
How did you make it through? Oh man. Yeah, even the darkest.
That's what I'm saying. You know what? I see this person want to troll. I know, but I'm not gonna. I like I said, man. I think that whenever we want to open it up this night out of the weekend, we could be more than happy to open it up and have a real discussion. People are saying that Kamala is not black because her father is not black. But this man that's on the screen right now is a black. I'm talking about you, Paradox. I'm talking about people that are saying that she's not black because her father, this man here, is not so-called a black man. That is false. Is what I'm saying. There's empirical evidence to look at that. By any obfuscation in history, that is not what you're seeing. What you're seeing right here is an economics professor from the island of Jamaica that has mixed lineage and is primarily an African-American man in a forced-in classification that would be considered to be a black person in America.
All day, every day.
Period.
Let me play this right quick. Let me play this.
Fuck out of here, man.
Can you hear it?
No, you gotta let me drop this down. I'm gonna stop sharing.
Oh, you got that up there. My bad.
Yeah, I got it down.
Oh, my bad. Let me play this for you.
And so, were you raised eating South Indian food?
South Indian food, dal, lots of dal.
Yes, dal, lots of dal.
I'm gonna play it again though, one more time, just so people can hear it. Play it one more time.
So, were you raised eating South Indian food?
South Indian food, dal, lots of dal.
Yes, dal, lots of dal.
Just one more time, just so it's crystal clear.
Well, let's play the rest and see what they got to say. Because their reaction to it, right?
Because this is how black folks talk all the time. This is how we communicate.
So, were you raised eating South Indian food?
South Indian food, dal, lots of dal.
Yes, dal, lots of dal.
I am an Indian American, and I have been in this country for 51 years.
I came to college here when I was 18
long?
years old.
My favorite food to eat.
Did she say 51 years?
51 years. What year is that? 1970. No. Is that right? 25?
Early 70s. So that's like 1972. Almost say?
Yeah, something like
72,
that.
73.
That's about right.
Whew.
Especially Indian food is chaat. I can take down a samosa chaat or a dahi puri like nobody's business.
My favorite Indian dish is saag and makki ki roti.
I'm really excited to watch this video of two of my favorite ladies.
Senator Kamala Harris.
Hi, guys.
There they are.
Was that chick black? Black chick.
Mhm.
Look at this
Just keep
chick.
it going. I want you to
Is
play
that
it,
chick-
but
is
then
she
play
hot?
it when she's
Damn, she
around
pretty.
when she's around us.
You know who she remind me of? The joint anyway. But damn,
Yeah,
that's
she's
crazy.
Afro. This woman looks Afro Latino, but you,
Crazy.
but
Or
you,
East African.
we talked about East Indian, which is
Crazy.
basically coming up from the sharp features of people that's from Somalia,
Crazy.
Ethiopia, and Eastern Horn of
We make
Africa.
women that look like her on the left. You know, we make them. That's so funny to me.
Kamala Harris.
Hi, guys.
There they are. Oh my God, how exciting.
Is it respectful to call, like, I should be calling you Senator Harris?
Definitely. The Indian in me will call you Senator Harris.
That's respectful. Those are the Indian values.
Right?
No, you should not. That's not on my birth certificate.
How can you call her by your first name? You can't.
You can't.
You cannot.
Okay.
Call
Kamala?
Yes, please.
When you have somebody that has achieved so much in life, it's very hard to call them by their first name.
So what we're going to cook today
Okay.
is an Indian recipe.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
you are Indian.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I don't
Now I want you to notice language patterns because Nigerians do this too. There's key words if you got to pay very close attention to them highlighting things. You know, higher intelligence, more respectful, more hardworking. Just remember that, by the way.
know that everybody knows that.
It's amazing how many people did not know she was of Indian origin.
I am so proud. You're an Indian Kamala. Yay.
People do say that all the time. They're
They
like, did
do.
you know? And I'm like, yeah.
And so were you raised eating South Indian food?
South Indian food. Dal. Lots of dal.
Yes.
Dal. Lots of dal.
See, lots of dal.
Now I'm just going before I finish this video, I'm just gonna ask this question in the chat.
Mhm.
Now, has anyone heard her mention this in the last 3 months? Just checking that, just checking for the record. Has anyone heard her? No? None of this, right?
That's what I said.
Idli.
Yes, Italy. That's a deep cut. Okay, so what we're cooking today is two things. One of the South Indian staples is dosa,
My favorite.
which is kind of like a sourdough crepe. Okay, so when I told my
Oh
dad,
my God, look at the jars.
Look at all those containers.
but he took them all the Indian spices, and he put them
In
in.
the Taster's Choice jars. And this is exactly what my mother.
Now, black people who are listening to the chat, do y'all relate to this? Does this sounds like a black story to y'all that was being raised around black folks?
would do.
That's exactly how my mom did it. It's a thing in Indian community.
Yeah, I save all the containers too.
So your mom worked, and my mom worked.
She definitely is authentic as far as cutting onions. Look how precisely and tiny her onions are.
Even I can't chop onions like that.
That's pretty incredible.
Senator Harris? That's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Listen, this is controversial. I put peas and cashews in mine.
I mean, I've heard of peas before, not cashews.
Yes, there's more than one way to make dosas.
You know, I mean, it's
Okay,
fine.
all
You could do
right.
it.
Your silence was very damning.
Yeah.
I knew what you
No,
wanted
but you
to
know
do.
what? I want to try it.
I love it that Kabbalah was open to trying cashews and peas. That's what you call an open mind.
I'm in awe that this is happening at all in a real kitchen in front of me.
Look
Look
at
at
No, and by the way, DC, just want to put this out here just to say this. And no Jamaican food, no Jamaican respect, no love to Jamaica at all, by the way. So you keep throwing her dad out there, but ain't like
I
she out
agree.
here making no jerk chicken and going to no Caribbean
Doesn't mean
restaurants and
you're not
embracing
born
her
to
culture.
it though,
That's very
bro.
interesting.
Paradox.
I don't know what it means. It's
Doesn't
interesting
mean you're not-
when you're running
oh,
for
okay,
when you're
so
running
that's not-
when you're being a politician and you're running for office that you go everywhere else. Shit, you do everything else. You put on
Right.
cowboy boots and jeans and
Bro.
go to Ohio. What are we talking
Bro.
about right now? You have many Jamaicans
Bro.
living in New York, they live in Florida, they live in DC. What are we talking about right now?
Paradox, come on.
how
Mindy,
gorgeous that is.
go
You're doing such a great
Mindy.
job.
Oh my God, look at her.
I mean, she's a pro.
That's amazing.
I can't believe I'm watching these two making dosas. That's like surreal for me.
Oh my gosh, that looks so good.
Wow, I am really impressed.
Yay! Delicious. Yum. Okay, now I'm getting hungry.
Nice and fluffy.
Yes, wait.
Look at how gorgeous that is.
I'm going to do the same thing on mine. So, Miss,
And I want to be overly clear on this statement. These women that y'all seeing react to her, they hate black people.
That's a fact.
I'm gonna be cut and dry.
Yeah,
with
that's
it.
no doubt about
They
that.
hate us.
Yeah,
Just
that's
remember
no
that
doubt.
here.
I ain't gonna never defend.
Saladosa.
Masala Yay.
Excuse me.
Amazing.
I love it.
Amazing. I
That's a
love that.
fact.
I am very impressed by both of them.
They bonded over cooking Indian food, which is awesome. That's what you do when you cook together.
Senator Harris, I am very excited and hoping to see you in the White House.
Thank you for representing all of us and for everything that you do. We are so inspired and so incredibly proud, and we know that you'll do the best job out there.
We need to restore hope and build for a better and fairer future for all of us.
And the fact that she embraces all sides of her, as does Mindy, is just so inspiring because we shouldn't have to choose whether we're American or whether we're Indian. We're both. I'm looking.
I'm gonna play that part. Yeah, I want everybody. I'm gonna play that part one more time.
Hope and build for a better and fairer future for all of us.
And the fact that she embraces all sides of her, as does Mindy, is just so inspiring because we shouldn't have to choose whether we're American or whether we're Indian. We're both. I'm looking.
We have to love all. I love that she loves all sides of herself, period. That she is American and Indian, not a black person, not a
Didn't say
Jamaican,
black.
not a
I think
Caribbean.
they don't
An
like black people.
American
You said it.
and
No,
Indian.
there's no doubt about it. Hey, bro, you ain't
Forward
getting no argument.
to a new
They don't like black
America,
people. There's no
one
doubt.
that is equal and just for all.
You know, I mean, I can't make the shit up. So it is what it is.
We gonna just end with that?
Let's move on.
We just gonna end with that. We're not gonna show a contrast.
I showed you the contrast. What contrast you want to see?
Can you
Let's get to the guts.
Can you at least?
Let's get to the guts.
Oh, come on, let you have it.
What you want? What you want me to say?
I was just. Can you just play at least 5 minutes of the Charlamagne interview when she's there?
I don't know if I'm playing no Breakfast Club stuff on here. I can't. I think they're gonna pull. They may pull that.
That's true. Don't worry about it. We don't have to do that.
We got to find something else that's more.
We're not gonna do that.
You got to find me something that's not. Yeah, I don't trust their outcome.
She's a person. She's a person. She's a person of so-called Black Indian lineage.
That's not.
Period.
No, that's not what they said.
What did they say?
American and Indian.
She's an American Indian woman?
No, that she's American and that she's Indian. That's all. Did y'all hear something?
Yeah, that's what they said. They don't have an understanding of race here. They don't.
That's why I asked you that question. Do they understand?
And I answered it. They're non-white, non-black. Specifically, they can exist in that realm.
Right.
They exist there.
Now, based off of skin color and phenotype, they probably should be classified as black, but that's not the reality they're living in, obviously.
And guess what they do in South Africa? Guess what they do in South Africa? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not, it's clear.
It's complicated.
All right.
I'm just not here to make it easy for nobody. That's my job.
That's
and welcome.
fine.
We are live from Chester Township, Pennsylvania.
All I want to say is, I think she's doing something right when she makes the white liberal left uncomfortable.
Fair enough.
Period. Do TYT love Kamala Harris?
Progressive hater, in my opinion. And her hanging out with Liz Cheney ain't helping none of that.
Do Bernie Sanders crew? Do the Bernie Sanders, all these Nina and all them? Do they got love for Kamala?
No. They're anti-American, so ain't no way.
All right.
They hate our country.
We're a county, one of the critical counties around Philadelphia that will help determine who wins the White House. Welcome to CNN's presidential town hall.
She's being
the Democratic nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, in this room, we have assembled a group of 32 Pennsylvania voters who say they are still undecided or persuadable.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
All of them are registered.
You don't like it.
Some cast votes for Joe Biden in 2020, others for Donald Trump. Some didn't vote at all, and for some, this is their first election. Many are leaning right now to one candidate or another, but they all say they have yet to make their final
Let me know if that's too fast.
And we found these voters working with a nonpartisan research firm, as well as business and religious groups, universities, and other civic organizations. These voters are asking their own questions tonight, selected by
Anderson Cooper had
$453,000 in a single month as an affiliate marketer.
That wasn't no goddamn town hall. That was a damn interview. By
You quoted General Milley recently, who called him a fascist.
Sure
Today,
was.
you quoted General Kelly, who said that Trump repeatedly praised Hitler. But there are tens of millions of Americans right now who have heard all those things and they don't buy it, or even if they do, they're still going to vote for Donald Trump. He's arguably more popular now than ever.
It's not for everybody. Everybody can't stomach this stuff.
To those
I get
voters
it.
to convince them,
You got to be built for it.
Sure, and I thank you all for taking the time to be here. And you could be doing a number of other things with your time. So this really is proof that we love our country. People are engaged, Anderson, and really want to talk about the issues. And so the issue that you raise, yes, I do believe that Donald Trump is unstable, increasingly unstable, and unfit to serve. And I don't necessarily think that everyone has heard what you and I have heard repeatedly, which is the people who know Donald Trump best, the people who worked with him in the White House, in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, all Republicans, by the way, who served in his administration, his former chief of staff, his national security advisor, former secretaries of defense, and his vice president have all called him unfit and dangerous. They have said explicitly he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. They have said he should never again serve as president of the United States. We know that is why Mike Pence is not running with him again, why the job was empty. And then today we learned that John Kelly, a 4-star Marine general, who is his longest serving chief of staff, gave an interview recently in the last 2 weeks of this election, talking about how dangerous Donald Trump is. And I think one has to think about, why would someone who served with him, who is not political, a 4-star Marine general, why is he telling the American people now? And frankly, I think of it as he's just putting out a 911 call to the American people. Understand what could happen if Donald Trump were back in the White House. And this time, we must take very seriously those folks who knew him best and who were career people are not going to be there to hold him back. At least before, there were folks who we know what he would say, but they would restrain him. Imagine now Donald Trump in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room. He who has openly admired dictators, said he would be a dictator on day one. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has said he is a fascist to the core. So I think that when the American people reflect, especially those who are undecided, on who you should listen to, don't take my word for it. In fact, go online and listen to John Kelly, his voice, talking about what he thinks of Donald Trump 2 weeks before the election, because I think we all know, to your point, Anderson, it is close, but there are undecided voters who clearly, by being here, have an open mind, want to talk in a way that is grounded in issues and fact. And when they hear these facts, I think it compels a lot of people to be concerned about the future of our country with Donald Trump at the lead.
You've quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I also believe that the people who know him best on this subject should be trusted. Again, look at their careers. These are not people, with the exception, I think, of only Mike Pence. These were not politicians. These are career people who have served in the highest roles in national security, who have served as generals in our military, who are highly respected. Talking about the person who would be commander-in-chief, not to mention what we know and what they've told us about how he talks about the military, servicemen and women, referring to them as suckers and losers. How he demeans people who have taken an oath to sacrifice their life for our country. And I do believe, Anderson, that part of this is why, even just this week, I traveled this state and others with Liz Cheney, former Congress member who was a very high-ranking Republican. She has endorsed me. Her father, the former Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, is voting for me.
You know what, DC? I won't lie to you. She's selling it, man. I know that it makes the far left uncomfortable, but she's truly leaning into that I just find it. I wonder what the numbers are saying for them to make that. It's a a little bit of a switch. I think the last what you think maybe 2 weeks now roughly. She's been leaning in heavy for those never Trumper Republicans. Some people call it Nikki Haley Republican, which I don't think she has anybody. I think it's just never. I just think it's never Trumper people.
Now remember what I said at the very beginning. Either to suppress those that don't feel that comfortable voting for him, right?
Yeah.
Or to get those to really go do a clear switch over. So that's the audience. That's the audience. And that's important for her because she's missing a lot of the so-called strongholds of the Democratic
Party.
So
you think she's squeezed that? You think do you believe based off how she's behaving? I have the answer, of course, but I'm still going to ask the question. Do you think that they felt they squeezed all they could squeeze out of the left?
Yes.
Like they can't squeeze in. It's nothing else left on that bone.
She has people on the left that want to sabotage her, bro. They don't want to.
Well, yeah, clearly that, yeah.
I mean, it's just, if you thinking that TYT care about black people, care about they don't give a damn about none of that. They have their own idea of what the so-called liberal left should look like. And it ain't got nothing to do with anybody that got any kind of lineage to African lineage in them at all. They don't want to deal with anybody that's going to be perceived as black or even have any lineage. They
don't even want you to talk about yourself and
that's what I'm saying.
Your past. They talk about their history all the time. They love talking about fucking Serbia and Romania and Turkey. And they love talking about that history. They talk about that shit all fucking day long till we blew it. You know, it's so funny.
And see that.
I watch America.
And that's another thing, though, Paradise. That's another thing that is sort of like a dichotomy here in America. So you have people that have been here for like generations, like you and your family, right, on both sides, right? And then you have these newbies that get here that's on the other side that are like non-white, non-black, but then they're close. They have a closer attachment to whiteness, sort of like Cenk and Anna and all them, and they do this dance like they have a right to say these things about what the American experience is. But motherfucker, you just got here.
Just got here, bro.
You just fucking got here, man.
To get a job, to get
a generation or two.
Camp. Right.
View it through your children a little bit. Let your children get older. See what they go through. Like don't talk about it. Like a 51-year-old woman that's of Indian descent. Yeah, she could talk a little bit about it. But you guys, no, man. Like and it's just it irritates me because a lot of these people they talk about it in these ways, and they feel like they have the right to so-called denigrate on somebody that have either their same experience or have more of an ingrained experience here that's tied to foundational Black Americans, like how she has it, being that she's close to certain people that are part of that lineage.
Yeah, I'm gonna troll you a little bit.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm gonna troll you a little bit in a second, but let me point this out. Isn't it funny how
she absorbs it? By the way, now remember, has she said anything negative about anybody that talks shit about her and where she from, all this type of shit?
No, she ain't. No, she let it. I know why, but I'm gonna get to that in a second.
All right, that's your opinion, though. By the way.
Isn't it? I mean, that's all it can be. But look. Look, Anderson Cooper is making.
Anytime you got Willie Nelson singing for you, bro, I don't know. You got Elon Musk, that motherfucking immigrant. Crazy. Now you really want me to go ham? You really want me to go off on talking about people that ain't from here, so-called quote unquote from here, want to act all American and try to impart yourself into politics like a Elon Musk?
Yeah.
With all the money that he gets from the government, from the Biden administration, by the way, because they're the last one that was in there, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've heard some people on the left talk about taking this company and federalizing Starlink. So yeah, they're joking around, but are you joking around? I don't know. But what's funny is that Anderson Cooper makes it. We 6 minutes in, right? He's making it real comfortable for her before he sets her up. In my opinion, it's just my opinion.
Of course.
I don't like the motherfucker, but it's just me. But
yeah, he did. He found a way to interview her. It's a good job, though.
Now,
listen, I'm not mad at it, bro. I'm not mad at it at all.
To troll you a little bit, though, I'm gonna say this just to troll you a little bit. Wouldn't you find it? Wouldn't you be more comfortable if she came out and said, like on an interview like this, when she not now, it's too late now, but back when she first came out, if she would have said, I come from a middle class background, raised by a beautiful Indian woman in an Indian household. And my father is Jamaican. He is, considered a black man. But I love my mother and how she raised me in a strong Indian household. And I love America. And I love, her being allowed to come here. And I was able to be raised, in this great country. And I grew up around Black Americans, which I thought was wonderful, and I adopted much of their culture, and she kept me around Black people, and this has been a great thing. Now, I'm gonna ask you this question: if she says that, what signal would that send to Black Americans?
It depends on which one's just listening. For the ones that don't like her, man, it just...
So she would get pressure because she would be looked at as other, even with a Jamaican father, because of how she was raised, how she was actually who she was raised by, right?
Yeah. They would exclude her on out of there, and they'll make that the sole thing instead of it being about politics. That would be the main issue. She's not a Black person.
She could sell it. It'd just be more work to do it, but she'd be more in an honest space, which is, I love being around Black people,
literally
and
said
my father's
that,
Black.
but she
could say it.
But
she could play it, but the truth of it.
She said it in a kind of like word salad kind of way. She does have that. She says a bunch of words, man, and sometimes that gets her in trouble. Not sometimes, it gets her in trouble a lot. What I like about her weaknesses is that normally when she falls on her face, she dusts herself off and she gets back up and she keeps going.
Yeah, she's gonna do better today than she did yesterday.
Exactly.
She did great last night. Yeah,
she did great last night.
Yeah.
In the pocket, hitting it with like the things that you talk about the negatives on, she corrects them. It's almost like if I would compare it like almost like a quarterback going through a rough season, and then by the time, like Patrick Mahomes, right?
Yep.
He's making a lot of mistakes, but by the time we get to the playoffs, baby, that motherfucker gonna be rolling. Everybody know it. He ain't gonna be on your ass, and it's gonna be extreme pressure. So that's how I look at it. But he has the room to, because like you said, you got to be built for it, and that's what I think is surprising me, is that she's tougher than I thought she was. I didn't think she to take the hits, the questions about your identity, to talk about whether you're a smart person or not. You went to HBCU, that gets talked about. You're not really. So she's attacked. She is attacked.
But what do you think that says about black? What do you think that says about Black America, though? I'm just curious. What do you think that says about Black America?
That we haven't
they were tolerant. That we're inclusive. Acceptable.
We haven't been able. Paradox. No, we haven't been able to focus on what the main issue has always been in this country, not since Reconstruction. We have always diverted our attention to other things because we made a deal to integrate into this particular country where we basically know that we're enemies here. See, when I hear people say both sides of the bird, it's not well, you're talking about enemies, though. You're talking about like you relative to you. Well, what are we talking about here? Because either we can have Fred Hampton. That's what I'm saying. Like when people try to evoke Fred Hampton cops were sent there to exterminate him. He did not make it to his 22nd, 23rd birthday.
Mm-hmm.
That's revolutionary. We would talk about Mumia Ali, that's locked up in prison from Philly. That's been locked up in prison for almost 50 years now? Longer than we've been alive. That's revolutionary. Assata Shakur, that died in Cuba, never could come back to the States. That's revolutionary. Revolutionary is not working at Columbia University, Howard, Harvard, getting tenure, and then writing a great ass book, and then going on CNN, Fox News. I don't care where you go. If you're speaking to these people in mainstream, you're teaching them on how to basically suppress us still at the same time, especially when you speak in those kind of terms. And you're getting paid. You stay in these nice hotels. You don't have to pay when you go to these places. They pay you what? I mean, it's just facts. I mean, I love. I'm gonna speak about her. The person that we talk about, Angela Davis, right? Angela Davis.
Mhm.
Angela Davis had to make a decision. This is just facts, bro. Angela Davis was locked up. She was gonna go to jail, bro. She was gonna be a political prisoner. They said, look, Angela, you can talk that revolutionary talk, put it in university. You'll be tenured, you'll be paid, you'll be hated by few, but loved by many. You'll have space to do what you do. And I gotta love Angela Davis. Man, Angela Davis, as a 25-year-old sitting in front of that court as a revolutionary, is not the same Angela Davis that's damn near 80 years old. That's not the same person. And she can still talk in revolutionary terms, but if she's being honest, she knows what has happened. A woman of that kind of education and that kind of knowledge, you just, there's no way that seeing the things that she has seen, experience the things that she has experienced. Maybe she got something like a manifesto that she's going to let out when she pass on. Hopefully she does that. But you have to be honest about the whole thing. I don't really want to get into the person that we talked about the other day. They gave it up all to go someplace and to not, give up their riches, not to be paid. You're talking about two different things. So when you see these places where people are making decisions and they're saying, you know what, I'm just going to stand on that. No, we're adversarial. We don't need to be in the government together. I'm not voting because I'm not voting because your particular government is totally anti-me. You're used here to oppress me, period. We are adversaries, period. There ain't no me and you. There's us and there's them. Right? So what I think about Black Americans get confused. We attack people that we can attack. And then that's why the immigrant thing is so kind of convoluted. That's why we're allowed to do that, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Because that energy has to go somewhere. That negative energy has to go somewhere. You see what I'm saying, Paradox? Like, who are you going to mistreat at the end of the day? So you're things like, I'm American, I'm this, I'm that. I have the right to be, do this, what, how the right to do this and that other to us, this and that other. But we have made concessions especially for the white immigrant. We have made concessions for them. We don't talk about them in the same energy that we do Black immigrants or immigrants that are not non-white, non-Black. And even the ones that are so-called close to whiteness, like Cenk and them, we just include them in being white. But no, that's a different thing. Cenk ain't them. He not. He has more access to them, but he's an arrogant prick that does so-called liberal media, and he wanted to basically express his ideas in a different way, and he used the liberal left to hide his anti-Blackness. Basically, they hide it through the media. And that's why I want to move on from the so-called obvious racist right. Because as long as you got these people that are still holding on to civil war tendencies of racism, you can't get to the new sophisticated part of it that's basically still right in front of you, but you can't deal with it because it's going to be like, yeah, you can talk about me all you want, but look at these motherfuckers over here. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they'll do. And when you compare and contrast like human beings do, what you're going to do, you're going to take the path of least what?
Resistance.
Over 400 previous members of the administration from Ronald Reagan to both Presidents Bush to Donald Trump even have endorsed my candidacy. And the reason why among them is a legitimate fear based on Donald Trump's words and actions that he will not obey an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He himself has said he would terminate the Constitution of the United States and wants to earn your vote to stand again behind the seal of the President of the United States? No one standing behind the seal of the President of the United States of America should be in that position saying they want to terminate the Constitution of the United States.
This is Annalise Keene. She's from Philadelphia. She works as a fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity. She's registered with no party affiliation. She says she's a Democrat. She's leaning toward voting for you, but said she's yet to make her final decision in part because of the conflict in the Middle East. Annalise?
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Vice President.
Good evening.
My question is, as president, what would you do to ensure not another Palestinian dies due to bombs being funded by U.S. tax dollars?
So I will say, and I think this is to your point, far too many innocent Palestinian civilians have been killed. It's unconscionable. And we are now at a place where with Sinwar's death, I do believe we have an opportunity to end this war, bring the hostages home, bring relief to the Palestinian people, and work toward a two-state solution where Israel and the Palestinians in equal measure have security, where the Palestinian people have dignity, self-determination, and the safety that they so rightly deserve.
What do you say to voters who are thinking about supporting a third-party candidate or staying on the couch, not voting at all because of this issue?
Listen, I am not going to deny the strong feelings that people have. I don't know that anyone who has seen the images who would not have strong feelings about what has happened, much less those who have relatives who have died and been killed. And I know people and have talked with people. So I appreciate that. But I also do know that for many people who care about this issue, they also care about bringing down the price of groceries. They also care about our democracy and not having a
I think this is where she's at her weakest. When she gets in between empathy and the policy part, she needs to separate the two. And I think she's becoming clear on that now. But when you talk about the victims of bad policy, right, to separate the two, to kind of like not be attached to the hard things that are going to be done, because think about it, those things are going to still happen at the border. You're going to still have bad things happen, regardless. I don't care who's in office. There's going to still be bad actors, bad situations, things of that nature. The thing is that what are you going to do to mitigate this and lower these incidents at the border? That's the important part, because I think that's what people want to hear at the end of the day. People are not oblivious to things going on. It's almost like saying that crime is going to be basically be eliminated. Like there's not going to be any homicides in a major metropolitan city, of course, right? But the improvement is what people look for, right? So if we go down from 300 murders to like 180, the lives that are still lost, you have to still be sensitive to, right? But you cannot separate the improvement of the 120 difference that you have from the year before. That shows improvement. And what you want to do is to keep improving on that, to kind of level set a safe environment. Not perfect, but to make it functional and to have people feel safe living in that kind of environment, right? Because like did you know, man, like back in the 90s, New York City would have like upwards of like 5,000 to 6,000 murders a year, bro. Can you imagine that today, Paradox? 5,000, 6,000 in our environment right now, in the social media environment. I don't think New York City has had over, 1,000 murders in like 2 decades. Bro. I mean, people talk about it, but New York overall, because you got so many people there, overall is one of the safer cities in the United States. But if you get a smaller place, say like Memphis, right? You're very familiar with Memphis. When they have upwards of 300 murders, that's very dangerous. When you don't have 1 million people in the city. If you extrapolate that into an environment that has like 8 million people, that's like over 5,000 murders. That's dangerous. It's a dangerous environment. So there are contextual ways of speaking about what she's speaking about. She just gets in trouble when she's trying to over-explain the empathy and the policy part at the same time. That's the problem, bro. And then she tries to cover it up and be like, well, we did this too. We mitigated, stopping the so-called things of that nature, but they got you on the empathy part, paying attention to one person's murder or one person's rape that happened at the border. You think that anybody's policy is going to stop that from happening, smuggling in women, children for sexual means at the border, all sides of the United States? That's always been an issue here. Like, you think we're going to just end that? You think they can pass a policy to end that here in the United States paradox? Is that going to end?
No, of course not.
So she has to do better with speaking to the empathy side, but you have to separate that from the policy side. That's where I think that's where her weaknesses lies, by the way.
Can you hear me clear? I'm charging on my other headphones. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, you sound far away. I can hear you, but you sound far away. Maybe you need to move close to the mic.
Don't worry, I need 10 more minutes to let it charge.
I know. We're about to go in a minute, okay, babe?
President of the United States who admires dictators and is a fascist. They also care about the fact that we need practical, common sense solutions from a leader who is willing to work across the aisle on behalf of the American people and not themselves. They want a president who cares about a fundamental freedom to make decisions about your own body, understanding that we're not trying to change anyone's belief, but let's not have the government telling women what to do with their body.
I want you to meet Beth Sandberg. She's a realtor, a mom of 4 from Bala Cynwyd, Pennsylvania. She's a registered Democrat, says she's undecided because of concerns about anti-Semitism. Beth?
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank
and
you,
thank you for remembering we need to bring the hostages home.
Of course.
The rise of anti-Semitism and violence from anti-Semitism has risen greatly on college campuses and on our city streets in the last year. How would you combat this growing trend and protect our young adults?
Thank you, Beth. You are right, and I will say that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. It is something that we have to be honest about and we have to deal with. As Attorney General, I actually published a hate crimes report on a regular basis, and anti-Semitism was among the highest forms of hate in our country, and this was before October 7. And we know what we've seen since. Part of what we've got to do is talk with people so that they understand what are the tropes, what are the roots of what we are seeing, so that we can actually have people be more understanding. We need to have laws in place that make those who would commit crimes on behalf of anti-Semitism and hate, that they pay a serious consequence. We need to have the deterrence so that doesn't happen. We need to ensure that college students are safe in their school and feel safe to be able to go to class. But I'm going to tell you what doesn't help. Again, I invite you to listen and go online to listen to John Kelly, the former chief of staff of Donald Trump, who has told us, Donald Trump said, why aren't my generals like those of Hitler's? Like Hitler, who has referred several times, we've heard the reports for years.
Do you believe Donald Trump is anti-Semitic?
I believe Donald Trump is a danger to the well-being and security of America.
He has said that he's casting himself as a protector of Israel. Do you believe you would be more pro-Israel than Donald Trump?
I believe that Donald Trump is dangerous. I believe that when you have a president of the United States who has said to his generals who work for him because he is commander in chief, these conversations, I assume many of them took place in the Oval Office. And if the president of the United States, the commander in chief, is saying to his generals, in essence, why can't you be more like Hitler's generals, Anderson? Come on.
What's up?
Hi, Jira. We brought you here today to let you know that we made.
This is a serious, serious issue. And we know who he is. He admires dictators, sending love letters back and forth with Kim Jong-un. Talks about the president of Russia, and then most recently, the reports are that in the height of COVID, when most Americans could not get their hands on a COVID test, Americans were dying by the hundreds a day. He secretly sent COVID tests to the president of Russia for his personal use. So again, this election in 13 days is presenting the American people with a very significant decision. And on the one side, on this issue of who is going to model what it means to use the bully pulpit of the President of the United States in a manner that in tone, word, and deed is about lifting up our discourse, fighting against hate, as opposed to fanning the flames of hate, which Donald Trump does consistently. I'm going to tell you, we are an incredible country, and we love our country. Y'all wouldn't be here unless we love our country. And there are certain things where we've just got to come together and realize that we do believe in the importance of healthy debate on real issues, but there are certain standards we've got to have. And, you know, another point that even John Kelly talked about, I believe, and many have, is January 6th, where you have the President of the United States defying the will of the people in a free and fair election and unleashing a violent mob who attacked the United States Capitol. 140 law enforcement officers were attacked. Some were killed. And so I say that to say the American people deserve to have a president who encourages healthy debate, works across the aisle, not afraid of good ideas wherever they come from, but also maintains certain standards about how we think about the role and the responsibility, and certainly not comparing oneself in a clearly admiring way to Hitler.
And we are back with Vice President Kamala Harris.
So we pride ourselves on being authentic,
Yeah.
and much of what we have much of what you've been saying with regard to issues like law and order and fracking reflect a more centrist view than what people are used to hearing from Kamala Harris, leaving some voters to wonder about the authenticity of your current, more moderate positions. Can you talk a little bit about how your positions have shifted and why?
Sure, and thank you. So first of all, on fracking, I've been very clear. We kind of dispensed with this in 2020. I am not going to ban fracking. I did not as vice president. In fact, as vice president, I cast the tie-breaking vote that now has opened up more fracking leases. My value on the issue of what we need to do to invest in a clean energy economy and a clean energy future has not changed. But frankly, I now have the experience and perspective of having been vice president for almost 4 years. I've traveled the country. I know that we can invest in a clean energy economy and still not ban fracking and still work toward what we need to do to create more jobs and create US-based jobs in a way that will be globally competitive. On the issue of law and order, as you mentioned, I think there's just a whole lot of misinformation, to be honest with you. I have personally prosecuted very serious crime. It's how I started my career. I spent most of my career as a prosecutor.
That was a great question, by the way. Why didn't you just lead with my experience over the past 4 years have basically shifted my view on fracking, and that we can have both fracking and clean energy proposal, which is what Biden said, by the way. Why not use that answer? And Biden took the hits about, remember they were talking about, because remember he said, like, we're going to shift. We're going to shift. We're going to have to. We can't continue to do this, but I'm going to give it time for you to handle the shift of us trying to move over to clean energy, renewable resources, stuff like that, stuff that is not so finite, to where we can move to more of a cleaner energy source for all American people. I don't understand why she keeps leaning in. I never said I was going to ban for. Yeah, you did. Just don't do that part. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's it's just that's why it's just crazy, because it's just like, yo, just admit it, and then go ahead and then lean into trying to explain what was basically explained to you about not trying to give up, the Pennsylvania pipeline, doing all that because it was going to hurt the economy, hurt people's jobs and stuff like that. And we still needed to drill for oil to make it sustainable here in this country. Economically, people understand that. People shift their ideas about this all the time. Is it fair that they hold you to a different standard? No, I understand that. But you can't answer the question the same every time. I did not say that I was going. You just can't do that no more. That is hopefully.
The thing is this. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly? Am I far away?
I can hear you now. And let me just say this too. I apologize. I exaggerated the number of murders in New York City. It wasn't 5,000.
I know you did. I just let you roll with it.
No. But I was trying to say that to make a point.
Or some shit. Come on, man.
I was doing that to make a point about how dangerous people thought New York was. Right. It did cap out at. Thanks for that, Nagone. It did cap out at 2,500. I think it's like 1990 that was the year that it capped out.
I thought it was like 900 a year, so I didn't let you roll with it.
Yeah, 1990 was the year that it capped out at like 2,500. Huh?
It's not the end of the world, man. You said what you said.
No. But we don't have no problem with correcting the record here. Like I said, man, I'm not here to be bringing out incorrect information. So thank you for that, and I appreciate it, man. Anytime I say something that's incorrect, man, please correct the record. But I did not. I knew. No. I knew that I was exaggerating to a degree, but I was saying it for emphasis on how people thought. You remember how people thought that New York was just incredibly dangerous city, especially.
They say that now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Matter of fact. I had an investor I was talking to, right, and they had made this cavalier comment. They said this. They said, "Oh yeah, my sister lives in Silver Spring, and she was trying to find like a doctor or something, or a pharmacist, and I think they like closed down in her area. Like the Walgreens are all closing down in some places or whatever."
Yeah.
And he was saying that she was like, I can't go to Silver Spring. People be getting murdered and shot and killed in Silver Spring, and it's dangerous over there. I was like, he said, what if my child gets sick at nighttime? I have to go to Silver Spring. I was like,
that is crazy, bro.
What? And by the way, another one is I knew this personal trainer, white lady from probably Pennsylvania, maybe, moved to Bowie and made the same kind of comment. It's dangerous out here in Prince George's County. It's dangerous in Bowie, but me and my husband had to go there because it was more affordable. And that just I was like, what? Okay. Anyway, so
True.
The propaganda machine on us is in full effect. It has not stopped working. That machine is still running at a high level, coming from the left mainly, and being reinforced by the right.
Okay, all right.
It's not coming from the left. Are we doing that?
It's a tag team. No.
We doing that?
No, there's a tag team there, coming from the left, reinforced by the right. True.
If the left love black people, the number one thing they were doing is allow us to have good, positive propaganda, not fucking pushing out fucking anti-black propaganda through the left media from those cities. And what are we talking about right now?
But we talking about
They're not giving us no. They're not giving us some. There's not no news coming from the left that makes us look good. The last time I checked, victims and criminals.
All right.
You got it.
You got it. Yeah, I ain't gonna argue with that. I ain't gonna argue that point.
But I will say this with Kamala, right? I will say with Kamala, I will say this. They just on her shifting her issue. She answered the best I think she could answer. I think for the most part. But
if she
needs to
explain
to people.
She was in the middle of it though. That's what I'm saying. You can do the apologizing at the end, but if you not to apologize, but you can hold your ground on it. But you first acknowledge that you did pivot. That's all I'm saying. You talk through that. She did it in the middle.
I think she should have dealt with it a while back. She knew, because the thing is that when you're running in a primary, you have to explain. And I don't know how. And I'm not saying this would work. I'm not going to say that, because I have to go back and do a little research to see have I seen it happen. I feel like I have, but I can't remember right now. But if she would say, "Look, I was running in the primary, and I was running," and I know she needs her surrogates to probably say it, not her, to kind of get it set up for her to now to go. But you need to let her. And that's why I told you about how the left. And the left does do this. This is the culture of the left. So I'm not saying it's obvious, but I just hate that they do it, by the way. But it is obvious, right?
Yeah.
So it's a critique, but this is normal to put it out there. So it's not anything abnormal. This is what they do. The left, they're neurotic, they concerned. You remember 2 weeks ago, God, we're losing the election, and they all freaking out for 3 days, and then they back to normal again. So so that is normal in politics. So that's no big deal.
Yeah.
But I will say this: I wish her surrogates would have set up saying, look, and they said it, they have said it, of course, and it's not sticking. And so it may not even be their fault. It's just not sticking. So I'm going to also give you that space as well. But I hate that Anderson Cooper is bringing that up like it's a big issue. It's nasty.
He hammered her too, boy. This is the beginning.
You know
this is
why?
the beginning of it. He hammered her.
I know that he found something that Brett Baer could not find on Fox News, which shows you in itself is interesting. Because they want money, clicks and views at the end of the day. They don't give a fuck about politics. They want to get paid. Trust me, Anderson Cooper and Brett and all those people at Fox News, they have dinner together every day at restaurants that are $1,000 a night.
Hold on. Me and you talked about
real good dishes.
She went in what she thought was friendly territory.
Of course.
Her shield was down. When she went into Fox,
shield was down.
That's a whole
shield
different. That ain't the same Kamala you see here. That ain't what.
But you don't want to from the left,
bro.
Even though I know CNN is claiming they're trying to get back to the right, the new CEO that took over, they're claiming they're moving back to the middle. I don't even know where the middle is at this point. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. But anyway, does that make Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe, in the middle all these years? I don't know what the middle is, the left, right. Who knows, right? And from a mainstream media perspective, I don't know.
No, I just.
But I will say this:
I think they press on people that they don't like, and then they allow people to say what they want to say that they.
Well, it shows that you can't be. It shows that you can't be vulnerable in the media space, because they're
cannot be vulnerable.
That's all. Yeah. That's really what it shows. You got your friends and your friends. You're fine.
That's what she did, and she got caught up. And this is just the beginning of it, by the way.
Well, he cares more about his career anyway.
He did good work, and I hold on. I like
that. But Trump is so dangerous.
It helps.
Come on, man.
It helps her.
Yeah, but Trump is a clear and present danger. Remember that movie? But anyway, so let me ask you. So let me say this. If they would have structured it, I mean, if her surrogates and everybody would have came on and said, look, and they've done this, by the way, and Anderson already knows better. When you're running in primary, everybody's running to the left and to the right. I mean, come on, it's standard practices. And and I'm gonna tell you something, and me and you, DC, let's think about this for a minute. Let's just go back to Bush. Let's not go back that far. Let's go back to Obama, I guess, right? If he's coming from the left, right, and he starts to move to the right, I don't remember them holding him or Romney or anybody to this level of scrutiny with her shifting policies, right? And then she has to come out and sort of explain away, like, well, as vice president, I've learned. Somebody told her to say that too. I remember some of the talking heads talking about this a while back, but the whole, I've learned as being in the White House and being the vice president that I have to, move on certain issues, and I've got more information, and yada yada yada, right? It's for her to sort of shift to the middle. I'm just thinking to myself, introducing that question in that way, I don't know if it's fair to her. It's not. We're not here to be fair, right? But I don't know if it's necessarily fair to her. Fair to her, because you have to run America mostly from the center-ish, right? For the most part, because you have states, governors, and Congress people, et cetera, a lot of other moving parts and investors and you know what I'm saying, right? And PACs, and you're answering to a lot of different people, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he knows better, and she did what she could do with it. I mean, it's a screwed up question, because her job is to shift to the center to pull more votes, because you've squeezed out all the votes on the left anyway. I mean, giving them Tim Walz, they should be happy, in my opinion. Shut up, relax. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, right?
That's what I thought that was going to be enough, and that
based off the history of VPs and stuff. Come on,
it doesn't cover it doesn't cover how they really don't like her, bro. So I mean, it is what it is, though.
Yeah, but my thing is that her trying to answer a question that is extremely difficult, because they're trying to say this is your position, like you're betting on this, but you don't have no evidence for any of that. She's just running as a politician, trying to get in. She's trying to get in to the presidential race, in my opinion.
Policy wise, she shifted because she was shown by a better politician how to deal with it, how to move from the old energy to the new renewable energies. This is the way you got to slow roll it.
Yeah, she said
that's what she learned, and that's the lesson that she learned. She said,
I don't think it's the best approach for her. I think she should be more real about it, to be totally honest with you. I know it's difficult to do that, but I think it would show more of herself. It's telling people the truth, even and whatever that truth may be, when it comes to drilling for oil and what that looks like, and what fracking does to the environment, and what that looks like, and is it worth it? And get more into looking at, and anyway, it gets tricky because people are so sensitive when it comes to their jobs.
We are in a transition point. Wait, hold on. We had a transition point. We're not going backwards. We already talked about this. It's almost like promising they're going to bring jobs back to America that's never going to come back.
Gotta stop saying that.
Unless
you want to be in a new America, then you could do it, but that thing gonna have to happen organically in a sense. Things gonna have to fall apart in the sense that to happen.
How do you go from automation all of a sudden to then putting more people?
You remember the longshoreman people, right?
Job that already can be done by a computer efficiently.
The longshoreman dude said we want to slow down automation at the what do you call them, at the ports, because we need to keep our jobs. Oh yeah, capitalism don't work like that, buddy.
It don't.
Sorry, it's built off of efficiency. They don't care about humans. You got to get in where you fit in.
Before the cranes in the sky, they used to have human beings that used to do some of that labor. It's no way. People used to die.
And think about this. And before any kind of machines, you did everything. You know what's so funny though, and to bring race back up, what's so funny is that if they really taught things in the right way, I think Americans really grasp the sacrifice that we have to do to maintain this country. There were no machines by far. I mean, hammers maybe, right? There were and axe, and you could get axes, but there was no. Did you say axes plural like that? I think so, right? There is no It was all, like you said, it was all humans that did everything. I mean, everything, right? Everything. And I don't really think it doesn't really click, because even though we do a lot of things, machines do it consumes a tremendous amount of labor for us. From factory farming, to everything, right? I mean, you had to have a human pretty much do everything. I just don't think, from a slavery perspective, I just don't think it's not clicking what that means. When we say we built something, or we built the first version of America, I would argue. I just don't think that clicks, because once you get the trains, there were no trains before. So how did you get stuff places?
Yeah.
At one time, there wasn't many horses. In some cases, you needed humans to pull they had human beings pulling the fucking plows.
Plows, yeah.
And before plows, it was just Right? What do you call
What
him?
was that?
Jesus
Eli
Christ.
Whitney created the cotton gin to help pick cotton. Yeah.
Well,
All
no,
that stuff.
even inventing things like the sling blade. There wasn't always a sling blade, which is way more efficient, way more faster for cutting things like wheat down. I mean, we can just keep going back in time. Of course, some of those things we already had. Of course, that stuff got invented even further back, 13, 14, 1200. You know, even further back actually. Some of that stuff. But of course, when you didn't have it, depending on what you were doing, and depending on the environment you was doing that shit by hand.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You didn't have even some tools you didn't have. It took human beings to do things physically by hand. Anyway, my point is just that it just doesn't, man, I just wish there's a way to really teach that, to understand just the sheer scale, because we're not talking about some little place. We're talking about this place.
Yeah.
Think about the scale of that.
The
Not some little island somewhere like Bermuda or something. I mean, the scale of this place, what you needed to do every single function was done by a human for the most part.
And just like the trucking industry, when they get that down to a science and have where they have automatic lanes for them and they can travel up and down those lanes and ports and stuff like that. It's just, it's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to move your skill set to something.
And you know what's
else.
funny? What people really want to. That's why they make good. That's why I love sci-fi, right? What the labor force really wants to do is say, you know what? Just use humans, and trying to demonize. You almost use sci-fi to kind of demonize kind of automation. It's kind of interesting how that works. So like you said with the trucking, yeah, it's very it's scary to people, and it does make sense. We're all scared when it comes to some of this stuff, of course, because you don't necessarily want machines to take everything from you. You don't realize though we rely on machines.
Yes.
It's like in the Matrix. He said, "I don't know what the water does. I don't know what that machine does down there with the water, but I know it keeps us alive, right?"
Yeah.
And so it's like I don't think people understand. Everything is a machine.
Well, we're gonna
machines
cut all
are
that.
everywhere.
We're gonna cut all that out, and then we're gonna automatically have people to do this all by ourselves.
Right.
We can't keep everybody here to survive. We got millions of people here. Like that cuts our population right there, because people are gonna starve to death because we can't manufacture enough food on time to get people the stuff that they need.
Let me ask you, especially how we set up everything, especially how everything has been set up. But let me ask you this: even something as simple as this, you had to check people's temperature with your hand.
Yeah.
Just think about that. It requires somebody. We have to have invented a machine, basically, or if you want to call it a machine. But it's just interesting that it's so many things. Not just looking at like the trucks and stuff, right? The big things, or trains or planes. But it's just so many things. It's like, well, if you look at the history of economies, I would argue, on some level, I think the worker may have less power to some degree, and of course, unions have been broken up over the last 80 or 90 years, have been destroyed for the most part, in my opinion. But they're still here, obviously, to some level. But it shows you that, well, you couldn't fly things over, and you couldn't necessarily ship things on the schedule. We ship things over, so it has created more jobs, right? It has replaced jobs. It has added more. It has grew the population. So there, it can get kind of tricky with some of that language, of course. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like we've created 100-fold, 1,000-fold of jobs because of technology and because of machines, though. So, and that comes with a cost as well, with health and other things. But that's a whole other conversation at this point.
Prosecutor, not in Washington, D.C. And as my first priority had and remains as a first priority to me, the safety of the American people. So that has not changed. And sadly, I think that there's a bit of misinformation, if not more than a bit. But I'm glad that you raised the subject.
I will say this too. I know that quote unquote we're running a populist on the right, I guess, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, but it's interesting that we're more concerned about the border, which I have zero concern about the border, by the way. I'm more concerned about global politics, and I'm a little perturbed that after all my life, we spent a lot of time talking about our position in the world and military situations that are happening in the world, and how you're going to see foreign policy. And they did bring up Israel, of course, and Palestine, of course, which was something. It was something, but just that, man. We need to get. It is not going to happen. Obviously, it's clear it's not going to happen. But I just wish there was more talk about foreign policy and how to deal with China, Russia, Korea, North Korea, Iran, Russia, Venezuela, and on and on and on. All the hot spots that are happening in East Africa, North Africa, etc. You know what I'm saying? I know that they're kind of bringing it up here and there, but it's not. You know, remember at one time that was a major topic, like it was a big thing, and now it's just like whatever. You know, you know, why are we spending so much money over there? That's all people keep talking about. It's like I wish there was more of a thing, but not this time around, unfortunately.
Subject so that I can address it. But just if you don't mind, just let me just finish. Because I think the spirit of your question is really important, and I'm glad you raised it. Our country deserves to have a president of the United States who is not afraid of good ideas and does not stand on pride. If a perspective needs to be informed by different points of view to build consensus and to have a common sense approach, I'm never going to shy away from good ideas. And I'm not going to feel the need to have pride associate with a position that
DC, I will say this. I would be impressed by America if they put her in office. I will give you that, by the way. I'll be impressed that this country is like, you know what? I want a sensible leader. You know what I'm saying? I want someone that works with the other side. Do you know how mad people are about her working with the other side? Which is very funny to me. But she's doubling and tripling down on bringing the country together. And I feel like a lot of people who claim that, like I said, that Donald Trump is evil, but that they don't want that because you know, America healing itself, America being together is not lucrative for nobody. It's not fun. It's not exciting. It's not, I can't sell you on the end of the world and the end of America. I can't sell you on all that bullshit if we're coming together. You know that, right? That affects a lot of people. Even some of these people who are online who are pushing a lot of nonsense, if you start to calm America down, right, it affects a lot of people, billions of dollars that float around based off of fear. Very interesting.
I've taken, when the important thing is to build consensus to fix problems. I believe in fixing problems. I love fixing problems. And so I pledge to you to be a president who not only works for all Americans, but works on getting stuff done. And that means compromise. And it doesn't mean compromising your values or your principles, but it does mean working to get stuff done. And I pledge to you, I will do that.
Just to be clear, though, what he's referring to, and you point out to when you're running for vice president in 2020, you were not talking about banning fracking, but
No, Anderson, I pledged that I would not ban fracking.
right, I know you said you would not ban fracking.
Correct.
You know, you had said in the 2019 town hall, there's no.
You know what she should have said, DC? Let's move on, because she gave this great answer, in my opinion, as best as she could do. Great answer to that question, and then he kind of like undercuts it, and is trying to prove a point. Move on. Yep. You asked the question. Why are you still trying to go back to irrelevant? Especially when she changed the position back in 19 already, but then you want to bring up 17. It's like what? Like what are you doing?
To show that she contradicting herself. That's why you're doing it.
But is he getting off work and gonna call up his buddies that he hang out with on Fox News every night? Is that what this is? I'm watching. Like, what's going on right now? Because they're not, because they're definitely not enemies. They're best fucking buddies.
For banning fracking in 2017, you talked about Medicare for all. You talked about 2019, you raised a hand in debate about if border crossings should be decriminalized. Are all of those issues, which those are not your positions now, are all those issues that you're saying through consent?
I will say this about her that I don't like from the left is I wish she would really talk about the border shit and be honest about that and explain to people instead of trying to come off of Trump, which is the left has been doing it because he's been yelling for so long that it has worked and it has become an issue that it should be like 5th and 6th and 8th down the list of important things in America on the top 10 list and made it like number 1 or something or number 2. I forget what it is. It's like so important now all of a sudden. But anyway, I wish he would explain in more clear detail just about, look, this is the situation and you have to deal with it. I wish he would just do more of like making people understand, like, you got to deal with this. This is the reality of it, right? And I don't want to criminalize these people. They're coming here from asylums. They're asylum seekers. They're coming from impoverished places that we've collapsed in a lot of cases. So we bear some of those responsibilities that we've done as a government, and we have to deal with people. We can't mistreat people. America, you can't be like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you should put that back on instead of just taking it. You should push back on that. But anyway,
and getting stuff done, you have evolved on.
Well, no, let's take, for example, the issue of Medicare. My point has always been that access to healthcare should not just be a privilege of those who can afford it. It should be a right for all people. So that is why I have worked on doing what we have done to, one, allow Medicare to negotiate against the big pharmaceutical companies to bring down the cost of prescription medication. We've achieved that in terms of capping the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, capping the cost of annual prescriptions at $2,000 a year for seniors. But my plan moving forward, based on that very principle that I've always had, is as president, to have that cap be for everyone and not just for our seniors. The work that I have done that has been about recognizing the importance of dealing with border security, that has never changed. As I said, I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations. That I did for years before I ever ran in 2019.
I mean, you did raise your hand saying in a debate when asked if border crossing should be decriminalized, but obviously that is not your position.
I never intended, nor will I ever allow America to have a border that is not secure. I believe we need to deal with illegal immigration. There needs to be consequences, which is why part of my plan that I have outlined, and again, please go to KamalaHarris.com. Sorry to throw a website on you, but why not? And you will see that part of my plan includes what we need to do to actually do more as it relates to putting resources in, including increasing penalties for illegal crossing.
And just finally on fracking, you said you're clear you would not ban it as president.
No, I would not ban it as president.
Right, I know you're clear on that. Do you think it is bad for the environment, though?
I think that we have proven that we can invest in a clean energy economy. We can mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. We can work on and sustaining what we need to do to protect this beautiful.
Now, that's a good answer right there. That's a good answer.
Earth of ours, and not ban fracking.
Time is short, so I want to get some more voters in. Tanisha Spall from Lansdowne, Pennsylvania. She works as an education administration manager for the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. Registered Democrat who says she's leaning towards supporting you, has yet to make her final decision. Tanisha, welcome.
Thank you, Anderson. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for joining us this evening. I appreciate that you did acknowledge that we are a country that is faced with problems and issues. With the Supreme Court being plagued with issues, would you be in favor of expanding the court to say 12, so each justice has only one circuit court other than Chief Justice to assist in making judgments more balanced?
Well, to your point, there is no question that the American people increasingly are losing confidence in the Supreme Court. And in large part because of the behavior of certain members of that court and because of certain rulings, including the Dobbs decision and taking away a precedent that had been in place for 50 years, protecting a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. So I do believe that there should be some kind of reform of the court, and we can study what that actually looks like. But I do believe, but again, let's just, while you raise the point of the court, understand that again, in 13 days, the American people will decide who is the next president of the United States. In 13 days, you will decide who is sitting in the Oval Office on January 20th. And on one hand, you have in Donald Trump, someone who has increasingly proved himself to be unstable, and who, as we have established and the people close to him have established, he is unfit to serve. Somebody who on January 20th, you can be sure, will spend full time, like we know, and we've seen the image mentally of him sitting in the dining room off of the Oval Office, watching for hours as people violently attack the Capitol. You can be sure, because he has said he would weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies, that you can look at a Donald Trump in the White House after January 20th, sitting in that Oval Office, plotting his revenge. He has talked about the enemies within. We haven't even raised that subject, Anderson. The enemies within.
Lots of money, a little competition. Why would you not want to make money with this app? That app is called Audible. It's created by Amazon, and it is.
He's talking about the American people. He's talking about journalists, judges, nonpartisan election officials. He has talked about, as John Kelly has talked about, can he send the military after peaceful protesters? And he's going to sit there unstable, unhinged, plotting his revenge, plotting his retribution, creating an enemies list. I'm going to tell you, my list will be a list of how I address and continue to address the issues that you all are raising this afternoon and evening. It will be a to-do list about how we can impact the American people and lift up the American people and address some of the challenges that we continue to face. So,
Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Anderson.
And thanks for watching. Thanks to all the voters here. Be sure to join CNN on November 5th for Election Night in America right here on CNN. Jake Tapper and Aaron Burnett pick it up right now.
Anderson, thank you. You've been watching CNN's Town Hall with Vice President Kamala Harris and undecided voters. Less than 2 weeks from the election. A lot of tough questions for the vice president there. It seems as though the voters were divided into three basic groups. Liberals who had not heard enough from her. Progressives worried that she was not progressive enough. And Republicans who are wary of Donald Trump and wanting to hear more from the vice president. She focused a lot more on Donald Trump, I think it's fair to say, than she did on many specifics in terms of what she would do as president. But she did go into some of her plans for small businesses and the like. Of course, with only 13 days to go and Trump and Harris fighting over these last few undecided voters, and in fact, trying to get undecided voters to even vote. We'll see whether or not she achieved what she needed to achieve this evening. Dana Bash, your thoughts?
Well, I'll just tell you what I'm hearing from people who I have been talking to, and that is that if her goal was to close the deal, they're not sure she did that. And, you know, some people have asked,
DC, you still there?
Yep, absolutely.
See what I be talking about with Democrats? See what I be talking about?
No. Hey, look,
I can't make it up. I can't make it up. Who are you talking to, Dana? Who you been talking to? Give me some names. Who are you talking to? I don't understand what they're asking for. She's not going to be a magical Negro for you.
Right.
It's ridiculous, bro.
They don't know how to navigate around her, bro. That's the problem. You remember I told you that Barack.
No, they want you to be magical. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Not pragmatic, not intelligent, not informed, not well pivoting out of questions into questions, moving the conversation. Politicians don't answer questions. She's unique. That doesn't even make any damn sense. Who's answering questions? I watched 3 hours of Trump last night, or in the middle of the night, on Joe Rogan. He wasn't answering. I mean, he answered some stuff, but a lot of questions he kept it moving. Every time Joe was trying to get something, really dig in on something, he kept it moving, and he highlighted which is fine. It's normal. That's not abnormal. He highlighted what he wanted to highlight, but you're not going to go on Fox News or OAN or Newsmax or any other right-wing show. And the first thing they say on the right is, man, well, you know what? Trump didn't close the deal. What does it make any sense to make the statement? Now, they do that all the time. I'm not saying they don't do it. It still just bugs me, though, to be honest with you. It does bug me. Because what else can she do? Like, what do you want her to do? She gets massive crowds that previous presidents on the left have not gotten, right? So she's mirroring Trump's crowd situation, right? Where huge crowds, people are coming out, they're excited. What else? What else do you want? Well-spoken, well-educated, a great background, did her job, committed to the country. I don't even know what, like you said, like I keep saying, outside of, like I told you, America on the left and the right tend to want more entertainment than, real substantive issues. She keeps telling everybody, go to my webpage. I have 80 pages. You see what I'm saying? Like, so she's giving you what you're asking for, but it's not enough. Because I guarantee I've seen this happen in politics before. If she would have gave you the answers, what you would have said was, oh, well, she went too deep. The American people are not going to be able to keep up with that, right? She gave too many details. That would be the whole other argument. If she was giving you full breakdowns of everything, bullet pointed out, then you'd be mad that she's boring people or she's too technical or she's giving too many details. They just keep it on a high level. But then she's doing high level, which is what normally, these type of things are, right? You keep it very high level. You touch on what your plans are, but you're not giving, what I'm saying, right? What do you call it? Dissertation or book report, you know what I'm saying, to your teacher. And they're asking you for more detail. You didn't go deep enough, or did you pull that particular reference correctly? Like, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, it's just unusual, bro, for that to come out first.
Is she being held to a different standard?
Matter of fact, why wouldn't you say she did a great job? She answered the question. You don't even have to say this. That's the weird part about it, by the way. This is you saying this. Is it making you honest or making you above something? It's CNN. Like, what? I'm confused.
Maybe, but that's maybe the world that she's living in. And on the question of who she is, people are understanding that a little bit more. But what she will do, the question about her legislative priorities, name one. There wasn't one. Some more of her personality and her sort of character questions about your weaknesses or what mistakes did you make? Not necessarily the answers there. Having said that, any time that she can be in front of an audience and interacting with voters is a win as far as her campaign goes. And they are very happy about that.
I thought her drawing the contrast with Trump, something that she has been really trying to do in the last several weeks that we've seen, where she's gone after him as unstable, unfit for the presidency, saying he doesn't belong behind the seal of the office anymore after he suggested terminating the Constitution. She had a new angle for that tonight, and that's because of John Kelly, his former chief of staff, coming out with his on-the-record comments yesterday, saying he met the definition of a fascist and that he's admired Hitler. That was something that she was within seconds of taking the stage. And that first question from Anderson, where she said that, yes, she agrees Trump is a fascist, where she took that moment and tried to really sharpen it and make news out of it from where, she's been talking about this for weeks, but tried to draw that contrast even further for a lot of people, including the people in this audience who are undecided and maybe have not heard those comments or aren't familiar with what John Kelly has been saying. I thought it was really interesting that she came out of the gate and that was one of the first things that she was talking about in the town hall.
Although, John, I do wonder, I think after 8 years of Donald Trump, people are aware of Donald Trump's persona, his proclivity for controversy, his potential to offend, and the like.
Still good to remind
and I wonder if you think maybe she did too much of what Caitlin's talking about.
I think that is a fascinating question, is how do you balance it, right? How much time do you have with any voter, whether it's in a TV ad or it's in a town hall? In that time that you have, they're watching you. What is your priority, right? This is how much time I have. What do I want to tell you? How do I want to use that time? Donald Trump is more popular than he's been. He's now in this race, his political standing is higher in this race at this point than it was in 2016 or 2020. And so she does need to push Donald Trump down. Okay. That is a priority. She does need to try to disqualify Donald Trump. Try to remind people who voted for Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020 who are thinking about going back to Trump because of their pre-COVID Trump economy nostalgia, or he's done the job before and I don't know her. She needs to remind them of that. Then you got to quickly make that pivot. And to Dana's point, I think she did some of it tonight. I was about to say she didn't do enough of it. And then I thought she closed very strongly with the values part. She did the we the American people. But that's what voters ask you. Who is she? Right? The faith part was interesting. People at home might agree or disagree with it, but she talked about herself, what animates her, that she prays, sometimes twice a day with a little.
DC, are you still there? I tell you, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. These people, these lefty people, man, or whatever they're trying to pretend to be, them talking about the American people don't know this woman and they don't know this woman. At this point, I understood it 3 or 4 months ago. I can make an argument for that. But at this point, bro, she's doing things every day. multiple places a day for 90, 101 days or whatever it is, right? We're 2 weeks, we're not even 2 weeks, are we 10 days? 10 days left, 9 days, right? We're 9 days out, and you're trying to, they're pretending. This is why I hate mainstream media, by the way. They're pretending right now. They're pretending that the election is in 8 months or 10 months from now. Like they're talking like it's not 9 days. Why would they even frame it like this? This is not her first town hall. This is not her first conversation. It doesn't make any sense. Am I tripping about that? Like, well, people are getting to know her and she mentioned her faith and we get to know her a little bit more. I mean, are y'all literally inventing and playing out a fake narrative through your news program? The woman has been in the White House for 4 years, DC. How long was she a senator for? 8? Did she do the whole 8?
I think like 6 years.
And dumbass Joe Rogan said on the show that nobody's going to pick up on because it was just a quick little thing. He said, "Well, her just getting into the White House in her late 40s and yada yada." Late 40s? What are you talking about? You a decade off. Think about that. Just little things like, I just thought it was a funny little thing that he said. I'm like, you don't know that she's been a senator and she's done this. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. And he's from California. It's like, huh? So is it me? Just that is it maybe I watch too much of this. So maybe I think my view may be a little bit skewed on it. I mean, as far as where we are right now. And also from people who are more informed. Remember, I'm not talking about the regular person. That's a whole different conversation. I'm talking about these news people and people like Rogan and other people who are aware, who are informed, who keep track of some of this stuff. They're acting like she just got here today. It's just strange when you think about it.
Smile. That's not an issue for voters. That's not taxes. That's not abortion. That's not spending. That's not national security. But it's who is your president when hard things happen. And people just don't know it. That may not be fair to her. She got the nomination in July. She's a vice president. People don't know a lot about their vice president. Some of this has nothing to do with her. It's with her job and who she is.
Don't clean it up
now.
now.
The value part. We get things done. Pragmatic. Why does it have to be so partisan? There was some of it there. Where I think she fails sometimes is to connect it more to her policies. Right. This may be my fault. I've done 10 of these. So I'm always living last prior campaigns and everything. 10 elections. Bill Clinton ran on the same economic agenda she is. I'm going to raise taxes on the rich and I'm going to cut taxes on the middle class. Democratic consultants at the time told him, don't do it. Don't raise taxes. Don't say you're going to raise taxes. They're going to say you're Walter Mondale. They're going to say you're Michael Dukakis. They're going to push you left. He had a brand where he could look people in the eye and say, I'm on your side. I'm fighting for the middle class. Right. Putting people first. That's the connection she has to make to that you can trust me.
Which is why she talks about her middle class upbringing.
To do this.
Let me ask you this, DC. Do you know what he's talking about? That last little part about you can trust me?
Nope.
You're Walter Mondale. They're going to say you're Michael Dukakis. They're going to push you left. He had a brand where he could look people in the eye and say, I'm on your side. I'm fighting for the middle class. Right. Putting people first. That's the connection she has.
She has been saying that, bruh, since July. You do know that, right? Like what he just said, she's been running on that, like he said, but I'm like, she's saying it. She cannot make, like, from his perception, I guess. From his perception, I'm having a hard time with that. You know what I'm saying? Because from his perception, he's trying to make it seem like it's something that it's not. She's been looking people in the face and saying exactly that. She's been doing exactly that. You know what I'm saying? It's not, and you're making it, and he's making it something that it's not even working, but it has to have some, what she's been doing, it's almost as if her numbers are bad. And I don't know what little internal polls they may have or don't have, but all the things that I've seen, she's either up, even, or down by like 0.1 or something, or 0.3 or something. I mean, it's all margin numbers. Now, if his argument is if she's not connected, she should be 10 points up, then okay, fine, we can have that. But we're not talking about that, right? I just don't get what they're trying to accomplish. It's just, and again, I might be missing something. I don't know.
Has to make to that you can trust me.
Which is why she talks about her middle class upbringing
to do this. It's the personal part is sometimes missing. And again, it may be
And I keep asking, I keep wanting to know this. Is he talking about himself? And that's what I told you about that superhero Negro stuff or whatever. How does it go? whatever, however they say it. It's like, is he talking about himself that she needs to make him feel a certain kind of way? Because I figured she was, the last time I checked, it appears that she's connecting to people.
Fair to her, to your point about a different standard, because as she has not taken the time as vice president, or they did not let her take the time as vice president to more develop her brand so that in crunch time you know who she is.
They don't do that. It's
Look,
not a real
I think
thing.
it was a mixed night. Okay, I think she was very strong coming out of the gate, and she
I hate
obviously
seeing that,
came
bro.
with a purpose, which she wanted to. They want to shine a focus on, this latest chapter with the Hitler story of John Kelly, but generally anti-democratic behavior
I hope
and
Van,
the
I
threat
don't like
that
Van, but I hope he
represents. And
does
she
better.
obviously was well prepared for that. She was very strong on, as she has been, on abortion rights because she feels passionately about it. She could be clinical on some of these economic issues. She was great on the long-term care for the the elderly, to help people in the
She had
sandwich
the
industry.
anecdote
She
about
was
helping
one
her
of them.
mother put on her sweater and her
But
final days.
the things that would concern me, and then she did one thing at the end that I thought was really important. The things that would concern me is when she doesn't want to answer a question, her habit is to kind of go to word salad city. And she did that on a couple of answers. One was on Israel. Anderson asked a direct question, would you be stronger on Israel than Trump? And there was a 7-minute answer, but none of it related to the question he was asking. And so, on certain questions like that, on immigration, I thought she missed an opportunity because she would acknowledge no concerns about any of the administration's policies. And that's a mistake. Sometimes you have to concede things, and she didn't concede much. But I'll tell you something, John King.
You know what he could have said, and that's what I mean about. And he should know better. What he could have said was, because he's parroting Republican talking points about the word salad crap, which is stupid. What he should have said was, she did a great job answering that question on Israel by pivoting into you know what I mean. Like, there is a positive way of saying that and not taking a shot at her. And adding to the nonsense, and just say, man, she's very clever. She figured out a way to answer this one question. She was able to move it over to this question and point. But they're trying to, and like I said, you could do this after the election. You want to start the critique and look at certain things. But why would you do this as the senior advisor of Barack Obama, David Axelrod? It's strange. Like, you could do this in behind closed doors. Why are you doing this on international television?
Mentioned Bill Clinton. No one's going to be Bill Clinton, but you do want to
see what I'm talking about, right? She ain't no Bill. She's not a Bill. What does that even mean? Why are you injecting it? I'm not. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. I'm gonna leave the Democrats alone. But it's just, I just don't. And it's only, she just got through talking 10 seconds ago. I mean, wait 3 days to say this though when nobody's watching. But you're tagging your language. You're tagging your conversation onto the ratings hit that you're getting from her being on there, right? So instead of you waiting another day, or you want to bring this up maybe in 12 hours or something, but you have this attached to the actual interview, and I've only heard negatives. This is not the think about this. These are people are not on the right. They're not on the right. You understand that, right? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Relate to the people in front of you. She didn't do a lot of that. She didn't ask them questions. She didn't address them particularly. So she was giving set pieces too much, but she said something at the end that I thought should be actually a frame. If they want to go down this road, this is a great frame. She said, he'll have an enemies list, I'll have a to-do list, and the to-do list is going to be the concerns you mentioned tonight. I think that is a fundamental argument here. What are their respective motivations, and who's going to actually work on the stuff that is going to?
I'm gonna tell you this, DC. Your boy, he better come in and say she did amazing. I'm just gonna say that.
Impact positively on your life.
You mentioned the question back and forth with Anderson about Israel, and that was actually structurally in the way that this town hall was conducted. She talked about Gaza and then was talking about Israel and anti-Semitism back to back, which I know stood out to you.
Yes, I think that she is running into an incredible challenge this cycle of you don't want to alienate Jewish voters who are heartbroken after October 7th. They want the hostages released. They want a ceasefire deal. And then the Gaza protesters who are critical in Michigan, where you've got a huge Arab population. And I worry that the fear to answer either side of the question makes her alienate both communities. I thought that was one of the weaker moments. There's a direct way to answer the issues with anti-Semitism. And by the way, point them to a history of anti-Semitic actions by the former president, dining with an avowed neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes.
DC, let me understand something, and I'm gonna play politics, right? So, can you hear me, Mike, breaking up?
Oh, that's me. I think that's mine. My mic. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Trump even talking about Hitler, true or not true? Trump even talking about Hitler. That's not enough.
Different.
The far right wing hate Jewish people for the entire history of America. I don't even understand what they're talking about. It's not the same. You're talking about liberal kids in a university that may be saying some dumb shit, comparing that to the right and how they feel about the Jewish people, and then it's not that he's even playing with the word Hitler. What does she need to say? How much work does she need to do? Don't kill civilians, and Israel deserves to exist. What else does she need to do relative to the right? Just think about how stupid this is, bro.
But I'm gonna tell you something, man. You know what's so weird about this whole?
That shit is weird, man. It's weird.
This whole election cycle is that she really doesn't really have any protection from.
I know. It's insane.
It is.
It's insane. On the Jewish thing alone, bro. Let me explain something to you, bro. Me and you follow that stuff. I follow the war stuff heavy, and I'm thinking to myself, I understand that. I think the Jews. I forget what their voting numbers are. 65 or 70, something in that range. I forget what the exact numbers are. But they're a very small population anyway. They're not necessarily crazy moving anything outside of maybe one or two places, maybe. But they have a heavy influence, very well funded, have great PACs, etc. And they have a lot of influence, yada, 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 right? They're a lot of powerful positions, etc. And we protect them. They're the 52nd state. The thing is that she's answering the question, again, in my humble opinion, perfectly, simply. Deserves a Jewish state, check. The right ain't saying that. The far right is what I'm talking about. The actual, I'm talking about the underpinnings of the right, not the bullshit. Right? That's number one. Deserve to have a state. Deserve to be protected. Deserve to be secure. But at the same time, you don't get to genocide people either, though, and take over and keep pushing out your settlements and stuff. Right? You don't get to just do whatever you want to do. It's going to be some pressure on you. She isn't going crazy. She's married to a Jewish man, of course, who's pro-Israel. So she is pro-Israel, but she does have constituents who are Arabs in Michigan, obviously, right? So it's like, I would have said, now she's a Republican, obviously, but I'm just saying, I would have the Democrats should be saying, no, she threaded it perfectly. Wouldn't that be the answer of the person that's sitting next to her? Oh no, she shredded that. She shredded that perfectly. She's against Hamas. She's against terrorism. She supports. She is horrified by October 7th. Right? And she's married to a Jewish person who's pro-Israel. She's pro-Israel. She's never not been pro-Israel.
Facts.
What else does she need to say? What are you even talking about? Why would the people on the left here let her spin what she just said? It's just, anyway, let me play the rest of this. You got anything to say before I hit the play?
Charlottesville, his language after that. I think those could have been a stronger moment. She's clearly very nervous.
She didn't bring any of those things up.
Yeah, those are key constituencies. But what I thought she did extraordinarily well is they clearly have data that this John Kelly story, the unfitness, the danger of Donald Trump is breaking through to people, because it was almost like, what was the score of the baseball game? And it was like, well, John Kelly and generals warned this. Yep. I think that they know that works with a swath of voters that are still gettable now, because that came up in pretty much every other
She kept going back to it.
And I do think it's powerful. And I would add personal stories. She shows a humanity that Donald Trump just doesn't have the same ability to convey. He certainly didn't take care of an alien parent. He hasn't talked about that. He hasn't talked about his faith in great detail. He hasn't cited scripture or prayed. Those are her moments where I think you see a little more of her.
You see what I'm saying, DC? Though now a Republican is bringing up her positives, and the Democrats just don't know to say what she just said without the Israel part, and just to keep everything moving in a certain direction. If you think Trump is a fascist and is going to end the country,
And the public needs that.
Yeah, look, there were flashes. No, there were.
oh my God, bro! Man, look, man, you better than me, bro. DC, you better than me, bro.
Well,
That's all I'm gonna say. You better than me, bro.
Let me ask you.
These people are fucking psychos, man.
Let me ask you a question.
They're psychos.
But let me ask you a
I
question.
hate that fucking. I hate the Democrat Party, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I hate that shit, bro. The woman just finished talking. She gave you everything that you wanted, and you want more. What more can she give you, man? It's not. This is the thing, DC. It's not her fault that the Democratic Party has oriented itself the way it has coming out of the Clinton years, and
Right.
you are now trying to make her do something. But you the one set this up. This is your party platform. She's just running on the platform, so she has to absorb all of that bullshit, and then you're still mad at her. But she didn't set this up this way. You made it like this. You decided to ignore men, to ignore white poverty. You made those decisions. You made those decisions not to do better in the ghettos and in the hoods. You made that decision. She didn't make that decision.
Where does all the negativity filter in this country?
It's just.
Where does all the
My
negativity
brain.
filter in this country? It has to go somewhere, bro.
I know, but
Things that they
I
all
understand
dislike,
that, but
they're filtering it through her. That's what I'm saying. Like
dude,
the same.
this is the
They
same.
don't even make this. This is not even made.
What's the black dude name? What's the black dude name?
But Van Jones.
This is the same motherfucker that was crying, talking about Trump is now officially the president, or whatever the fuck he said 8 years ago. Now he's in tears. He's finally the president now. So he's an actor. They're all acting. So why are y'all being so negative when you pretend for all type of things? I've been watching this shit for 30 fucking years. Like, I've watched them contort themselves and all type of things to protect monsters like Hillary Clinton. Protecting monsters, bruh.
Yep.
I just find it odd. And then I just find it odd, man.
I don't
Jared,
even
well, let's
remember.
fit
I don't
Jared
even
down.
remember
You'll
Hillary
get your
getting
turn,
pressed
brother.
this way. And she had a
No.
very
Hillary's smart
problematic.
Hillary's smart and talented, and she worked in the State Department, and she's married to this, and she did this great. She was still doing a lot of things, as herself when she was even the first lady. Then she came out and she ran for senator and won in New York. Literally, almost the same pathway with the same experience, around the same age, roughly, at the time, and maybe. Was she a little bit younger? She may be a little bit younger, actually. I'm thinking about it. I forget. I don't got the numbers in front of me. And they was very careful protecting her. I can go back and play you 20 videos on Rachel Maddow and a whole bunch of other shows, Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe and a lot of other shows where she had some vulnerability that they did bring up, but it's how they discussed it. It's all about how you present it, because you can critique them on and say, well, I wish you would have done this, I wish you would have done that. But you have to be very careful how you do it, because people are picking up on what? The first few things that you say, right? And then they sort of don't hear the rest. So it's sticking into their brain that, man, we just heard 7 people who are on the left, who are in the political world, who all started out with a negative statement about an interview, in my opinion, that she was somewhat ambushed, obviously, but handle herself as well as she could based off the cards that got dealt to her in that moment in time, in my opinion. But this is the thing. I've watched Barack Obama not answer questions, stumbling, fumbling, bumbling. I watched Bill Clinton stumbling, fumbling. I watched Hillary. I watched Trump. And Biden is one of the worst. And George Bush Jr., the cokehead, is one of the worst. Can't answer anything, don't know how to answer anything, say all kind of. Don't let me get started on Rumsfeld and how he will answer questions, and John Bolton and how he answers questions. And I can just keep going and going. Bruh, it doesn't even make any sense. I've watched some of the most outlandish people say things. I'm like, well, I can play. I go back and watch all the stuff. I can show you the video. And I watch how the media, if they roll with you, I watch just sort of how they play with the language. So they may critique it, but it's how they bend it. It's when they bend it, by the way. It's the timing of it all, by the way. It's 9 days left. Trump is supposed to end democracy. This is how y'all talking? Off a fucking town hall that don't mean shit, really? With 9 days to fucking, it don't even mean things. It don't, dude, we've already had like 80 million people 80 million folks have already voted or something like that, 60 million, whatever the fuck the number is. Like millions of people have already voted. People are already making these decisions. What's the point of even doing it? What's the point of it? Doesn't even make any sense to even do that right now. Right now should be, let's stay positive, let's just move, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's just strange, bro.
But there were flashes of the Kamala that I know. Who is really a true public servant. She really does work for real people. And in the back of her mind, she is trying to figure out, how do I solve the problem? She sometimes skips, even in person, she'll sometimes skip the human part and get to the problem solving part. But there were flashes of it. And I think the question, if you're at home trying to figure this out, you can ask, well, could she have done this? Could she have done this better? Your job isn't to do town halls. Your job is to fight for people. Does she seem like somebody who is going to take seriously the problems of ordinary people and try to get an answer? And I think she passed that test. I think that the word salad stuff gets on my nerves. I think that some of the evasions are not necessary. But when she's talking about trying to get you a house, I believe her. When she starts like I'm trying to get you to help for your mama who's sick, I believe her.
Yeah.
When she's talking about, I'm going to do what I can to bring prices down, I may not agree with those tools, but I believe she's going to try to apply them. And so I believe this is somebody who actually cares about people. And I think that she passed that test tonight. So on how she did it and some of that stuff got on my nerves. But I believe that she is going to fight.
But you described it as flashes. But then,
by the way, DC, before I let them finish, by the way, this is why I like Trump. Just so you know, this is why I like Trump. Right here, this is it. Right here. This is it, right? See, right here. If I was her, I would do it. Media, fake news, y'all are full of shit. What are you talking about? You better support me. What he went on Fox? He went on Fox and Friends last Friday. What did he say? He said, "Why do you got that? Why you got that chick on the show? I'm meeting with the CEO. Why y'all bashing me? It's the end of the election. You should be being." That makes sense, right? If you're my propaganda arm, you need to be full on committed right now. Van Jones just gave a lukewarm BS answer because he's a part of that group. So think about this. Think about how much of a bastard he is. Instead of him saying, you know what, because he does it for other folks, I'm gonna stand on my own right now. I'm not gonna talk about no word salads about I don't like certain things. What are you even saying that for? You say the most outlandish shit anyway. So why would in this moment you're the only black person here if that means something? Hello? If that hello? I can't hear you. Hello? If that means something, right? Being black means something, right? Huh? Yeah. Hello? Okay. If that means something, by the way, your sister's on there too from Haiti. She's on there too, by the way, on the other panel. They ain't let her talk. Think about that one. So he says, what did he just say in flashes? I shouldn't be saying this. Why aren't Democrats going on lives breaking this stuff down? Talking about this ridiculousness and putting pressure. Van Jones, bro. Just think about what he said and what he's done and who he's cried for and all the bullshit that he's put on to get his, I guess, to keep him on this show or whatever. And then he's literally parroting this. Watch what you see what he's doing, right? Now I watch him go rogue many of times. Why would you parrot what the last 6 folks just said when you understand what it is? Oh, I know her. Well then, dumbass, why are you saying what they're saying then? Why would you just say what you just said at the end initially? Don't even bring in the negative shit to kind of attach yourself to them. Nah, y'all are wrong about her. What y'all talking about is crazy. I don't see nothing that you're talking about right now. Why would you just say that? Real or fake? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Why would you do that?
Do you
and your follow-up seemed like
just real quick, do you want to go to she's in Michigan right now.
I know, but they haven't came up yet. Are they up there yet?
I think
oh, Michelle, she's here now. Yeah, I was waiting. I'll bag it up. I'll
try to apply them. And so
I was waiting. I got it up already.
Actually,
I was waiting for her to come up and speak.
I think that she passed that test tonight. So
I think she passed that
how
test
she
tonight.
did it and some of that stuff got on my nerves. But I believe that she's going to.
I just can't believe he's critiquing her, bro.
But then your follow-up seemed like a much more of a brighter endorsement.
Yeah. But I'm saying that there were flashes of the person I didn't get a chance to say because I got interrupted. There were flashes of the person that I know. The
I'll be right,
flashes of the person I
back.
know that I've seen
Just
as a district
I'll
attorney
just
at the grassroots level
you
in
want
San
you want to just
Francisco,
kind of like
fighting for regular
listen
people.
to the whole thing all the way through, or you want to kind of like
What? This goes
do?
off in another 2 minutes or another minute and a half.
No, I'm talking about like continue the program all the way through.
What do you mean as far as what are we talking about?
Because I was thinking about jumping. I have to be somewhere, but I can I could jump on my phone instead.
No, we can shut it down. We can, you don't have time to play a little bit of a shelf.
No,
You
I
gotta go
can.
there.
I could do it, but I'll just be mobile.
Okay,
That's
that's
all.
fine. We'll give it a few minutes. We'll let you go mobile and we can play a little bit of it.
Okay, cool. So just
Are you doing that now or what?
Yeah, I'm about to make the transition now. So just you could go ahead and go transition over to
Well, I'm
whenever
gonna
you do.
I'm gonna finish up this and then I'm gonna go to that and back it up and start from the
Okay.
beginning, of course. But I want to finish this
All right.
ridiculous nonsense right now.
All right. Cool.
Giving young people an opportunity. So one of those young people, by the way, is going to Congress. I know this woman, and there were flashes of that. And then some other stuff, it got lost in the sauce.
I think Republicans would take another hour of Kamala Harris. We just press play, let her keep going. We'd pay for another hour to let her keep not answering the questions. I think Anderson's asking her, well, why haven't you done it? You've been there for 4 years. Why have you done any of this? And the word salad answer she gave to that was just mind-boggling. I mean, it's blown up the internet, her answer to that question. I think the things that are troubling for people were her responses to, Van said about what's she going to do to reduce costs when they asked her at the beginning. We're hurting economically. She said, I'm going to prosecute corporations, right? That's not going to lower costs. How are you going to make things better for me? I'm going to prosecute people. Trump bad is not a message that's going to get her elected. Trump bad message. I disagree with you, Alyssa. There, I don't think it's going to happen.
You're referring to the fact that she kept bringing up the
about,
Hitler and Atlantic
you have to bring something else. Say, was she for a wall or was she against a wall? I couldn't tell from her answer, right? Anderson kept asking her, well, listen, you laughed at the wall, but now it's in your plan. Are you for it or against it? There was so much mishmash in there. I don't know what was going on. I think it's very generous to say that she showed up, right? I think the key, if she loses here in this race, people are going to look back and her team is going to say, we should have been doing this from the very get-go because reps make you better, right? And the more you do this, the better you get. She's still not at it. We're 13 days out from an election.
I'm just going to say this about this goofy idiot here. I'm just going to say this. When you can find me someone in American history that's run a campaign to be nominated as the Democratic nominee and is running in 90 days, and her campaign is going to look back and look back and say, what exactly? We raised $1 billion, over $1 billion in 3 months. Insane. And we got a candidate out, polished her up, cleaned her up, got her studying hard, and been able to handle herself for 100 days. They're not going to look back on it and say anything. We're going to just stick her in a town hall on her first outing, because he will be saying the exact opposite. It was terrible what they did at first. They had her out there. She didn't know. It doesn't even make any sense. So you want her just to pop out of there, not prepared, not ready. She's running. It just doesn't. It's just a strange rewriting in the sense that she hasn't been running for a year. Then you have a very valid argument. Obviously, if she ran her campaign for a year or two and her first town hall was 3 months before the election, then of course that's obvious. She just started running 3 months ago. And for them not to frame it that way would make a person who don't know nothing, and this is their first time watching her, is going to think, yeah, why didn't they just do it back then? Back then was 2 months ago. I mean, am I confused here? Because it's just...
And everyone's hoping she's going to get better. The Wall Street Journal just came out with a poll while this was going on. She's losing altitude rapidly. Rapidly.
That's why I burnt all my shoes, and you should too. Let me explain. All my life, I let my feet suffer in prison of
All right. That's over with. Maybe this will be a little bit more positive for you Dems, you Dems out there. But to watch them pile on her over one little town hall, I mean, it's just stupid. 17 minutes. How long was this speech? She giving the full deep throat. Let me see here. Well, y'all can't see this. I'm watching it. You can't see it. Let's see here. I've done enough caping for Democrats today, so that's my. I'm at my limit.
Woo! Yes, yes, Michigan. Oh my goodness. Love you guys so much.
I hope this has better sound quality.
You guys have been here for a little bit. So we want to get this show on the road, especially for our folks standing here in the mosh pit. Hang on there. I love you. Well, let me just start by saying hello, Kalamazoo. Or should I say Kamalazoo? Who is ready to elect the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris? Yes. But let me start, of course, by thanking Hallie for everything she's done to get out the vote here in Michigan. But most of all, I want to thank all of you because 100 years old.
I'm gonna speed this up a little bit.
Oh my goodness. You look amazing. I bow down. Doesn't it feel good to be together? I mean, it feels so good. I haven't done this in such a long time. It feels good to see how strong, how hopeful, how energized, how
you should be running for
organized we
president.
all are. And we need that. We need all of you because right now, as you know, this race is close. It's too close for my liking. And I came out here to Michigan because I am someone who takes her own advice to heart. I know that if we want to help this country finally turn the page on the politics of hatred and division, we can't just sit around and complain. No, we've got to do something. If we want to usher in the next generation of American leadership, we have got to do something. If we want to elect someone with a character that is worthy of the Oval Office, someone with the strength of heart to guide our country to a better day, we have got to what? And that someone, of course, is my dear friend Kamala Harris. And Michigan, I am so hopeful about the energy and poise and joy that Kamala has injected into this race. And if you know Kamala like I do, that's no surprise. I mean, think about it. No one could have predicted the way everything would have unfolded this summer. And yet, in a critical moment when our country needed her, Kamala couldn't have been more prepared to meet that moment. And she's met it every single day since. Yes. So she's filling arenas in a way we haven't seen for years. She's building a remarkable campaign in record time, dominating her opponent so thoroughly in the debate, he was too scared to face her again. Kamala, she's putting herself out there fearlessly, facing down even her harshest critics. She's seeking out Republicans to find common ground. And unlike her opponent, she's not ducking interviews or cowering in safe spaces only with fawning audiences. No, she's showing us what a sane, stable leader looks like. She's not losing her train of thought or stumbling over her words. And she's doing it all with vigor and with grace. That's because Kamala Harris is a grown-up. And Lord knows, we need a grown-up in the White House. Someone with the maturity and fresh ideas to keep moving our country forward. Kamala is the only candidate in this race who has outlined a clear set of policies, including focusing on lowering costs and reducing drug prices for all Americans. Giving tax credits to first-time homebuyers, folks starting small businesses, and working families raising our kids. Let me tell you, it is a remarkable plan. And these remarkable last few months mirror the way Kamala has handled herself her entire life, fighting for working people and the vulnerable, first as a prosecutor, then as an attorney general, then as a U.S. senator, and now as our vice president of the United States. Taking on the big banks, the transnational gangs and predatory for-profit colleges, and always doing it, holding her head high with warmth and dignity and class. So Michigan, do not buy into the lie that we do not know who Kamala is or what she stands for. This is someone who understands you, all of you, someone from a middle-class family raised mostly by her mom, like so many of us, leaning on her neighbors like we all do. That's what you want in a president, someone who gets you and will have your back. Take it from me. And I know good people. Kamala Harris is an extraordinary human being. She is an extraordinary candidate, and she will be an extraordinary president of the United States of America. Mark my words, because I don't lie. So Michigan, with all that being said, I got to ask myself, well, why on earth is this race even close? I lay awake at night wondering what in the world is going on. And it's clear to me that the question isn't whether Kamala is ready for this moment, because by every measure, she has demonstrated that she's ready. The real question is, as a country, are we ready for this moment? Are we willing to do what it takes to get her across the finish line, or are we going to let ourselves get distracted and fall for the scam? Are we going to lose sight of the dire consequences if we come up short? And right now, folks, I have to be honest, I'm not completely sure of the answers to those questions. Y'all give me great comfort in this arena. But this is a big country. And that's why all of my hope about Kamala is also accompanied by some genuine fear. Fear for our country, fear for our children, fear for what is coming our way if we forget the stakes in this election. And y'all, that's why I'm here today. And y'all know I hate politics, but I hate to see folks taken advantage of even more. So I wanted to do everything in my power to remind the country that I love, that there's too much we stand to lose if we get this one wrong. I'm deeply concerned, and I'm talking to everybody out there, that too many of us are still confused and buying into the lies and distortions from people who do not have our best interest at heart. So I want to address some of these concerns head on. Because when you lay out the options, this choice isn't even close. But whether it's online or in the media or in our social circles, there are folks who say they're not sure about Kamala. They accuse her of not providing enough policy detail. Some wonder, do we really know her? Is she too aggressive? Is she not aggressive enough? There are folks sowing seeds of doubt about whether she's who she appears to be. Now, don't get me wrong. Voters have every right to ask hard questions of any candidate seeking office. But can someone tell me why we are once again holding Kamala to a higher standard than her opponent? We expect her to be.
I hate to interrupt the great Michelle Obama. But I swear to God, I said all this literally 5 minutes ago. I can't make this up. Nobody's questioning her but the Democrats. The Republicans are just doing what you do in politics. But your own party, she should be talking to her. Well, I mean, maybe she is talking to them, obviously, right? But the problem is that the party don't believe in her. The party doesn't trust her. The party says, we just played it. Democrats are saying this. Democratic operatives are saying this. Democratic experts are saying this. Democratic pollsters are saying this. Progressives are saying this, up and down. Like, I hope that she's talking to her own people, because it doesn't matter what the Republicans say. That's just standard, their job. The Democratic Party apparatus has to support her. That's what they're getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars to do, and they're not doing their job. Again, in my opinion, but I'm gonna let her keep rocking. I'll keep on the wrong page.
Be intelligent and articulate, to have a clear set of policies, to never show too much anger, to prove time and a time again that she belongs. But for Trump, we expect nothing at all. No understanding of policy, no ability to put together a coherent argument, no honesty, no decency, no morals. Instead, too many people are willing to write off his childish, mean-spirited antics by saying, well, Trump's just being Trump. Rather than question his horrible behavior, some folks think he's funny. And if you remember, that's exactly how he got elected the first time. Folks gave him a pass and rolled the dice, betting that he couldn't possibly be that bad. And then there were those folks who didn't think it really mattered who the president was, if you can believe that. And still others who thought it'd be a good idea just to blow up our entire democracy. Let us not forget how badly that worked out for all of us. Let us not forget the incompetence and the corruption, the chaos that was the cornerstone of his entire 4 years in office. Let's start with a pandemic. Remember how woefully unprepared he was, how he was sowing seeds of fear and confusion, endangering lives with his lies and ignorance, denigrating the doctors and scientists trying to help us. You want to talk about plans? Well, my husband left him a very detailed pandemic plan. And you know what he did? He ignored it. He had no clue how to get us out of that crisis. No ability to bring back the millions of jobs we lost so suddenly. No idea how to get our students back into school safely. No attempt to help stem the epidemic of loneliness and isolation that too many of our young people are still dealing with. And his failures had real cost. America lost 7 million more jobs during the COVID downturn than the European Union. Among wealthy nations, the United States had one of the highest COVID death rates. Again, all of this occurred with Trump in charge. And sadly, this was just the tragic exclamation point on his disastrous presidency. Installing judges and justices who have now stripped away our reproductive freedoms, cracking down on protesters marching to protect their sons from being shot because of the color of their skin, rolling back protections for LGBTQ Americans, fanning conspiracy theories, unleashing hatred in our communities. And then, when the American people fired him from a job that was too big for him to begin with, he tried to steal it, egging on a violent mob that breached our nation's capital. And when told that his own vice president was in danger, you know what he said? So what? So what, y'all? He said, so what? And after all of that, and there is more, there are still folks wringing their hands, crossing their arms, tuning out, saying they plan to sit this election out to prove a point. Well, let me tell you who isn't tuning out. Many of the folks who served closest to Trump and saw the danger firsthand. His former vice president, almost half of his former cabinet members, the growing list of 4-star generals and Republican governors and senators and former House members, all of whom are not publicly supporting his candidacy the second time around. Y'all hear what I said? They are saying, no, thank you. Many are speaking out. His chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, for example, said, and these are his words, that Trump is fascist to the core, his Joint Chief of Staff. These folks know that nothing this man says or does is funny in any way. So I hope you'll forgive me if I'm a little frustrated that some of us are choosing to ignore Donald Trump's gross incompetence while asking Kamala to dazzle us at every turn. I hope that you'll forgive me if I'm a little angry that we are indifferent to his erratic behavior, his obvious mental decline, his history as a convicted felon, a known slumlord, a predator found liable for sexual abuse, all of this, while we pick apart Kamala's answers from interviews that he doesn't even have the courage to do, y'all. So I am praying that those of us contemplating voting for Trump or not voting at all will snap out of whatever fog we are in. I am praying that we consider the decades of sacrifice and struggle by all of our ancestors, the folks who marched and sacrificed and shed their blood for us. We have to ask ourselves, is a vote for Trump or no vote at all the way we honor their lives? And if that's the case, well, that surely doesn't sound like freedom to me. Because let me tell you, in any other profession or arena, Trump's criminal track record and amoral character would be embarrassing, shameful, and disqualifying. So I hope that you will forgive me if I am worried that we will blow this opportunity to finally turn the page on the ugliness once and for all. Because believe me, if Donald Trump is president again, at some point or another, that ugliness will touch all of our lives. And it will not matter what you look like, how you worship, who you love, or how you vote. If you don't make 6 or 8 or 12 figures, if you're not famous, if you criticize or disagree with him in any way, if he doesn't view you as his equal or relevant to his ambitions, I promise you, he will not think about you when he gets into the Oval Office. And that will have real consequences for all of us. If your town gets hit by a natural disaster, who do you want looking out for you? Is it Donald Trump, who's spreading so many lies and conspiracy theories about climate change and FEMA that the workers in North Carolina trying to help folks clean up after the last hurricane were fearing for their safety? Or is it Kamala Harris, who has been meeting with local officials, comforting the families in that state and doing everything she can to get folks the help they need? If you're saving up to buy a house or pay off student loans, if you're caring for your kids or your parents or both, if you are a farmer, a factory worker, a paralegal, anyone whose job may be changed or replaced by technology, who will actually be thinking about you? Is it Donald Trump, who's palling around with billionaires that want a puppet in the White House who will let him run unchecked? Or is it Kamala Harris, who has been fighting for working people her entire life? If you're one of our service members, our veterans or military families, who is going to value your service and sacrifice? Is it Donald Trump, who has called those who gave their lives for our country suckers and losers? Or is it Kamala Harris, who I guarantee you will honor your commitment to the ideals we all share with every fiber in her being? And if you are a mother who has lost sleep worrying if your son could be the victim of a nightmare traffic stop gone bad, if you've ever been out there marching and weeping for justice, who do you think is going to have your back? Is it Donald Trump, who once took out a full-page ad to demonize innocent young Black teenagers in New York City, who has dreamed openly about...
Let me just say this. I hate to even stop it. It's getting good. I like good speeches. Politically speaking, what I don't understand it, and like I said, I need to get DC back on here so I can get some straightening here. Are you there, DC? Or are you still dropping in and out? Before I make my quick little statement and get back to speech. Let me know if you're able to hear me or not. But this is how you give a speech, regardless of what side you're on. You're in battle. You know what I mean? When you're in battle, you want to be able to, you want to have a great opponent to battle, of course, right? To create some pressure. And I won't lie, man. When you're concise, when it's packaged right, when it's tight, I'm trying to figure out this, and I'm going to be nice. I'm going to try to be as nice as I can. Kamala's speech, and again, I'm gonna play the Barack when we have time. I don't know or not, just to see the transition from him to her, and that may be unfair. Who cares, right? Fuck fairness. I will say this: I hope that the speech that whoever wrote this speech, should they have given it to her to read the speech? Because I'm a little confused. That I'm assuming, because I don't know. You really can't match this coming behind this. This is. Is Kamala? I'm assuming Kamala's not going to speak tonight. Kamala is not going to speak tonight. This is going to just be her thing, right? Because are they sharing speech writers, and she's just going to add to this? Because this is pretty crispy and clean. I mean, like, what else do you want to really? How do you add more to? This is what it should be like, by the way. Just to put that out there. But I am a fan, so it's probably not the most. I'm not giving the most fair critique here. But I mean, it is pretty clean for just to get your base riled up, to keep them focused, to push. You know, you're trying to push. Basically, at this point, and you can tell me in the chat or not, but you know, we have what, 8 days or 9 days left. So, and probably I would. Well, I mean, you know, I think I want to say maybe since Barack, maybe I can't remember back that far. I want to. I think was it Trump. Wasn't people flying around like the last day or on the day of the election or the day or the night before and was still giving speeches? Was that Trump or was that somebody else? Or was that both parties? I cannot remember, but we probably going to have, I would assume they're going to run this until Monday night, I would assume, right? Late Monday night, they're going to probably have some last few places they're going to probably hit in Wisconsin or hit in Michigan or Pennsylvania or whatever. I'm making that assumption, obviously, because some numbers will be there. I mean, they are getting numbers in, of course, I would assume, but because a lot of numbers, it's been record breaking already in some places already, but they will be pushing to the end. So this is what you want from the Republicans and Democrats, to just keep people locked in, to keep them excited, especially staff and people who are working the calls and who are doing a lot of the what do they call it when they walk around knocking on the doors, door knocking and stuff like that. This would keep them motivated. These kind of speeches, though, I mean, this is good stuff right here, man. You're not going to get this luck because it's not too preachy. You know, sometimes like I think is it Warnock? I think he thinks he's a black Southern Baptist preacher sometimes. So to me, it gets a little bit. You know, it gets a little bit for me. You got to be a balance between some of that and just giving a straight up fire speech and just keeping it rolling. And to me, and we've seen this before, of course, but this is what you want your presidential nominee really to hit on. It needs to be tight. It needs to be just boom, boom. And she did this in the one that she did at the DNC. It's just shorter and tighter and cleaner. I just think it's just much more effective, much more exciting. But anyway, I do have it sped up a little bit, so that might also be helping in this particular situation. But DC, are you there? Can I get 1, 2, 3? Hello. All right. So maybe you still
1, 2, 3. I'm still en route though.
All right.
His own version of a purge, where in his words, he has said for one day, one real rough, nasty day, he says he will allow cops to use violence indiscriminately, who I am sure has never spent a single second thinking about the lives on the other end of those batons. Or is it Kamala Harris, who understands the anguish in these interactions and has the experience that shows us that, yes, it is possible to keep our community safe and keep innocent people out of harm's way?
Now, come on, Michelle. Now, I'm rolling with you to a point. Now, the last time I checked, Kamala's a cop. So wouldn't she be on their side anyway? But, you know, I digress.
And finally, y'all, who could possibly think that this man would care more about our men and boys more than Kamala Harris? And while we're at it, I want to think about who do you think possibly would care more about our reproductive health? And I just want to take a moment with this particular question, because there is so much that gets lost in the conversation about women's reproductive rights. And I want the men in the arena to bear with me on this, because there's more at stake than just protecting a woman's choice to give birth. And sadly, we as women and girls have not been socialized to talk openly about our reproductive health. We've been taught instead with anyone, not with our partners, our friends, or even our doctors. Look, a woman's could be early signs of a variety of life-threatening. In those dark moments, all we have to rely on is our faith in a higher power and the experience of doctors to get us the care we understand the chilling effect, not just on critical abortion care, but on a woman until she becomes so close to death. Numbers of women in communities throughout this country without a place to go for basic gynecological care. And let me just try to paint a picture of what it will feel like if America, the wealthiest nation on earth, keeps revoking basic care from its women, and how it will affect every single woman in your life. Your girlfriend could be the one in legal jeopardy if she needs a pill from out of state or overseas, or if she has to travel across state lines because the local clinic closed up. Your wife or mother could be the ones at higher risk of dying from undiagnosed cervical cancer because they have no access to regular gynecological care. Your daughter could be the one too terrified to call the doctor if she's bleeding during an unexpected pregnancy. Your niece could be the one miscarrying in her bathtub after the hospital turned her away. And this will not just affect women, it will affect you and your sons. The devastating consequences of teen pregnancy won't just be borne by young girls, but also by the young men who are the fathers. They too will have their dreams of going to college. Their entire future is totally upended by an unwanted pregnancy. If you and your partner are expecting a child, you will be right by her side.
I would just say this on this part. That's why I'm kind of skipping through. I really don't want to hear a lot of this stuff. It bugs me about Democrats and killing children, babies or whatever. And I get some of the health stuff, which I obviously, that's common sense to agree with some of that stuff, of course, making sure women are good. But I would just say this on this part. I just want to have this on the record, I think, which is, and I've always hated it, and I get it is what it is. But I mean, that little part, that's that little part right there, which is I'm going to kill my child because of my future career or my going to college or finishing high school. That ain't enough for me. That's just me, though. I'm on the right. I don't like it. As a matter of fact, I despise it, actually. And I won't go into details about that, but it's just that that's not enough to abort children because you want to be, quote unquote, I guess, successful, or you want a career, or you want a life, and you don't want to deal, whatever happens when you get pregnant when you're young, and you got to deal with that for the rest of your life. And it's a burden and it's a scar and it's man, that part right there, man, I'm gonna leave that alone. So man, it's just not how you should teach young people to view the world, to view the children. If you have a child when you're young, outside of obviously rape and incest, in this time that we're living in right now, you have to have a child. And that's just how I see it. That's never going to change. I get you do what you got to do. If it's available, it's available. And you not having that child, meaning you're going to have a better life, is nonsense, in my opinion. You not having that child, meaning it's going to stop you from going to college, and somehow that's going to bring you joy and happiness after killing your child. My brain just, I can't connect the dots. I cannot connect those dots, but I'm going to let it be. I'm going to let it be.
At the checkups, terrified if her blood pressure is too high, or if there's an issue with the placenta, or if the ultrasound shows that the embryo was implanted in the wrong place, and the doctors aren't sure that they can intervene to keep the woman you love safe. If your wife is shivering and bleeding on the operating room table during a routine delivery gone bad, her pressure dropping as she loses more and more blood, or some unforeseen infection spreads and her doctors aren't sure if they can act, you will be the one praying that it's not too late. You will be the one pleading for somebody, anybody, to do something. And then there is the tragic but very real possibility that in the worst case scenario, you just might be the one holding flowers at the funeral. You might be the one left to raise your children alone. See, these are just some of the ways women die during childbirth. And I don't want to be a downer, y'all. But in many cases, there is no warning and things go bad very quickly. And when it happens, every second of hesitation or delay can lead to devastating outcomes. So I am asking y'all from the core of my being to take our lives seriously. Please do not put our lives in the hands of politicians, mostly men, who have no clue or do not care about what we as women are going through. who don't fully grasp the broad-reaching health implications that their misguided policies will have on our health outcomes.
And I'm just going to say this as well. If this was truly an issue, she's made a phenomenal case, it's all emotional, blah, blah, blah. If that truly was an issue, if it truly was an issue, and we're going to find out. I mean, the red wave became a whimper in 2022. We're going to see if women, because what's so funny about this is on females. That's why I find it funny. You could try to say it's on guys, that's fine, whatever, but you can't have it both ways. Now, someone can tell me, maybe I'm just going to throw something out there. Before abortions was even really a thing on this scale, you know, people have obviously done some things to try to kill their children historically, of course. But was women not getting health care prior to abortions, prior to making that killing children a normal thing? I would assume they were getting something. I'm not a woman. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. But before this this was never the driving force for women's freedom. I thought it was just making sure that they got health care, but not necessarily having the right to have an abortion because you're 17 and you're getting smashed and you get pregnant, and that we need to make sure that you can have a choice about having a child or going to college or doing whatever you want to do or whatever it is. I don't know.
The only people who have standing to make these decisions are women with the advice of their doctors. We are the ones with the knowledge and experience to know for equity, and a huge blow to our country's standing as a world leader on issues of women's health and gender equality. So fellas, before you cast your votes, ask yourselves, what side of history do you want to be on? Third-party candidate in protest because you're fed up? Let me warn you, your rage does not exist in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage.
Again, if women voted, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Kamala will be up by 10 points and she'll be riding high on the way to the presidency. Do not put this on nobody else. In my opinion, if you're trying to, this country has spent 30 years dividing the gender. So don't ask men for anything. Again, in my opinion, there's enough women. If there was like 20% of women in the country, obviously I wouldn't make this statement. There is a plethora, a gobsmack, a ginormous amount of women who voted for Donald Trump the last time I checked. And he was able to put in 3 justices the last time I checked to get rid of abortion at the federal level. So, I mean, I don't even know why you would orient it this way. Why don't you sit up here and say, look, women, look, women, do what you know what I mean? Like, anyway, it's clever. She's good, though. I won't deny that part. She's definitely good at this.
So, are you as men prepared to look into the eyes of the women and children you love and tell them that you supported this assault on our safety? And to the
I'm gonna say this again. I'm not trying. Look, man. Look, I'm just a regular person, man. I mean, I am not anything. I just have to say, this ain't on us, sweetheart. I love you though, but you cannot do this. You cannot promote individualism. Women can do whatever they want to do. Women are free. Women are equal. I'm fine with it. Don't care. I'm good. But you have to also take responsibility. Period. You have the numbers in every state. You talk crazy as far as what? We have the population. We do this. We do, which is cool. I love it. I love it. Do your thing. But you have to. You can't. It just cannot be both ways, man. This is just not. It's not complicated. If you pressure women to say, look, Donald Trump is X, Y, and Z. F your husband, and I would assume all single women, with whatever that number is, should obviously all vote on the left. And the numbers should show that. Because see, what's so funny about this argument she's having right now is that I know the numbers are tight. We know the numbers are tight. If you just get women to move 3 points, it's over. So why would you even waste the time to make the argument outside of holding women accountable? Period. You cannot have it both ways. I stand on that 1000%. You cannot have it both ways. You have to step up and do what you need to do what you need to do, or be honest about, well, some women some women or half the women or whoever prefer, they believe in a man like Trump. They don't believe in abortion. They may believe in their own particular health care, but they don't necessarily believe in abortion, even though Trump is, I guess, really on a lot of levels is liberal. Personally speaking, I believe on abortion. He supports, I don't know, some 15 weeks. I forget what some of his positions are off the top of my head right now. But for you to sit up, that's why I hate. That's why I can't stand Democrats. It doesn't make any sense. You have the numbers. Matter of fact, you have the numbers on the left. If you can just motivate, if you can just pull more women out the house, get them registered and get them to vote, if it really mattered, if it truly mattered the way you're trying to sell this, you have the vote. You have the vote. You don't even got to talk to me. You can keep it all cool. Keep it smooth, and don't even bring us up. Don't pull me into the fire with you, because I saw the numbers of what Trump got, specifically for white women, but also Latino women. Go look at those numbers. I mean, what are we talking about right now?
The women listening, we have every right to demand that the men in our lives do better by us. We have to use our voices to make these choices clear to the men that we love. Our lives are worth more than their anger.
And then I'm just sitting here, that's the other thing. Men do not have control. Regular guys, everyday people, everyday guys, we do not have control. Matter of fact, even parents, women and men, even parents don't have the control. The states are letting girls go do things, giving them contraceptive and showing them where to go to get abortions without even the parents being involved. And from a male perspective, we can't even tell you what to do. And there is no balance in no court systems or anything to where we have a choice to say, well, okay, and I love this, by the way, if you decide to abort the child or keep the child or whatever, if you have that option, then I have the option to disconnect, right? It's just strange. It's just, man, I just hate this part. But anyway.
And disappointment. And we are more than just baby-making vessels. On the other side, Kamala Harris will see us, all of us. Kamala Harris will listen to us, all of us. Let's not just sit around and we've just got to get this done. And now it is my pleasure to welcome to this stage the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Okay, we got some work to do. Can we please applaud my dear and incredible friend, the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. She is a true ally, because as she reminds us, as my mother taught me, don't just sit around and complain about injustice. And there are so many incredible leaders here tonight. But I want to first just thank everybody, because there's so much you could be doing with your time right now. And you are here, and we are here as community, as coalition builders, because we love our country. And I thank you for being here, and I thank you for all your work. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. And I want to give a shout out to Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. He's over there somewhere. Senator Gary Peters. And all the union, elected, and community leaders here today, I thank you. I want to give a special thank you to former Republican Congressman Fred Upton, who represented Kalamazoo for decades and has endorsed our campaign because, as he put it, ours is the team that will bring people together, strengthen our economy, and get things done for the American people. So Kalamazoo, listen, you all know, before I was vice president, I was a United States Senator. And before that, I know you want to say Kalamazoo, I heard you. So listen, before I was vice president, and before that, I was a two-term attorney general of California. I was a senator and a two-term attorney general of California. And before that, a district attorney. And before that, a courtroom prosecutor. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators, fraudsters, and repeat offenders. I took them on and I won. Well, Michigan, in 10 days, it's Donald Trump's turn.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm not trying to protect Donald Trump, but so she's gonna prosecute her political opponents, and just want to make sure I get that out here. Is that she's talking about prosecuting her political opponent? I think she just said that. I may have misheard it. I'm not sure, but that's interesting.
Yep. So listen, we've got just 10 days left. Well, you know, I hear your chant, but listen, the courts are going to handle that. We're going to handle November. Okay? There we go. So look, we've got just 10 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. As you all know, voting has already started. And everybody here knows this is going to be a tight race till the very end. So we have a lot of work to do. But we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. We will. Yes, we will. And I got something for it. Or as a certain former president would say, yes, we can. So yes, we can, and yes, we will. And we will win because together, and this is about all of us, we are fighting for America's future. And we understand the opportunity we have before us to turn the page on the fear, we have for America's future. And we understand the opportunity we have before us to turn the page on the fear, Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. And listen, on the topic of Gaza, we must end that war. And we must end the war and bring the hostages home. But now I am speaking about 2024. All right. So listen, we have to understand the opportunity we have before us to turn the page on the fear and the divisiveness that have characterized our politics for a decade because of Donald Trump. We have an opportunity to turn the page and chart a new and joyful way, dare I say joyful, way forward. Where we tap into the ambition and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. And I'm going to tell you, as I travel around our country, there is an overwhelming call for a fresh start, for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic and excited about what we can do together. There is a yearning in our country for a president who sees the people, not just looking in the mirror all the time, but sees the people, who gets you and who will fight for you. That is what this election is about. In my whole career, I have put the people above partisanship. I never asked somebody, are you a Democrat or a Republican, before I offered help. Instead, the first and only thing I asked is, how can I help you? And that is a major difference between Donald Trump and me, and between the two extremely different visions that he and I have for our nation. One, his, focused on the past and himself. The other, ours, focused on the future and you and your family. And together, we will build a future where we bring down the cost of living. And that will be my focus every single day as president. Because look, while inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million handed to him on a silver platter and then filed for bankruptcy 6 times, I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood with a working mother who kept a strict budget and did everything she could to make sure my sister and I had all that we needed. I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from. I will never forget where I come from. And so my common sense plan is about lowering the prices you pay on everything from prescription medication to groceries to housing. On the other hand, Donald Trump will raise costs on the families of America. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy, while his will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year. And his agenda is all laid out in Project 2025, which I still must say, I cannot believe they put that in writing. I mean, they put it in writing, they bound it, they handed it out. And if you get your hands on it, Google it. It's a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he is elected president. Donald Trump will impose a 20% Trump national sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost, the economists have measured it, will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. On the other hand, I will take on an issue like corporate price gouging. I've done it before and I will do it again. Donald Trump will give massive tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations, exactly like he did the last time he was president. I will give middle-class tax cuts to 100 million Americans, including $6,000 during the first year of a child's life, that will also lift America's children out of poverty. Donald Trump, again, read his plan, will get rid of the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. He will cut Medicare and Social Security. In fact, recently it was published, independent economists say he will bankrupt Social Security in the next 6 years. And what everybody here knows, we have so many seniors whose only source of income is their Social Security check. And we believe that our seniors should be able to retire with dignity, not worried about whether they're going to have a roof over their head. And
we believe that their families also should not be overwhelmed by the cost of home health care, which is why my plan includes ensuring that instead of you who are taking care of your elder relative, you know, I took care of my mother when she was sick, and I know what that is like. It's about trying to cook something that they feel like eating. It's about trying to help them put on a sweater. It's about trying to say something that maybe will bring a smile to their face and maybe make them laugh from time to time. It's about their dignity. But we have a lot of people right now living in what we call the sandwich generation, who are taking care of your kids while you're taking care of your parents. And that's a lot. It's a lot. And too many people either if you are fortunate enough, you may have some extra money that you can hire somebody, but most people can't. So what that means is so many people have to think about leaving work, quitting their job, which means cutting a source of income, or spending down all of your savings to be able to qualify for Medicaid. It's just not right. So part of my plan says that we're going to make sure that Medicare covers the cost of home health care for our seniors. It's about dignity. It's about dignity. It's about seeing people where they are and understanding the burdens people face and lifting folks up instead of trying to beat people down, which is exactly what we see on the other side. On top of that, my plan will bring down the cost of housing because we know housing is too expensive. And for so many people, you know, generations ago, folks could kind of count on the American dream. But it's out of reach for far too many people. And so we're going to bring down the cost of housing, including creating incentives for more home building. And we are going to create a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. Just to get your foot in the door. Because the way I see it, it's not enough that you're just able to get by. I want you to be able to get ahead. We're going to cut taxes for small businesses because small businesses are the backbone of America's economy. Do we have any small business owners here? Right? I love our small businesses. We're going to lower healthcare costs because, look, I believe healthcare should be a right and not just a privilege of those who have the money to afford it. On the other hand, we've got Donald Trump, who intends to end the Affordable Care Act, or as we like to call it, Obamacare. And he would take us back to when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like? Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. Because we are about moving forward. And it is time to turn the page. So ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to be able to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And remember how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. They did as he intended, and now 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions for rape and incest. And the idea that somebody who survives a crime of a violation to their body would not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next, that is immoral. And let us agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree that the government shouldn't be telling her what to do. Not the government. Not the government. If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government. Come on. Some folks up in a state capitol telling you what's in your best interest, like you don't know. Not in Michigan, but look, if there's a national, if there's a national abortion ban, nobody is safe. And that's why I so thank everybody for being here, knowing this is at stake for everybody and fighting for everybody's rights. And I'll tell you, so I actually just got in from Texas, and I did an event in Texas last night in Houston. And if you saw it, you probably saw some of the stories. about what has been happening in our country. The suffering. And you know, Donald Trump still refuses to even acknowledge the pain and suffering he has caused. He insists that, and I'm going to quote, everybody wanted Roe v. Wade to be overturned. Come on, everybody wanted this? Women are being denied care during miscarriages? Some only being treated once they developed sepsis? They didn't want this. Couples just trying to grow their family who have been cut off from IVF treatments? They didn't want this. The men of America seeing their daughters, wives, sisters, and mothers put at risk because their rights have been stripped away? The men of America don't want this. Women have died because of these bans. How could anybody say that they wanted this? And you have heard me say, I do believe Donald Trump to be an unserious man. But the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious. Brutally serious. And what I mentioned are just some of the consequences of what he has done. And I will tell you, I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. With your help. And so, look, and I'm traveling our country, and I'm gonna tell you, across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, like the freedom to vote. You know, in Georgia, they got a law that makes it illegal to give people food and water for standing in line to vote. The hypocrisy abounds. What happened to love thy neighbor? Attacks on the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. All of these things are at stake. And generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now the baton is in our hands. Now the baton is in our hands. And on that point, I want to speak in particular to all of the young leaders who are here today. Can I see Gen Z? You guys, I love you. Let me tell you. See? And of the many things that I just think are so great about you, you are rightly impatient for change. I love that. You who have only known the climate crisis are leading the charge to protect our planet and our future. You who grew up with active shooter drills are fighting to keep our schools safe. You, who now know fewer rights than your mothers and grandmothers, are standing up for reproductive freedom. And for you all, these issues are not theoretical, they're not political, they're your lived experience. And I want to tell you, I see you, and I see your power. And I know many of you are voting for the first time. Who's voting for the first time? Can we hear it for our young leaders and first-time voters? There we go. That's what this is about, right? That's why we're all here together. It's about our future. So listen, so much is on the line in this election. You all know that. And this is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are even higher because over the last 8 years, Donald Trump has become more confused, more unstable, and more angry. And it is clear he has become increasingly unhinged. But the last time, at least there were people who could control him. But notice, they're not with him this time. And then a few months ago, the Supreme Court told the former president he is effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House. It's not 2016 or 2020 when you think about that. Because just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. He who will claim unchecked and extreme power if he is reelected. He who has vowed he will be a dictator on day one. He who has said he wished he had generals like Hitler's, who calls Americans who disagree with him the enemy from within. You know what that harkens back to? And he says he would use the American military to go after them. Donald Trump has even called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States of America. And let us be very clear, someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again. So there is a huge contrast in this election. And I'm going to ask everyone to just imagine the Oval Office in 3 months. So you can picture it. So, but here's what I say to the folks who are watching. It's either Donald Trump in there stewing over his enemies list, or me working for you, checking off my to-do list. And you have the power to make that decision. You have the power. Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States.
All right. That's the end of that. Well, it was her standard speech. Nothing new. I don't think I caught anything new. So you've been hearing that speech for the same. Probably, I don't know what the strategy is. I think it should be updated or tweaked a little bit and tighten up a little bit more. But I mean, I believe it. I'm assuming they think that it's working. But I mean, Michelle's speech was just fire. So I don't really. I figured maybe if the 9 days ago, maybe we got a little bit, something a little bit more updated, a little bit tighter. But it's not my problem. But she has experts that think that you should do it that way, keep it standard. Because if she wins and it works, then nothing I can say, right? It means that it's working. But at this point, maybe you should freshen it a little bit, just tweak it a little bit, add some other things to it. I think I feel like everybody has heard the speech at this point, but you don't have to necessarily keep repeating the same thing. You can update it a little bit, but again, it's just my critique on it. DC, I don't know if you're there or not.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me play this little bit of this quick little clip. Hopefully, we don't get dinged for it.
All right.
I'm gonna try to fill like 20 seconds of it real quick. It's pretty fun. It's been going around social media. Let's see. It's interesting.
Let me just say this. Hold on for just a second. Pause real quick, please. For anyone that is coming over here to troll, spam our chat, do whatever that is, whatever y'all do, please respect our channel. I know that I don't go to nobody's channel doing that, and I know the Paradox don't go to anybody's channel doing that. That is not what we on. Whatever you talk about on your channel, that's on you. We don't do that. We don't go to people's channel being disrespectful, highly combative. We don't do that. So please respect our channel. That shouldn't be too hard to do. All right, go ahead. Do you want to drop the link, just in case anybody that has any disagreements that may want to come up and discuss it? For me, can you do that? Can you do that for me, and I'll be the one to address them? I would address them. You don't have to address them, but anybody that has smoke,
We've been on for 4 hours.
anybody that has
38
smoke,
minutes.
that has a problem with DC or whatever I believe in or whatever my beliefs are that trigger you, please feel free. Please feel free to hit the link and to share your perspective. No need to go anywhere else saying somebody's hiding from you or doing whatever it is. Please let your thoughts be known and shared. Please, respectfully. So you can drop the link, Paradox. Anybody that want to come up, anybody that want to come up, please come up.
All right, let me play this real quick. It's only quick. It's 2 minutes. It may not be that long. I wonder where is that on his channel, though.
That is anti-God. Donnie, come here for just a second. Let me see. I am going to endorse her. I'm with her. I'm all in. Because I'm not going to.
Reminded with everything that we reflect on the parable from the Gospel of Luke.
I'm going to be called a racist, and I will be called every name under the sun. But somebody needs to stand up and speak to the black church. And the black church votes predominantly for the party that is anti-God.
Donnie, come here for just a second. Let me see. I am going to endorse her. I'm with her. I'm all in. Because I'm not going to let any white man tell me how I ought to feel about a black person. You mind your business. We got this.
That when it comes to the black church, sir, stay in your lane.
God so loved the world. And if you don't love the world like God loves the world.
A party that endorses everything that is anti-God, anti-Bible, and anti-Christianity.
Now, as we
Man, that was.
I'm going to be, for the statement I'm about to make, I will be called a racist. And I will be called every name under the sun. But somebody needs to stand up and speak to the black church.
Okay.
I thought that was pretty funny.
I love how you made the caveat.
Don't activate the black church, though. You don't want to do that, though. That ain't.
Yeah, that was. You should have waited on that one. That was a little bit.
You should have waited until November 8th.
Right. You pressed the button a little.
On the last, like on a Saturday, on like the.
I know on Saturday, so now they're gonna preach. They're gonna preach on.
They're gonna preach it for 2 Sundays. This Sunday and next Sunday, right? They get 2 Sundays on this. I think, 2 Sundays.
What are you doing?
And they're motivated. They're motivated
No,
already.
exactly. So even people that was going to sit out of it, not even, I'm not going to even talk about politics in my church. I'm gonna lay out of it. You know what Frederick Haynes did and all them? They're like, I told you, see what they did. They calling each other. They kind of got on a big ass Zoom call all around the nation. You know what I mean? Probably like 100, 150 of them. Like I told you, y'all want to be with these guys. I told you, see what they did? See what they did? Anti-God? He went way out there. Anti-God. That's tough.
I keep asking black folks. I just want to be clear now. Which God are you praying to? It ain't no one supreme. They got one, we got one. Because it can't be the same one, right? I mean, based off the concept of race and America and all this bullshit. It's like,
man.
It's one or the other, right, DC? I ain't gonna tell you something. But you know something. I got a preacher to say that. By the way, no, I'm praying to my God, to the black one. I say exactly, mother, exactly. I made that happen last week, by the way, before this even came out. I be asking. You gotta ask, man, because you can't lie about the history, right? Don't lie about the history, right? I mean, which one we
Nah, you
doing?
cannot.
There
Oh
should be
my
no such thing
God.
as the black church. It shouldn't exist.
It should not even exist, man. If
No,
you're
we should be all
Christian,
together. We believe in Jesus
we are
Christ.
in the same church.
It's stupid. It's dumb. It shows you how racist this country is, really.
That's what
Historically speaking, at least.
over
I would say that.
everything, even religion.
Race
That's
over
crazy.
everything. And I'm gonna tell you, every time I hear Megyn Kelly say, "Well, you know, God and Jesus is white," I said, "He sure is."
Oh my
You're right.
God.
In your eyes, you 100% right. I'm not gonna make you not believe that.
Oh man, that's crazy, nasty work right there, boy. Oh, that was
Yeah.
nasty work.
Matter of fact, do you remember how people reacted to the remember the we talked about it before the show?
Yeah.
Not the Jeffersons, but the other show. Now they had the afro, had the black Jesus on the afro, and the reaction from black people was it's a real thing, boy. Slavery and colonialism is a real thing.
You did drop the link though, right? Paradox. You did.
Oh shoot, my bad.
Yeah, drop the link.
I thought I hit paste.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I was trying to play that video.
Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting because I love it because, like I told you before, we don't have to ever talk about race. That will take care of itself. This country's based off of race, built on race. Race is intertwined with capitalism and democracy and everything else, and economics and sex and religion. And you can't do nothing about it. Not going nowhere. You can pretend all you want.
That 9 areas is rock solid, bro.
Yeah, today.
9 areas.
Now 1,000 years from now, it may not matter, but today, I can't make it up. Why is he bringing up race? No one said anything to him. Right? No one's talking to him. We don't talk to these people, but they keep bringing up race. But we're not allowed to talk about race, though.
Right.
Because they don't believe in it, but they keep bringing it up at the same time. I mean, which one is it? We don't ever talk about race. They're going to talk about it. Period. Point blank. And I don't even know if he said that recently. By the way, that might be some months old. I think. I don't even know if it's new. But it got picked up though at the wrong time. I know that much. And you didn't hear the whole thing though. He was saying that, I don't know if I played the whole thing. I didn't want to get hit with a strike, which probably still might try to mess with it. I don't know. But he talked about basically that black people are anti-God and anti-Christ. Just think about that. Put that in your chimney and smoke it. In your pipe.
I already know. Didn't Pat Robertson say when Haiti had that real bad?
All the black people, bro. He just indicted the whole black community, the whole thing, the whole country. Most black people have some belief in them, a little bit at least.
Some connection to the church, man. Yeah, no doubt about it, bro.
Even if you're atheist and you're anti,
you can be agnostic, atheist.
You got a mother or somebody in there.
Yeah, you can be Nation of Islam. You still got a connection to the church.
Why even say it like that, though?
Yeah.
Why even say it like that?
He sent this caveat out there. I'm glad that he shared it though, because it needs to be shared. So, good for him.
And again, I'm not necessarily mad about it, because I make the argument all the time about some of it, but it's history of why. It ain't just a happenstance. You understand what I'm saying? That's what makes it so funny is that, how about you talk about, because he talked about 1860. I didn't even play the whole thing, by the way. He went back and talked about 1860. If doing slavery and if we was anti-slavery, you would support that. Something he said. I was like, bro, I hear you.
Has anybody come up Paradox?
I think I heard a beep.
Okay.
But yeah, he went in. I was thinking to myself, and like I said, I'm not saying he's necessarily wrong. I mean, I asked that question. I stopped talking about it, but I asked that question as well on some level of morality and belief. But you can spin the Bible and you can spend it any kind of way you want to spend it, to be honest with you. So it's not nothing. I guess it ain't too much to touch on anyway, because you can use it however you want to use it to move whatever position you want to move. You probably shouldn't inject it into politics, really, because it is a little bit complicated, I think. But he did it, and it's here, and it's been here. Really, it's been political anyway, to be honest with you, right? So I mean,
what's going on, gentlemen? I don't think.
Greetings.
Greetings. I don't think that he's wrong, but considering the fact that you're Jimmy Swaggart's son, you might want to be quiet.
Yep.
So you think that he's right about the black church is because most of them,
by the Democratic
which is
Party?
most. Well, no. That's not
true?
all he said. No, that's not all he said.
Because a whole lot of
He
white Christians
said
vote for Democrats, by the way. That's why it's funny. Just to put it out there.
Okay, so
or
let's not
don't
even-
vote at all. or don't vote.
I just want to focus on, because he focused on the black part, correct?
Yeah, he made a point.
He said black people.
I'm just
He
trying
didn't
to clean
say
up a
white. No need. Let's get into the minutia of it. The black church, the blame, and all this type of stuff. So what I'm saying is that if that is the case, he literally called them anti-God too, though, right? Black people.
I mean, it kind of sounded like it to me. I mean, yeah. I ain't gonna beat it up.
So
too
is
much,
that
but yeah.
is that the portion that you agree with also, AB? You think that the
man.
black people that vote for the Democratic Party are anti-God?
Not necessarily.
I mean, you said it. I didn't.
And I can back and yeah, but I can back this up. We had a Senate candidate come to our church a couple of weeks ago, and my pastor let her get in the pulpit. So there is a connection with the black church and the Democrat Party.
No, I'm not saying that. Of course there is, because most of the black people that vote in this country vote what?
But let's just hold on. Let's just keep.
No. Let me just do this. Don't interject. No. Let it be, Paradox. Let it be.
Democrats are anti-God. They're anti-Jesus Christ. They don't believe in God. They're a bunch of atheists, and they hate Jesus. And they hate the church.
Why?
Period.
Why would you?
If you want me to say, I got you. I'll be your Huckleberry today. I'll be your Huckleberry today.
Why would you
you're right.
even?
The people on the left are anti-God. They're anti-Christ. That's
why
a fact.
would you
It's
even?
been that way.
Why would you even give that any kind of light? Seriously.
I mean, it is what it is.
Think about that.
I mean,
no, think about that. Why would you say anything about the black church into that?
Christians
are conservative. So you saying that people that's in the black?
Very simple.
No. It's clear. No, it's clear. He talked about the black church. Forget about the Democrats. He didn't even say Democrats. He didn't say Democrats. He said the black church.
Well, I got to play the whole thing. I got to find it.
He said the black church has voted for the party that is anti-God.
Yeah.
So my thing is that why would you separate race when it comes down to that particular point? Why would you do that?
I was trying to keep it.
And you're gonna
surface, man. I get the
no,
on
because
some level, but
no, no.
It's simple and plain. If you believe in God, you believe in tradition. It's just what it is. I get the actual history of this country and yada yada yada. But if we're talking about right now today, if I say, look, I believe in a man and a woman being married, being a virgin, waiting, yada yada yada, going through the system, being a part of a traditional environment. I mean, the Democrats believe in the opposite of that. That's just the reality of it.
And the Republicans don't. And the Republicans don't.
That's not. Look, man.
The Republicans don't push it.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you where it's
bullshit.
Coming from.
The Republicans don't.
No, they don't push.
I'm not. Just hold on for a second.
Okay.
BGS. I'm asking Paradox.
Okay.
The Republicans don't push that? Paradox? You sure?
Push what? Anti-God? No, they don't. They may be racist.
Hold on.
So what part of the Democratic?
if anti-God means supporting the LGBT, I imagine that this is about. Hold on. I imagine this is about the support.
They believe in
this
free
is the support
love.
for abortion. Hold on. This is the support. This is the support for abortion. No. That's she went full feminism, by the way. That's a whole nother thing.
Then what we talking about?
But hold on. No. That's something else. That's something else, though.
Yeah,
That is something else, bro. That is something else, bro.
All right.
Hold on. Now I'm asking in particular because I need to understand if LGBTQ, right?
Yeah.
Marriage and holding on to families, right?
Yeah.
Is the foundation corner of the Republican Party, and they are the ones that basically just pushing church and not as anti-God. If I'm not mistaken, the person that's running for office said he's not a Christian. He said that.
I had to find that. I don't know about that, but he support Christians though.
No. Donald Trump himself said he talked about Christians outside of himself. He said, "Listen, I understand that you guys, Christians, you can vote. That's what they talk about. Oh, you vote for me once, you know what I'm saying? Christians, y'all do this once, we'll clear it all up. Don't worry about that." He got a little bit ahead of himself. He said, don't even worry about this. We don't have to do this again. Just vote for me this time and it's all good. Blah, 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 blah. But he said, I'm not a Christian. He actually said that I am not a Christian.
You got to find that. I have to find that. I ain't heard
Donald Trump said it, man. He said he is not a Christian, bro.
Yeah. It sounds like fake news, but I'm gonna let you have it though.
It's not fake news. It's not fake news. Anyway, so my point of view is that if we're going to equate LGBTQ and all this type of sexual misbehaviors or whatever the case may be, supporting abortions and all this kind of stuff, if we're gonna put that all into the soup of basically being anti-God, then this whole country is anti-God. Period. That's just not one part. That's not a one-party thing.
You jumping out the window.
No, I'm not.
You're trying.
No, I'm not. Y'all jumping out the window.
No,
I'm not.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
No, I'm not.
You can't do that. Maybe you haven't been.
No, I'm not. I'm not jumping out the window. I'm not jumping out the window.
We're fallible. We're not.
People can still get. I'm saying people can still get surgeries. Yeah, we're fallible. But I'm saying though, people can still get surgeries, right?
We're not.
People can still do transformative surgeries, right? And get their identities changed and stuff like that. People still have the ability to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like in places like Florida, Texas, and stuff like that. Things, places like that. They can still do that. It's not restricted. You can become a trans person in those things.
But obviously, I don't necessarily go down this road. But there is some levels here where you're still dealing with the Constitution. You're still dealing with some freedoms here, but. And also, what do you call it? Your own right, your own, your body autonomy, etc. Right? But at the same time, from the right's perspective, they do believe in tradition. And the left
there is a small portion of the right that believes in traditions. Most of the people that vote Republican do the same debauchery, especially sexually.
Well, see, we're not doing that.
We are going to do that.
People fall to the flesh all the time.
No. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That makes you a hypocrite. Then that's even worse.
That's how this works.
That makes you a hypocrite. Then
right.
That makes you a hypocrite. That's even worse.
So you repent. No, so
that's even worse.
No,
that's even
worse.
If
you backslide, you repent.
No, if you're gonna hold that standard for one group and just hold it to them to be a certain way, and then everybody else, all right, I can still do the same things you do, but when I do it, all I have to do is just repent, and then we all fine and we all good because the Lord is going to forgive us. That's bullshit, man. If you give your life to then you don't understand anything about Christianity. Then if you give your life to the Lord, if you give your life to the Lord, dude, I was raised in church just like you. I was raised in church just like you. Based on what you're saying right now. Come on, Paradox. Come on, bro. Nah, man. No, don't even do that, bro. What I'm saying, dude, is that doesn't have anything to do with party affiliation. To put it in a party affiliation and then to segment it segment that party into the black church at that of all places, and to put that anti-God tag on them to shame them into so-called voting a certain way, yo, that's dirty pool, bruh. That's dirty pool. That's dirty pool.
I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it. I shouldn't let you have it, but I got you. I hear you.
All right.
You said what you said.
I said what I said. All right, BGS, go ahead. What you got to say?
You sure you ready for me?
Nobody's ducking anyone up on this.
No, I'm not saying that you're ducking. I'm saying that when I interrupted the first time, you said you wasn't talking to me, so that's why I'm silent.
Yeah, me and Paradox had to get something straight.
Okay,
but go ahead.
And I was the one that said that the Democratic Party does promote what Christians believe is anti-God or anti-Christian. Okay, yeah. They promote it openly. Michelle Obama just promoted it openly. Donald Trump does not do that. J.D. Vance does not do that. Okay, most of you Republicans would not get caught dead doing that. Okay. They openly promote LGBTQ, trans rights, abortion, all the stuff that is supposedly anti-Christian, okay? Mm-hmm. That's the Democratic Party's platform. That is not the Republican platform. No matter what they do in their personal life, okay? Because people do whatever they do in their personal life. We're talking about platforms of what you say that your party represents, okay? The Republicans, no matter what you say about them, okay, and there's a lot of dirty crap that they do, like the log cabin Republicans that keep their mouths shut, okay, they've been doing this for years, okay, but you're not even see them get up on a party platform and represent that kind of stuff, okay? They're not. They're going to be quiet, and they're not going to talk about it. But guess what? The Democratic Party not only says that, they put it out front. We're going to give you the body autonomy. We're going to promote abortion. We're going to promote LGBTQ. We're going to promote your child getting sex changes and all this other kind of crap that they promote. They promote it openly. That is the difference. So, yes. So what he said, you know, in the context he was saying it, he was 100% correct.
My thing is that why would he separate it and say about the black church? He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that. If you want to keep it on the party, just keep it on the party.
And so in other words, he's asking, why do you guys go 100% behind a party that represents the opposite of what you proclaim that your church and your faith and your people are about? That's what he's asking.
If you look at Christianity, the church itself, the church itself is very open. If you want to talk religion and you want to talk about God and what Jesus Christ did on this earth while he was on this earth, what did he say to the Pharisees? Which in this particular point, when you represent it, it will be the Republican side because you're hypocrites. Hold on. When you have someone that you're crucifying for doing these same things that you do, you look at these people as lower than you, right? The person that had whoever have not sinned, cast the first stone. Jesus, if you believe in Jesus, was all about openness, all about it, all God's children. There is no distinction. There is no distinction.
What did Jesus say when he first?
There is no distinction.
No, hold on a second. What did Jesus say when he first started his ministry? I have not come to change the law. First thing he said, whatever that law, Abrahamic law said 100 years ago, 200 years ago, I come to represent it. He was not in favor of lovers of men and all the other kind of stuff. What he would say is, okay, he would say, especially to Mary Magdalene, who was a hooker, okay, I have not judged you, so go and guess what? Sin no more. Don't stop doing that crap.
Also, DC, based on your logic, wouldn't he be going after the black churches that stand behind the Democrat Party? He was calling out hypocrites.
Why would
that
he?
could be either side.
Hold on. I said overall, everybody that's doing these things or passing these laws for whatever the case may be, that's both sides. It's not just one. Now, one side, I will admit, one side does promote it as part of freedoms and everybody has the right to do their own thing. I agree with that part. But if you try to make this seem like this is just a Democratic Party thing, that's cap. That's false. That's not true. That's not true. And if you want to caveat this into sin no more, that just don't go towards the person that's doing the sin. It goes to the person that's doing the condemning also. You can't condemn people. You cannot condemn people and make them look a certain way, and then try to say I'm better or holier than thou, and can tell you or dictate to you when I'm basically doing the same thing.
What you said was that Jesus agreed with the people and
No, I said Jesus accepted everyone.
No, he didn't accept everyone.
Yes, he did. When did Jesus reject somebody? Hold on.
No, he did not.
When did Jesus reject someone? When?
He rejected the bankers in the Temple Mount that were actually blaspheming. Hold on. Let me finish my point first.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
All right, sure.
Hold on for a second. Yeah, exactly. So if you're going to use that as a counterpoint, as far as him talking about the Pharisees, talking about when he was talking about the bankers at the table, when you're basically using these people and you're judging them, I'm speaking exactly to that particular point. That is my point. When you're sitting up here talking about what these people are doing and what they're doing, like you're better than thou, and that you're basically condemning, and you're not looking at yourself. Are you fucking for real?
Okay.
So all the treatment that you did to black people, that's in that particular party.
Let me know when I get my nationalists. Let me know when I can finish my
all the white nationalists that's in that particular party, and you have the nerve to sit up here and judge someone for accepting, not condoning. Accepting and condoning are two different things. Accepting somebody that want to live their life a certain way, not to say that I'm gonna do the same thing, but I can't sit up here and be a judgment of you and mistreat you because you're doing a certain thing. I don't have the right to do that because I'm not God myself. So I'm not going to be the judge, jury of you. I'm not going to try to control you and things of that nature, but I will open myself up into you and say, look, you do not deserve to be mistreated. Gays don't deserve to be mistreated. Transsexuals don't deserve to be mistreated, just like anybody else, period. Doesn't give you carte blanche to do that.
Go ahead, BJ.
No, basically I got interrupted. He wanted to make a counterpoint, and he went on his show. Okay, if I made my point. Okay, if the church wants to be something else, they want to include all these people. They want to open this thing up to abortion and trans and all that kind of stuff. Put that in your statement. Say that's what we represent. Okay, don't come to the pulpit every Sunday and say we don't represent this, that, and the third, and then bring in a party that expresses it in their platform that they do. Okay, those are two contrary things.
Allowing someone.
Hold on, the Republicans don't do that. Okay. So allowing somebody, to actually bring somebody into your church and promote them, that's counter to what your narrative is in your own church, in your own belief, and to your own parishioners, is what? It's not on condescending. It's being a hypocrite. And that's what he has a right to call them out. These people that you're bringing into your church that represent this particular platform, all the stuff that you say that you are against. And you promote them to actually put them into power. Really. He has a right to call them out because you're a hypocrite. He has a right to call them out.
If I'm not mistaken, most of the people, and I really want to be very, very careful with this because I'm not into trying to condone or be a judge of so-called LGBTQ community. I don't even know how we even got on that. But since we're there, what I would say to the point that you just made, The reason why it's bullshit is because if you're talking about the church in general, I have been to plenty of black churches. Paradox has too, where they say explicitly, love the sinner, not the sin. I repeat, love the sinner and not the sin. I'm not going to throw you away because I do not support your lifestyle. Have there been situations where there's been too much flexibility when it comes down to this, as far as from a Christian perspective, in certain circles? Absolutely. But that goes across the board. That doesn't have an actual party attached to it. That is what I'm trying to tell you guys. You guys are attaching this to the so-called black church, and I'm telling you, it's attached to the church, period. There are plenty of churches that I know of that are white. We have one in Washington, D.C. that is completely homosexual. Everybody that's up in that church is gay. And I would imagine that 50% of the congregation, if not more so, are conservative, whether they vote Democratic or not. Democratic, the way the Democratic Party has associated themselves is a open tent. It's a very open tent. The Republican Party has shortened up their tent. But the thing is that they still allow people to do what they do. They support them. There are plenty of gays that have power and have some kind of voice in the Republican Party. You can sit up here and say, well, they don't have an actual platform. No, they don't have the same kind of platform that they do in the Democratic Party. That's a fact. But that doesn't take away the fact that you don't see this gay man in front of you talking, or you don't see this trans person in front of you talking that's representing the Republican Party. It's the same shit, bro. So I'm not going to sit up here and obfuscate it to like one particular party and not. If you want to talk about anti-God and if you want to attach it to the sexuality thing, then yeah, everybody here, or most of the people here that's dealing with these issues is anti-God then. That's how I view it.
Okay. The thing is, if that is your platform and you're gonna stand in your square, then Jamal Bryant and all those other pastors need to go out and right next to Hillary Clinton and Michelle Obama and Kamala Harris, and so we support our LGBTQ brothers and trans rights and all the other kind of abortion, all the other kind of stuff that they say they would support. Because we're electing a platform into place that will actually legalize this, and so whatever we say about what we don't do or don't believe in, or what we do and don't support, then guess what? We're actually supporting by doing what? Giving them your votes, okay? And actually supporting these people.
Were people that was in the LGBTQ community, did they face discrimination?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I would imagine that what they're speaking about is the rights for them to exist.
No,
that's what they're speaking about, BGS.
No, they're
giving.
I don't. Okay, go ahead, man.
They're not condoning the behavior. They're not condoning the behavior.
Yes, you are.
They're not.
Yes, they
No. Allowing someone to live their life, the way that they choose to live it, is not condoning. It's just not condemnation. What Jimmy Swaggart was talking about was condemnation, judgment, and that's fine. Like I said, that's fine. But why specifically point out the black church? You're getting ahead of your skis. Every black church don't operate the same, and that's another thing. Every black church don't operate the same. Most black churches that I have been to, chill, bro, chill. Most black churches I have been to have condemned homosexuality. Condemned it.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're not for it.
Yes.
But they do not. One thing they do not do, or they try not to do, is to throw out the person that is doing the action.
Yes, but they do to support support the action. Okay, do they support it?
No, I just told you.
And so, in other words, what you're doing with a platform, especially with a Democratic platform, that not only wants to support it, but also legalize it and empower it.
Legalize what now?
They want to
What are they legalizing?
They're legalizing trans rights in bathrooms and all the other kind of crap.
Yeah, that's
hold on. Okay. Legalize basically kids being hiding transsexualism or their sexuality from their parents. All kinds. California is rampant in California, right? Under the Democratic Party. That's what they support. Okay, they support that stuff, and slowly but surely they're actually enacting that kind of support into law. Okay, that's what you're supporting when you actually support a platform, and if that's what you support, 100% agree with. Because if personally, I could care less. Okay, if that's what you want to do, you go do it. But the thing is, don't come to me with this bigger than thou, God. This is what God says, and all the kind of crap. If you're going to actually bring people that do support what you said that you're against into your building, okay? You said you're against it. Be against it. Stand on your square. Don't let the people that actually support it into your building. That's what I say.
Right.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, it doesn't make sense.
So
I'm good with that.
What I'm trying to tell you, and like I said, this is the main thing that I hear. Nobody is perfect in front of God. Now, like I said, that is a lifestyle. A lot of times they have made too many concessions when it comes down to that. But this is not just the black church. This is the church in general. This will be Joel Osteen's church, Jimmy Swaggart's church, whoever church you're talking about, they're going to be allowed in there. I'm pretty sure there are gay parishioners that he know of that goes to his church. I mean, to put that off on just the black church being the issue because we vote Democrat or because black people mostly vote Democrat, that doesn't.
Come on, DC. No.
He said that.
Not about this. No,
he said that. And Jimmy Swaggart said that. And you guys are supporting someone that is basically practicing white nationalism right in front of your face.
Would Jimmy Swaggart
have the same energy for that?
Would Jimmy Swaggart allow a LGBTQ trans person to actually get up on his platform and promote that to his parishioners?
Jimmy Swaggart was one of the kind, and if I'm not mistaken, Jimmy Swaggart towards the end of his life, towards the end of his life, basically changed some of his views, and it was along the lines of, I do not support the lifestyles of the gay lifestyle. That is something I think that is actually a sin. But I am not the person that's going to come down and condemn these people from being in the actual church. He did not do that.
And
did not do that.
Would Joel Osteen take whoever you think, let's say something like Destiny, okay, for instance, right, the little twink, right, to go actually get up on his platform and actually promote and actually advocate for LGBTQ, trans, and abortion? Would he allow that?
Joel Osteen has a whole gay choir. What are you talking about, bro?
Would he allow them to actually get out in front and promote that to his? He does. So he promotes
Osteen has a gay. Hold on. No,
that's not the question I asked. That's the question I asked. That's not the question that I asked.
Yes.
What question did I ask?
Yes.
So
would he allow someone that is gay to sit up there and promote that they are gay and support their lifestyle? Would he support their lifestyle? Absolutely. He has done that. Joel Osteen has done that.
So he's allowed a gay person from his choir to get up there and preach. Hold on, I'm asking a specific question.
Okay.
You want down to the details, right? Down to the details, right? Down to the details, right? Okay. Say that.
You got to know what you're talking about before jumping out there. You do that too much. That's the problem with you.
No. That's not the problem with me. I'm actually clarifying. I'm asking. I'm trying. I'm asking. I asked you a question. Did I ask you a question?
I asked you a question. No.
I'm asking the question.
He supports the gay community.
All right.
All right. Joel Osteen does. What are you talking about? That's the wrong person to choose. That's the wrong person of all people in the white so-called mega churches to choose. He loves everybody. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Paradox. If please let me know if what I'm saying is not the truth about Joel Osteen. Please tell me, Paradox, that what I'm saying is not true.
Well, it's probably true about Jamal Bryant too. So
Hold on.
I mean,
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold
go
on.
ahead. Paradox,
asking Paradox a question.
did you understand my question, Paradox?
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I would just say that
bad example.
I don't
regardless.
Think, no,
I asked the question.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah,
I'm not talking about Jamal Bryant. I ain't making that argument. I ain't made the arguments y'all made.
All right.
That's y'all making that argument. I'm not doing that.
You didn't even let me finish the question, though.
It's a bad argument, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't let me finish the question. Whether it's
You don't know
bad
what
or
you're
not.
talking about. That's
You
embarrassing.
didn't let me. You did not let me. You let me finish the
Come on, man.
question. Do you let me finish the
Come on
question or
now.
not? I can't finish the question. Yes or no?
Let me finish the question first, man. Come on.
Yes or no? Can I finish the question? If you say no, it's your platform. I'll mute myself.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did Joel Osteen allow that gay past, the gay whatever he is, to get out front on his platform in front of his parishioners and promote this lifestyle?
Joel Osteen has gone so far as to basically support, not only support the lifestyle, love on them, support them, pray for them in front of everybody, welcome them in with open arms, do the exact same thing. Nobody's judging you here. I have sat here and watched the man preach to that. Preach about it.
Was that my question?
I'm telling you, yes, BGS. Yes.
So in other words, you think by him doing that, he promotes the gay and LGBTQ trans lifestyle?
way more than any black church I have ever seen. Absolutely. If that's what you want to call it, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Why is everybody quiet? What's going on?
You don't want people to talk, so we're quiet.
That's not true. That's not true.
Every time
that's false. That's another thing that you do. You make up stuff.
Okay.
You do that again.
Okay. All right.
You can say whatever you want to say, BGS, but if I'm stopping you in the middle of it, it's because I know what you're saying is not true. It's false. It's a narrative that you want to spin, and you want to try to spin it and make it true, even when it's false. That doesn't work over here. Chill, AB. That doesn't work over here.
Okay.
You shouldn't talk about yourself like that.
Chill. Hold on, pause, BGS. Since you want to get in this, bring up an example of what you're talking about. Who spends stuff over here that is not true, sir? Who spends stuff over here that's not true? Since you want to talk, go ahead.
Okay.
Please tell me.
You said people need to stop spreading misinformation in the chat. Considering I was the one typing, I'm trying to figure out which misinformation did I.
Did I specify anybody? Didn't
have to.
No, I'm asking you a question. That's a yes or no answer.
No.
Did I specify anyone?
No.
Did I say, AB, stop putting in false information and spreading lies? Did I say that? Did I say that?
No.
What did I say? I say, please do not drop false misinformation into our chat and spam it. Please respect our channel. What is wrong with doing that? Please tell me, sir.
Nothing.
Please tell me. Okay, then. What else do you have? What else do you have, man?
Like I said before, I don't think Jimmy Swaggart's son was the right person to say that, but that doesn't mean that he's totally wrong.
Okay, then that's your opinion. I don't agree with your opinion, and I think I just shared that. Back to what I was saying. Who is basically talking about stuff that is basically being misinformation? You saying that I basically is talking about myself. How am I talking about myself, sir? Please give an example of that. Please. Where I'm pushing that. Where I'm pushing a false narrative of something. Please do that.
Well, y'all went over Kamala Harris's so-called town hall, and
Yes.
y'all trying to defend her.
You see what I'm saying, Paradox? That's what you call defending? How do we defend her? Please share. Give an example of us defending Kamala Harris during the town hall.
By betraying any of our answers were coherent at all.
So everything that the woman says is incoherent?
Pretty much. Or I'm sorry, it's either incoherent or it's Trump's fault, pretty much.
So I really want to understand where you're coming from, because this is what I'm saying. Like when you speak the way you speak about certain things, I'm really trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Because I don't, believe it or not, man, I have tried to really spare you as far as like trying to talk about you or say anything bad about you. Hold on. I don't have no issues with you. Period. I don't. But if you're gonna come over here and you're gonna say things like that, dude, make sure that you're accurate. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I'm the one that basically said that the town hall was not good. I said that from the beginning. Paradox, is that a fact or that's not a fact?
Yeah, you said what you said.
I also said that she answers the questions and she did not do a good job of answering the questions, and that I liked that actual the Anderson Cooper pressed her. I said that also. You need to go back and re-listen. Just because I'm basically making an observation, which is part of my opinion, by the way, just like it's your opinion that everything the woman says is incoherent, that's not my opinion. That's not my opinion.
Okay.
But if I see something that is clearly, it doesn't make sense, she's making a weak point and she's basically saying something that doesn't make sense, we are the main one. We Paradox are the main ones to call that out. Me and him get in arguments about the what's and ifs and things of that nature. We don't agree on everything when it comes down to that. We just had a whole discussion while you guys were up here talking in midstream. So you don't know what you're talking about, man.
Okay.
You don't.
Okay. You're entitled to your opinion.
Right. Paradox, you want to play the rest of the video, or do you have any other videos you want to share before we get up out of here?
No, I just thought that article was interesting about Osteen's acceptance of LGBT community puts him at odds with some of the fellow Christian televangelists, such as Franklin Graham. I know he don't like that. Interesting. Definitely interesting. Here California, you said do I have any more videos? No, I don't think I have them. It's been 5.5 hours. I'm good, bro.
All right, so we'll give you guys the last word before we close up. AB, I'll let you go first. Go ahead and say what you got to say. No interruption. Go ahead.
No, I have nothing else to say.
Okay. BGS, what you got to say before we close up?
I mean, I've been doing this a long time. That's why I'm very, very precise about what I say. Okay. The thing is, show me where Joel Osteen brought somebody that represented that community up onto his platform to preach the gospel of their ways. If you can show me that, I will humbly bow down and say, DC, you're absolutely right. Okay. That's what I asked for.
Is that the last thing that you wanted to say?
That's all I got to say. That's it.
Okay. Okay. You guys can please drop down. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful good day. Paradox, what you got, man?
I would just say Michelle Obama smoked that speech. Man, she put that work in. Um,
It was tough.
that's how you give a speech on the left. If you're gonna give a speech, I think, I mean, that is just nice
She
and
leaned,
straight.
she leaned, she leaned all the way in there though. She really did. She leaned.
I had to skip past I had to skip past
She
the women's
leaned,
health stuff.
she leaned up in there, bro. She really, really did, bro.
Well, I had to skip past it because it was just so much. She did a whole thing on. I know they're gonna probably clip it and run that as far as protecting women and
Yeah.
babies. That was heavy. I jumped through a lot of that because she was ready for that. That was the point. That's why she was up there, I guess. I do disagree with some of the things that she's saying, but just from a political perspective, she hit all the points. She lined everything up very good. I'm trying to figure out who's writing her speech and who's writing Kamala's speech is what I'm trying to figure out because that's how you deliver the speech. And she did it. Kamala did it her way, her style that she's been kind of doing, which I figured they should have punched it up a little bit. We're coming down to the end. You know what I'm saying? So punch the speech up a little bit more, maybe add some new things, freshen it up a little bit. I was a little surprised that she gave the same speech after the Obama speech last night and then Michelle's speech tonight. I'm like, why can't you get some of them speech writers just to tighten it up a little bit? Because I know you want to be comfortable, obviously, right? But still, you gotta I think you have to bring it. I'm just talking about from just oratorial perspective, just how you're gonna deliver things, coming down to the end. People are voting already, so I mean you can on some level you can kind of say it is what it is at this point. Are you really moving anybody? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? So, we talking about 8, 9 days left. I mean, I think everybody has already made their decision at this point. They just gotta get their asses up and go to the polls to actually do the voting part. Matter of fact, I would probably say that I would probably say this. I would probably say um, the pastor thing is probably going to probably generate probably an extra couple of votes if it stays viral long enough. And a lot of black preachers come out there and use it. It might activate a couple of more thousand folks maybe to get up and do something that they wasn't going to go before. I think, but as far as Michelle and her, I just think it keeps the base focused. That's what I was saying earlier. I think it keeps the base energized. I think it keeps all of the people who are working for the campaign. I think it keeps them motivated because it does get tiring. Even though it's a short political run, it's pressurized. So, there's a lot more pressure. Make sure you're banking those phone calls. You're hitting those doors, and you're just socially active. Et cetera. Right? And so, from that perspective, I would say Michelle did phenomenal, by the way. But Kamala did standard. I know you don't necessarily see it that way, but I would just say it was solid. It could have been better, but things can always be better when it comes to speeches for the most part. Michelle did sneak in a lot of stuff though, bro. They sneak it in. I mean, you have to be who you are as a Democrat, and I mean, she's a moderate Democrat, right? Michelle is. I mean, the speeches she's writing, that's what the party believes in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in none of it. I don't believe it, but I do love the home health care thing. That's of course that just hits right. I don't know what that cost, but that does hit big, and a couple other things as far as just helping out people as a whole. But when they start getting to some of the things they want to do, I'd be like, okay, I guess, you know. But overall, like I said, it was pretty good. We got 10 days, 9 days left, whatever it is. So 9 days to go. I'm assuming we're going to get more rallies. They're going to probably go back to Pennsylvania. They're going to probably go back to Michigan, Wisconsin. I'm guessing. I don't know what they need to show. I'm waiting for some stuff to come out, I guess, tonight or tomorrow to kind of see what areas over the next 9 or 8 days they have to tighten up on, some districts that they got to hit, some counties, I should say, they have to hit and do a few more, touch a few more people and try to shake them out their houses to go and hit the, what I'm saying, go out there, hit the button. And there are probably some Senate races that they probably need to go and work with as well. If anybody's lacking somewhere, they might do a little bit of that as well next week. But this is pretty much it, man. We're coming down to the we're coming mostly down to the wire. I think it's really going to be up to did you do enough at the end of the day? Like I said, Trump being on Rogan is more of just something that probably should have happened a long time ago, finally happening. But I don't know at this point. I think JD Vance, he was on what's that guy's name? Theo Vaughn. That was pretty plain. Nothing too crazy. It was pretty straightforward. I didn't watch the entire thing, but I don't think he said anything out of character. They talked about a lot of sports and stuff early on. But they're just, I think they're just making the rounds. Now, I don't know in those numbers, who really votes. A lot of those folks are kind of anti-government, anti-America, in my opinion, and they just they're not politically active, in my opinion, or at least voting for a Democrat or Republican. They're kind of turned off by both parties, in my opinion. So we'll see if you're gonna, not worry about the party and just vote for the person. Obviously you'll have that. I don't know at this point what those numbers would be in different areas. Because you can so funny, or you can have a big event, a big show like on Joe and get 30 million views. But who are those views? Where are they from? How old are they? And then you have to back out all of the states that are already going to be blue or red, right? So like, what real impact does it have on counties in the 7 swing states? And I don't know if any at this point. Maybe some time ago it would have made more sense. But everybody pretty much knows Trump already. It's been 8 years, 9 years, so. I don't know how much is there because he hasn't changed the policy for the most part. It's about the same. It'd really be her coming out with things, which she obviously has her list of policies that she's come out with. I just don't know if I don't know, man. I'm still 50-50, probably 1% Trump. Well, I say 49-51, I guess. And I was telling you before that it's my gut says Trump, my head says Kamala, and just because Democrats do what Democrats do, so I don't know if they are going to let him win. So I still have a concern about that. And take that how you want to take that, but it's time, man. Have you it's early voting in our state? Have you already did your voting? You good to go? Or are you gonna hold out to November 5th?
No, you talking about as far as like making a prediction on it?
No. Have you decided? Have you voted yet? Or are you gonna wait to the? Are you gonna wait to the 5th?
Oh, you asked me if I voted yet. No, I haven't
Yeah.
actually voted. Yeah, I haven't voted yet. I'm probably going to vote.
Man.
Yeah. I'll probably do it sometime actually this week. Actually, yeah.
Are you gonna go early? I got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go early. I'm not gonna go on November the 5th, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about just go ahead. I'm thinking I might end up just going tomorrow.
It's gonna be crazy. So I don't even want to. Yeah, I don't even want to be caught up into that mess. I want to get in there before. Yeah, so I'll do it this week. So.
But what do you think they could say? What do you think they could say? What do you think they could say though? Is there anything they could say to shake loose any more votes? Or move anyone to do anything at this point? 9 days to go. Or it's time to wrap this up, basically. Just let it play.
I think that the only people had their mind pretty much made up, obviously. Yeah. And I think it depends on how you receive your information and how you think about things. That's where you're going to be. And I think that this particular election, because of how she triggers people at the margins, Kamala, she's going to need that invisible vote. I won't talk about the invisible vote till like we get closer into it, but she's
Getting
going to need
close.
that group. She's going to need that group to kind of come out strong for her. And then there's another part of that group that needs to be suppressed because what I'm figuring out is that even with some of these issues, this tends to be a very personal thing with her. Like nothing she can do. There's literally nothing that she can do. And I think Michelle spoke about it earlier in the speech, Miss Obama.
Yeah,
She was
I
just
remember that
like,
one.
there's really nothing that she can do to hit, she has to either hit a magnificent high, or if she gaffes, or if she says something that is not, to the liking of whoever the person is listening, everything she says becomes, you heard it here, incoherent. Most of the things she says is incoherent. It doesn't make sense. But the other person that's talking about, Hannibal Lecter and all this type of stuff. I mean, it's hard not to contrast that. But I'm just saying, like when you talk about incoherent, and then you're trying to say that this person is way more incoherent than the other, when you do the compare and contrast, it just doesn't line up. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
It just doesn't.
That's why I don't.
And
That's why I don't
I mean, and
understand.
if you try to stand away from it all and you want to be objective about it all, then that's fine. Like I said, I'm going to, and what I hate is when people make me argue against stuff that I'm against. Everybody that knows on this platform, you know what I'm saying? You know that I'm against LGBTQ, the lifestyle, even in particular. I'm against abortion, all of these things, and I'm a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I'm not against those things. Because there are a set of standards that me personally, because when somebody looks at me, race over everything, which is part of that was to trigger this, and I hate that some white pastors can do that. That's what I'm saying. But all the black pastors seem to be in line. They weren't confused about what he did. Did you notice
They were
that?
not confused. Dog whistling all over the place.
They knew. Oh, you tripping. And that's what I'm saying. Like pastors, they know what they do. They know how to control masses. They know how to psychoanalyze people and deal in that kind of world of mind manipulation. So when you use that kind of speech, they know, oh, you purposely did this. Oh, that's how you feel. You see what I'm saying? The critique can still be there, but you don't have to go to these lengths. And then what's real nasty work is when you get black people to support the anti-blackness. You know what? Since whatever I say, even when I'm critiquing her, it sounds like a positive to you guys, I might as well just stop critiquing her. What the fuck am I doing that for where everybody else does it? Everybody else does it. Everybody. She don't have any friends on the left. She don't have any friends on the right. You know what I'm saying? She barely have any friends in the middle. It's like people are supporting her based off the hate of so-called Trump. And that's it.
Yeah.
And that's why I want this cycle to be over with, so we can get back to the real politics of the thing, and so we can see where everybody's at, because people are hiding. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like whatever your bias is, if you want to try to use it, well, I just don't want to support her because this, but it just sounds nonsensical when you compare it to the other person.
Yeah, but I think individual voters, in my opinion, can really do whatever they want to do. I'm good with that. I don't care why they do it. I don't care what the reasons are. It can be a single issue, it can be multiple issues, whatever you want to be, right? I'm fine with individual voters having an opinion and doing whatever they want to do. But when we start talking about political punditry, people who are in the political class, the people who are moving and shaking and really running all of the propaganda on the left and on the right, I'm focusing a lot on that. And from a left's perspective, I think if we had a primary, not the one that we had in 3 months or whatever they did behind closed doors, but say going back, if Biden would have said, I'm not going to run a second term, and boom, Democratic primary, right? Because Trump went through the primary, didn't he? went to the primary, and he still beat DeSantis, and he beat shoot, I can't even remember. He still ended up becoming the nominee. Right? How do you want to slice that?
I don't think that Trump had a. I don't think Trump had a primary this because I don't think he even. Yeah, I mean, maybe people try to stick their hand and say, "I'm running for president."
Republicans wanted DeSantis, and when he went national,
yeah, but
everybody was like, "Yeah,
it was a
you
dud.
ain't got it, bro."
Yeah,
So
it was a dud.
Trump would have had a fight on his hand if DeSantis on the national level.
Yeah. True. But it was like it fell on its face, literally. Like before, he didn't even have to. He didn't even have to do anything. He didn't have to leave He didn't have to leave Mar-a-Lago. It was, he didn't have to do anything.
It was Ron. It was Nikki Haley. And it was Vivek, and I'm missing somebody right now. But anyway, they did what they did, and the Republican people, or the people who vote, who really pay attention to this stuff, they felt like if we want to win, our best option is Trump, take it or leave it. And that's the reality. And it's fine. It's the Republicans and Democrats who don't like Trump is the one that's turning up everything and making it all crazy. And in my opinion, I don't care what Trump says, they're the ones that are they're the ones that are getting people turned up, in my opinion. Because they don't want to normalize Trump. Just put that in perspective. But anyway, I'll leave that there. But on the Democratic side, if Biden would have said, I'm not going to run a second term, I said I was only going to do one term, but it's hard to give up power. Obviously, everyone knows that. And I don't believe a year and a half ago, roughly, exactly, I can't remember exact time frame, I don't think that these people would have picked her. I just don't believe it. I could be wrong about that. I think they would have went with Pete Buttigieg or the Shapiro or whoever, right? The guy from Kentucky or the California governor or whoever else that was out there. I think they would have buried her with those people. That's just me. I don't think she would have got past them. Could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty confident that I'm not. I'm pretty confident they would have ran a different candidate if things were set up differently. And you know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, it is what it is, right? And so you take what you have. I just don't like that the Democrats aren't supporting her properly, and it's sort of weird how they deal with her. It's like, if you don't want her, it doesn't really matter. Republicans don't want Trump. We sucking it up. You suck it up, right? Or you become a never Trumper, or you become a Democrat, right? We have that, right? We have people who are actively, the Lincoln Project and others who are actively pushing against Trump, pushing against MAGA, and doing all the things they do to get more power back, or get their power back, or get their careers back, or however you want to look at it. Again, the people at the political level who really are running this stuff, right? So you support your candidate, and she don't need to be jumping through a lot of hoops for you, in my opinion. Because I keep trying to understand who else does she need to appeal to at the end of the day. You have a base of people. You have enough people to go to get this done. You would argue that Trump is a candidate that's trapped at what, 47? I think, or 48, whatever he supposedly is trapped at. And we don't have evidence that he's necessarily growing the base per se. Maybe he is quietly. We'll see when the numbers come out. But she should have plenty of room, bro. She should have plenty of room to go get whoever she needs to get, and she should get 1,000% support. There should be no. But you know what I noticed though? When Barack gives a speech or Michelle gives a speech, I look how satisfied they are on the left, how good they feel. Why are they worrying about feelings? Why are y'all worrying about the feeling stuff? Right? Can she get things done? Does she have the right? Let me not even say get things done. Let me not even do that. From a candidate perspective, is she a viable candidate? I would say check. Yes. If that's the case, then you do the rest of the work from there. You promote her. You be careful with the words you say. You create a narrative for her to operate within. Why would you start closing things down like JD Vance, like Van Jones was saying? Well, she has good moments, and I know her at times, and other thing I don't know. I'm like, what do you even bring? Anyway, that stuff is strange. It's strange to me, bro. You don't even got to say the things that you're saying. It's like you're trying to fit in and follow along with people, and you just can't, support and protect. Like by the way, like Michelle did. You notice the difference? You saw the contrast, right? That's by the way, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like when you support somebody.
And the thing is that I think that she. What's so funny about Michelle is that I'm just surprised that two people like that are like political supernovas like that are married. I mean, what's another group that I'm trying to think, man. I'm trying to think of what would be comparison to them at this level. Like that's what I mean at this level. Like this is
I can find you a pastor and a
crazy.
first lady. I can find you a pastor and a first lady.
Yeah, maybe TD Jakes and what's the TD Jakes and is it TD Jakes and what's the that's his wife? Is the name wife name Renita? Is it Renita Jakes or whatever her name is?
Yeah, I can find you people who are very
she
anointed
preaches,
who got fired, but outside of something else,
Michelle rivals Obama, and Obama is highly considered probably a top 5 orator. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, she's right there.
She's right there. That is crazy. I mean, out of the women, she smokes all the women. I mean, it ain't close. You can come for her at your own peril. Like, that's crazy.
Warnock to me is a little bit too preachy, and he's really good, but he's a little just a touch a little bit too Southern Baptist for me. But Michelle knows how to be in that pocket, man, where she's kind of preachy a little bit, but she's a little bit smooth. And she connects right, and she's professional. It's very, very difficult, I think, on this level.
I think with her,
very difficult to do.
The only thing that probably gets her is, I think, the temperament. Maybe I think her temperament, because she has a little slight, she'll get pissed. Now she'll flash on you.
Right.
I think that may be part of her weakness.
But at her level, when you're trying to find the pocket, like most people don't have. That's why I don't put that on Kamala. I don't put it on her because people don't have what we're talking about.
Yeah, not at
this
that
is rare.
level.
This is rare
That's
air.
supernova.
I mean, I can go back and play. I can go back and play you Senator Klobuchar or Hillary Clinton or whoever. I can tell you a lot of people that ain't. It ain't even, we're not having that conversation with them. You're just a standard. Like I told you, I know you don't like me saying it, but you're just a standard. Say what you gotta say, hit your talking points, pivot, slide, as Trump would say, weave, and then keep it moving. Yeah, I don't have no expectations. That's my whole point though, is that they're trying to act like she needs to be a super Negro. That's not a thing. Like, we're not here to play with you white folks on the left, trying to make you feel all gushy inside, and she needs to give you some masterful speech.
It's crazy. It's like perform dance, nigga. Like, what do you want to do? Like, it is bad. It is nasty work, bro.
Right, you do the work.
But the only thing that I can say that I have seen her do, and like I said, when she has a bad performance, like she did, and repeat once again, like she did at CNN, it wasn't strong, it wasn't on point, it wasn't something that you would use to push her. What I've seen her do is learn and to push forward. I've seen her do that.
But some things are a gift, and that's what my issue with people are expecting her to be something. You are what you are. The question is, do you have the resume? Are you able to get through? Remember something. I mean, I can play George Bush, man, and we really want to get funky with it. I can play you some George Bush. So, I mean, I don't know what we're even talking about. I mean, it's just insane. If you think that she got word salad, I'll play. We can sit here and play 5 or 6 of George Bush's speeches, and that'll put Kamala's quote unquote word salad to rest. Fucking dumbasses. I mean, it's just insanity, bro. The goal is to get elected. All that other stuff don't really matter anyway. You think George Bush Jr. is qualified to be president? I mean, it doesn't mean anything. It's a bullshit conversation at that point. The question is, can you do it? Now, I will give you this. George Bush had a quirky likability. She ain't got that, right? She don't have that, and that comes with the American culture, hustle thing create that image of him, right? And he just plays into it, leans into it. She has to. We're past having advice at this point, of course, right? But win or lose, you know, she will find her people. When people, you know, what's so funny about America, right? About our country, is that if we see you long enough, we'll like you at some point anyway. To be honest, which I think that's almost just about everybody who's been in the who's on social media long enough, or who is on TV long enough. You know how over time we just get used to you. We see you all the time. You just become a part of our lives, and so we just roll with you. And I think because she is in that sense new, meaning that relevant, been around but relevant new. I think because of that, and it's just a short amount of time, people will have some angst about her. But I guarantee you, if she's president or if she runs again or whatever, if she stays in the media's eye over time, I believe that people will naturally start accepting her. But because, like I told you, when you have pundits saying, "Well, we're just getting to know her, and I'm glad she's doing this now," and I'm like, y'all are talking insane. But okay, if that's the logic, fine. She needs more time, like anybody else would need time. How long did it take for Black people to take Barack and dump Hillary? How many months did it take, DC? They took time.
Ooh.
They took time. Now I don't have the time frame, because I can't think back that far. But I want to say it took months. I don't want to say several months, but it took months. And then all of a sudden, it just switched. It just switched over. All of a sudden, it's like, oh wow, people are really starting to feel Barack, and you know, bye Hillary. And she had to fight for her life. Basically, had to just finally I remember that part though. When she had to concede it, oh man, it was rough for her, but that was a rough moment for her. But there's nothing she could do about it. People just prefer Barack. Once people got a little familiar with him, but it still took him he ran for 2 years just for people to get used to him. She has 95 days. I don't even understand what from a left perspective, what the problem is. Like they study history, they understand how this works. It's 100 days, 95 days, 90 days to get to know a person is not that much time, bro. You know, so anyway, we're gonna lock it down right there. So did you have anything else before I shut it down? It's been about 3 hours too long. So we're here now.
Yeah. I just, you know, let me just say this. And I really want to be really sure that I really this. Our channel is basically free to everybody to come. All we ask is that you be respectful of our channel, that you keep it respectful, and hopefully people know what that means. Like I said, me and Paradox, we don't go to people's channels. We don't go to people's channels talking crazy, trying to start mess, stuff like that. We don't do that. We do not do that. I'd like to thank the people for coming up. We appreciate it. Even though we may have differed on some views and it sounded contentious, that's fine. Everybody's welcome back here. Keep it moving. And we'll see. We'll see. With November coming up, we'll see who's right, who's wrong. I'll leave it at that.
This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
This is E. Until the next time. Peace. Say peace.
Go get your meatball sub from the other room and start eating while you're talking. Wait, Rebecca, these people chew with their mouth open.